There we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday, brand new week, brand new month. Welcome to the 5ers live stream. My name's Richard Butler, and this guy over here, his name is Will. What's up, Will?
What is good, my man? How are you doing? Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Happy new week to yo all. Hopefully you enjoyed the weekend. For those English viewers, Brits out there supporting the English, supporting the football, watching the World Cup last night. I won't spoil it. I won't give it away, but I hope that you enjoyed it. And I hope you're well rested now. You're probably not even out of bed, and you're probably not watching this right now because it was a very, very late game. Although those Americans out there, now that I can give away, it was the 4th of July. It was Independence Day. It was the day you decided to disconnect from your absolute legendary big brothers over here in Britain. So, I mean, look, if you want to make bad choices, you want to make bad choices. We can't stop you.
I mean, it's not as bad as Brexit, but okay.
Fair point. Yeah. Fair. I suppose we all make stupid choices. Big shout out to my American buddies across the pond celebrating 4th of July this weekend just gone. Hope that you had a great celebration. But what is good, Rich? How you doing, man? How's your weekend?
Dude, weekend was good. We went to go and visit some friends. It was their daughter's 4th birthday, so we went to go and just enjoy some time with friends. That was fun. Came back late on Saturday. Didn't really have anything else to do over the weekend apart from just chilling. So I chilled the whole weekend. We had some internet issues yesterday. We still have internet issues today. Found out that there is some problems like locally in South Africa with our internet at the moment. So everybody, if you're watching us and it's a bit jittery and janky and it's struggling, I do apologize. Not much that I can do about it. Unfortunately, it's not a stream issue. It is a actual internet issue from my side, and I'm assuming Will is also struggling as well. But yeah, other than just having a weekend, it was pretty good. Pretty good weekend. Yours, good. Like apart from last night's watching the good old footy, and also not going to spoil, but we know the outcome. But
yeah,
how was your weekend apart from that?
Other than just staying up ridiculously late to find out it was an extra hour on top, delayed by an extra hour. Other than that, mate, my weekend was pretty good. It was super chill. Saturday, I got a lot of loose ends tied up, which was nice. So I sorted that out. I didn't see my partner this weekend, so it allowed me to just, like, she was doing her time. I was doing my sort of, I got a shit ton of stuff to do. Let's put it off a weekend. So, yeah, man, it was super good. It was super, super good. Sunday, so yesterday was just really chill. I watched the first part of the British Grand Prix, and then I just went out, smoked a cigar in the field, and just literally sat in the field for a bit and just had a bit of me time. I had a bit of like complete personal mental zen time.
Oh, dude, that's always what's the saying? Welcome. It's always welcome.
Yeah,
to have just that little bit of like moment.
Yeah,
so,
man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need it, mate. Like I don't do it often enough, where I just take a little bit of time to sort of reflect on me. And obviously, look, we're so busy trying to become profitable traders, trying to scale accounts, trying to come up with new innovative ways to just be better in general, in the entrepreneurial side of things as well. There's always something that we've got to do to improve ourselves, and I think it's super important every now and then to just take a day, and usually for usually for me that day is a Sunday, but I don't know, take the day, whatever day it needs to be for you, and just literally chill. Literally just do nothing. Switch your body off, switch your brain off, and just sit there and just focus on breathing, focus on relaxing, and just literally think nothing.
Yeah. And I think it's good for you to, when you have those moments, to also get yourself a hobby that's outside of trading.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Something that gets you away from the screen, something that uses a different portion of your brain. So if you're sitting here looking at screens the whole
Mm,
day, it's nice to get that little break. Find something else, maybe a physical activity or something that's not PC related. Because I'm a big gamer as well, so I spend a lot of time in front of the PC. If we're not doing streaming, I'm trading. If I'm not trading and streaming, I'm playing games. If I'm not doing that, then you have calls with friends from overseas and stuff like that, and it's all generally right here. So whatever I can do to get myself away from that every now and then, whether it's go to the gym, have a
mm.
physical thing, go to town or whatever, even if it's the mundane stuff, it's still like a break. It's just a little bit of a break off this
Yeah, man,
current
100%.
flux of things. So I got myself a new hobby as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right up over there, just between the two hats, you can't really see it, but
Little, a
there's a
little
little case
box.
in there. There's a
Oh,
little case in there.
can I guess? Can I guess?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go darts.
No, I do have darts that I can play darts with. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you now what it
Okay.
is.
Okay.
But it's a completely different thing. This it's a metal 3D puzzle.
Okay. How interesting. I love how you went to go get it but didn't actually get the box. I'm assuming it's not
No,
in
no,
the
no,
box, Rich.
no, no, no. I'm getting a different one of it. So, my wife and I built this on Friday, I think, and this is what it looks like. So it's a 3D metal puzzle that you literally have these metal sheets
Oh,
that you have to cut up and then build this 3D puzzle. So this is a 3D jellyfish,
mate, that's
a
so
metal
cool.
one. Yeah, and you literally have to use pliers and whatnot. I can show you at the back. So
Like
it
what, like to
shows.
bend and shape it.
Yeah. So you have to like clip them loose and then fit them and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of
That's
cool.
so
It's
cool. I mean, I rate that because what that does as well, like you said, it gets you away from the charts, it gets you away from the screens, but it also opens up that creativity part of your brain, the less analytical part and the more open, free thinking, sort of creative part of your brain, the more physical part of your brain. Dude, that's sick, man. I rate that a lot.
yeah, it's just something to do outside of the charts that is not in front of the PC either. So
Mm.
yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. This one is a ghost ship.
Oh, mate, that's so cool. I like that.
Uh,
I used to be big into like my Lego. I used to love Lego. Like, even now, like me and my partner, like if we're walking through like Cardiff City, you know, you've got the big, it's called the St David's Centre. You've got the big shopping mall. I'll walk past the Lego shop, and I'll be like, ooh, okay. And I'll stop and I'll look at the window, and I'll look at like F1 cars or the Death Star, the Millennium Falcon, you know, like complicated Lego, not just like, you know, little, I don't know, less complicated houses or something. Like I'll actually look at like in-depth complex stuff. But something that my dad used to be into when he was a bit younger was airfix.
I mean, I I know my brother used to be in it quite a bit, but I was never that deep into the whole Lego sphere. Let's put it that
Yeah,
way.
oh mate, I am. I love it. Like especially like Airfix is like that one up. It's like Lego, but for the even more technically advanced. It's you literally got to like pull off little bits from the case, and then you got to glue them, you got to paint them, and yeah, dude, that's pretty cool.
Dude, that sounds cool. All right, enough of our musings about anything not chart related. Let's get straight into the charts, everybody. Let's get a screen share going. There we
Yeah.
go. All right. I will start with a bit of a top down with NASDAQ, and then Will, if you'd be so kind, we can do gold, or
We
you
can.
can do gold, and then we can jump between the majors, EU, GU, maybe. We'll see if LJ is going to be here this morning. He should be, and then he can go through the Aussie and maybe the New Zealand dollar, and then also the Japanese yen. Also, everybody in chat, will say hello to all of you just now. If you have specific pairs that you would like for us to have a look at, or even if you just want to tell us what you are trading, let us know. Let us know in the comments. All right. Sorry, I just
should we have a bit of a catch up with chat, or should we go technical analysis, catch up with chat, then technical analysis?
We can say hello to chat quickly, and then because I see there's about 52 in right now, and then we can then jump towards the chart immediately after that.
Stuff. In the meantime as well, guys, if you haven't already, come say hello to us in chat, and make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and drop in your chart that you're trading with today, or drop in what you are looking at. But we've got trade with Patel waiting. Yes, trading with Patel. Probably a couple of hours early, but yes, my guy, waiting eagerly. Real GCC time, waiting again. Absolute awesome to see so many of you guys coming in early. Bablu coming in. Hi, what is good, Bablu? How you doing? Tan, what is good, my man? Hello, what is good, brother? Usam, morning all. Hope that you've had a good weekend. Bro, it's been fantastic. Thank you for asking. Emjan Volunteer, greetings. What is good? ML, what's up? What is good? Not too shabby, my friend. Not too shabby. Azrael Trade, good morning, guys. What is good, Azrael Trade? Good morning, brother. How are you doing? This Rad hair from Shadow Fighter. Yeah, same to you, bro. Don't know what that means, but Henry, good evening. Good evening, Henry. What is good? And to all of our other fellow international friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Jai Shri Krishna. Yeah, same to you, bro. Morning, London boy and Pratia boy. What is good, Cowish? How are you doing, brother? Good to see you in. Monday with mind blowing two people. Good morning, bros. Yes, mama. That is what we like to hear. With the mind blowing two people. Thank you very much for those comments. But yes, Pratik, good morning. Happy Monday to you, my man. Good morning, Anshin. How you doing? Unbiased Trader coming out as well. Good morning. How you doing, brother? Cowish, hope you guys are doing good. I am good as well. Took my first trade, NQ long, scalp 29,617, stop loss 50 points. Awesome stuff, man. I haven't looked at the NAS, but it looks to be relatively good. I was looking at gold earlier, questioning and umming and ahhing whether it's worth getting in on a long. We've got Roar saying NQ. So I think you are being summoned, my friend.
I'll definitely have a look on that one. Something strange is happening right now. We'll see whether or not it's actively...
Yeah, I know. I just saw it now. I was like, "Ooh, God, what's going on here?" Henry, working and gaming are my breaks. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not a big gamer, but it is good fun. Like, in the Discord, we do have a bit of a gaming session. We haven't had it recently. We've been really busy doing prepping other projects, but we will be back to doing our gaming Friday mornings, or maybe even our gaming Saturday afternoons. So we will be back doing that, but in the meantime, we have been really busy. But dude, I'm not a big gamer, but I have been enjoying that thoroughly. So maybe I'll get a little bit more into it, especially as a certain game, the new GTA 6. A rumor has it is coming out soon. But that's been
rumors been going that it's coming out for years.
It's been coming out soon for the past 3 years, so I'm not getting it. But that is one game that I will buy and I will play, because I used to have so much fun as a kid playing that. Unbiased Trader, I got the answer to my weekend question from support. Also, do you think the 5ers will release 100k pro growth in the near future? Dude, that's awesome that you got your question answered from support on Unbiased Trader, but I am not sure about the pro growth. What do you think?
I don't know. I really have no idea.
Yeah, we got a fellow fan in here saying hi, amateurs. Well, I don't know if you mean high amateurs as in like level high, but that's the wrong greeting, so ironic. This is a job of economists, not traders. Fantasy working, losing money. I mean,
Okay.
fair. We're all entitled to our opinion. What is good, man? Hey, traders. Poetry. What is good, my friend? Henry USD JPY recovered surprisingly well considering the NFP result. You know what, people? You guys have just absolutely bombarded the chat since we've been catching up. So I will leave it at that, and I will continue. I will star the next comment, and I will continue to catch up as soon as Rich has done a bit of a top-down analysis.
Yeah, let's look at NAS at the moment. This is the hourly chart. Let's start on the daily. Let's do a good old-fashioned top-down from the daily. We are still within this channel, this more like a flaggish pattern. So it did angle a little bit better. We did have one wick above basically over there, which was in line with the tops over here. But we are still stuck in this ascending, descending triangle, basically. So converging to a point is what it is. I honestly have not had the best trading on NASDAQ. I'm more of a trend-following trader, and I trade reversals as well. So trying to get in on reversals and trend-following moves. But when it does this, where it's neither following a trend nor is it reversing strongly, it's basically just a higher time frame consolidation flag pattern. So with these kind of patterns, you would want to have some sort of break of this downward, this descending channel over here. You would want a break, retest, and continuation. We haven't had any of that on either side whatsoever for quite a few days now. So basically the last 2 weeks or so. So the overall higher time frame is still exactly the same. We are still stuck within this descending, ascending, converging flag. So with that being said, I'm not really bothered too much with the higher time frame right now because it's still showing exactly the same thing as what it has been showing for the last while now. So what I will do, however, is I will just angle these a little bit better so that they make a little bit more sense. We'll do that one up over there and that one to there. So on the 4 hourly, this is currently what we are looking at. Let me just hide that and then hide that. So we're currently stuck in this little bit of a range. We have this triple top up over here where price has struggled 3 different times. So it was created, tested, pushed lower, retested, tried to push lower, retested again, and then started pushing lower. So we've had this constant attempt at trying to push higher, but just failed here. So to me, this is the higher area of resistance. So I will call this the break point. If we need to push higher, this is an area that we would definitely need to break to start pushing for new all-time highs. This is obviously all-time highs as well. So no new all-time high to come and test, but you do have this point up over here. Then we have had recent downward pushes which have not been tested. So not quite the same as this breakpoint above, this resistance point. Our support points down here, the lowest one is unmitigated, meaning price has not tested it. However, this one that we had on Friday the 26th last month has already been tested once, tried to push up from that position. It had a strong NFP drop pushing price lower last week Thursday, and then an attempt to react again higher on Monday today so far. So on Friday we attempted to push higher, came into this lower band. I'll go down to the hourly and then you'll see a little bit more clearly. I'll also switch on the sessions, then you can see during which session. So during the open of New York, we started pushing lower, and we reacted off of this low swing as well as the creation of that ascending portion of the lower band. Reacted off of that going into Friday. Friday we had a bit of a bullish attempt during the Tokyo session, but then the London session obviously died off. Why? Because it was a bank holiday. So bank holiday for the US, meaning low volatility, well, low volume, potentially high volatility. On that day, just not really much of a movement. And then we had a slight gap up with the rollover and then a push lower, already mitigating that little gap that we had. And since then, we've had this slight sideways attempt. If I go down to the 15-minute, you can see that it is slightly sideways here. Not real volume and not real directional movements. Where's my arrow? So at rollover, we had a lot of volume pushing us lower from this point over here. Not really anything to react off of. Maybe these lows over here at New York Open. So New York Open lows, we reacted off of that with a bit of volume, attempting to push price lower. And since then, we've had this ascending channel here that doesn't have quite the same volume as we had over here with Tokyo Open. So we'll see. I think, being the fact that last week Friday was a bank holiday, we are definitely waiting for the New York session to open up, for NASDAQ to really show us what it wants to do. If I had to say what I think is going to happen, I would honestly like to see us attempt to get back to these highs that we had. So basically this segment here is what I would like us to come back to initially. So the only reason for that, well, not exactly that point, but let's say, let's say the highs of Friday, because we had the high, we had an attempt to push lower, and then when we came back up again, we failed to push price higher. So we had a lower high and then a volumetric sell-off. Obviously, this was New York NFP information for last week Thursday. So I would like to see us get back to this point over here and see whether or not we're going to have a similar reaction that we had over there. That's what I would like to see. Whether we're going to have it, that I don't think so. I actually think that we have a stronger likelihood of potentially drifting lower to get back to this portion over here, or potentially the lows of Friday to be tested. So I think that there is a higher likelihood for us to attempt to come back down here, maybe lower, maybe pick up a little bit of liquidity down here in the zone here, and then potentially start picking up from there. But I'm a little sidetracked at the moment with NASDAQ. NASDAQ to me is a little in the middle. It's a little bit in the middle of this higher time frame, ascending, descending channel. So we're coming to a point, and then from that point, we'll eventually start breaking out. NASDAQ right now doesn't look all that healthy to me. If I put on the 50 EMA and I remove this, you'll see that we are flattening out ever so slightly. We're drifting around the 50 EMA on the 15. If I go to the 5, you'll see that it's slightly above. It was trading slightly above the 50 EMA for a little while, but we are smack bang back down to it. So as of right now, no real interest in trading the NASDAQ at all. What are you seeing on gold, mate?
Dude, I was just looking at the NAS now. I don't hate that, and I don't disagree with you. But I hate the 5 minute though. The 5 minute looks so ugly, man. I'm really not interested in it. But the 15, if we can break above this high, dude, I think we can move higher.
Daily 50.
Yeah, dude, I don't hate that. Anyway, gold, super interesting. We have got this. In fact, let's move up onto the 4 hourly. You know the rule. Monday is the 4 hourly analytics. There we go. So let's start marking out 4 hour areas. Now, guys, you will have to be with me here. If there's a little bit of something I miss, I am very tired, so I got to be very careful how I'm trading. I probably won't actually trade today. I may trade in the second session. I cannot see myself placing a trade now within the next half an hour, just because I could be a bit worried that it's a lack in judgment. So I'll do my analysis. I'll see if anything can play out. And then what I'll do is actually go ahead and look at hopping on to the charts a little bit later on the second session, and then see if I can feel a little bit better. But as we can see on the 4-hour chart, we can see these two areas of interest just up here. This one here got tapped into nicely. It wicked around a little bit. It did have a little bit of a mess about. We came in, wicked, dropped in a little bit of volume, wicked above, and then dropped with some nice volume out of the zone, suggesting some price continuation to the downside. Now, so right now, as we're looking at the 4-hour, I would be tempted to say we are starting to look a little bit more bearish. Can we start pulling back into an area a little bit lower, perhaps even around the 41.15 level? Now, as we drop down onto the 1-hour, we start to get something along those lines. Although we can see this area of interest, we got this area down here, which it tried to come down into, but we didn't quite make it. Now, if we get our fib retracement and go from low to high, we can see, no, we didn't. Okay, that's interesting. I thought we did. No, we didn't actually tap into that either, which is, again, another interesting point, because my golden zone is within this zone of consolidation, or this zone of interest for me for a pullback. So that is just telling me that price may actually want to continue lower. Now, what else is happening? If we have a look at the order flow, we can see considerably that we are bullish, and we are textbook bullish as well. Until this point here, we start to drop off. We've wicked above these highs, and now we're starting to drop a little bit lower. When I say we're dropping a little bit lower, we have actually broken structure as well to the downside and created a new lower low. Now, this is the first lower low that we've actually put in since Tuesday the 30th of June throughout Asia session. Now, the reason that we've done this is because we've dropped below this point here. You can see quite considerably as well, actually, that we have dropped in volume here. Dropped in volume, wicked above this highest point here from Friday Asia. So Friday Asia high, which is 2 a.m. UK time now, so GMT plus 1. GMT plus 1. We have double wicked above, post consolidation or drop in volume, and then we've moved directionally to the downside, breaking and closing under the consolidation, under this wick low here. Now, when we're talking about considerable swing points, I am still bullish on this. Why? Because a considerable swing point for me would look something a little bit like this. So this isn't a low, in my opinion. It's not a considerable swing low. This would be a considerable swing low. So a drop or a break and close underneath 41.01, that would be an identifiable shift for me to say, oh, okay, I think we could be going bearish here on gold now. But until we get that, I'm overall bullish. Now, it doesn't mean I'm bullish for the day, and it doesn't mean I'm bullish for the week. It means I'm, bearish. I mean, it just means that I'm bullish currently on what I'm seeing, because as I drop down to the 15-minute, price does put in lows, and it does put in highs, higher highs and higher lows, and then it does actually break and close, below a considerable swing low for me. So now we can start thinking to ourselves, wow, actually, are we starting to form some form of bearish price action, given that we have got this area of interest with a double confluence at 41.36 for a pullback. So now that we've got that area, there's actually a couple of different reasons. A higher time frame confluence is suggesting we could move lower. That's 4-hour and 1-hour. And we've got 4-hour and 1-hour confluence for a push higher, but lower down than we already currently are. And as we look on the 15-minute, we can see structure is starting to shift, and we have had now a break and close under the 50 EMA. We've had a break and close under this low here at 41.55. We've consolidated. We've attempted a push back up, which does look textbook on the 5-minute, but even on the 15-minute, I'm not too keen on it. I would love to see price look something a little bit like this. What's it doing? Typical. There we go. I'd love to see price look something a little bit like this. And the reason I say that is as we drop down onto the 5-minute, we can see as we've opened up London, it has been a little bit consolidative, but then we do get that nice breakout above, trend into the downside over Asia. Now, this is beautiful price action on the 5-minute. It's just a shame there's not a lot of confluences on that midsection time frame, being the 15-minute and the 1 hour. There's a lot of reasons why price could move a little bit lower. Although, if you're trading on a break, retest, continuation pattern, then I can, and you're only looking at the 5-minute, I really cannot see why you wouldn't want to trade this, other than the fact that we're under the 50 EMA. Reason for that being, we have had this channel downwards, pull back, channel downwards, continuation, break and close, pull back, failure to break higher, start that continuation lower, failure to break lower. Now we're in a trading range. What's happening? We need a break above or a break and close below. We got the break and close above, confirmation, the first initial move of a reversal to the upside, pull back. Now this is where we are now. We've pulled back into a beautifully perfect area to pull back on. And if anything, we're actually rejecting lovely as well. More and more reason to confluence a continuation up on this. But again, I personally, given that we are counter trend to the higher time frame, counter trend to the mid time frame. No. We're trending with a higher time frame, counter trend to the mid time frame and the lower time frame. Only until we get to the 5-minute does it start to look a little bit bullish. I'd like to see something a little bit more confirmed, a little bit more confirmation. So perhaps something like this with an entry here somewhere. So I think that's what I'd like to see on gold. I think we are bullish overall, and I think we are potentially could even be bullish for the day. But I think right now, I'm a little bit like I'd like to see lower price action, personally speaking. But again, we got to trade what we see, and what I'm seeing right now on the 5-minute is bullish, very bullish as well. Actually, it's a textbook initiation move to turn bullish, but we've got that immediate pullback straight into a nice area of interest. We are consolidating, but we're just not reacting from. I need to see some form of reaction from this. Even if we could have a break, like a nice bullish engulfing candle that breaks and closes above the 50 EMA, showing a nice reaction from this zone and a big bullish push up. Right now, we're just dropping and testing and just lacking in that little bit of volume. So for me, I'm going to hold off on gold. But again, I'd love to see, personally, I want to see, analytically speaking, I want to see price to move a little bit lower down into the 41.36 level. But analytically speaking, there's a lot of confluences why we could consider trading imminently to the upside on gold.
What are your thoughts on GU and EU?
My thoughts on GU and EU. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at GU. We're very bullish. Trending very bullish on the hourly.
On 50. GU?
Oh, this on GU as well, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the 15 doesn't actually look as nice. Let's have a look. Just trying to determine some order flow now.
we've wicked below last week Friday's low.
Yeah,
We haven't closed. We had a strong reaction off of that low the previous hour. So the London session open, but it's been completely mitigated. It's this 1 hourly candle has completely taken all of that movement back. So I'm not sure. We effectively broke out of consolidation from Friday during the New York session. We broke out of that this morning with the Tokyo session,
it's
retested it, and seems to be reacting off of that consolidation. So
a bit heavy to the.
yeah,
It's a
GE
bit.
was ugly. To me,
Yeah,
it's just ugly, ugly, ugly price action on the lower time frame. Even the higher
yeah.
time frame, it is not inspiring me with confidence.
It's initiated the move to turn bullish. You know, we've had this nice little bullish move here from London Open actually,
I'm thinking bearish.
but
Why am I thinking bearish?
I if we tapped into this zone here, then yeah, I'd be like, oh, I don't know. We've come up into this area, but we broke and closed above this high. But I suppose, like again, when it comes to higher time frame, considerable areas of interest and swing points, you got swing high, swing low, pull
Check
back,
the 4 hour.
low, pull back. You're waiting for that continuation to the low side.
Check the 4 hour. We have a very nice point of interest or area of interest, let's rather say, round about 133.20 to 132.85. So it's basically that drop-based drop, that very, very volumetric drop-based drop around about the 18th. So the 18th of
Yeah,
June. If you look to the left of that zone, you'll notice that we tested it twice. Yeah, there where your circle is. That circle that you drew on the left-hand side.
right here, right, yeah, yeah.
This whole section, this whole zone. We're trading above that, but we broke through volumetrically last week Thursday. Friday was flat price action, obviously, and then it's starting to turn a little bit downwards towards that area again. So it's making a bit of a flag. But I'm wondering if we're going to tap that zone and then start pushing bullishly.
I think on the 4 hour, I think we've definitely got lower to go. I think we could come down here, being 132,949.
932,949.
132,949. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you're looking for that low swing point of the New York, the London Open of Thursday.
Yeah. The only thing is, though, there's not much. It's not really. I thought we could have tapped higher.
I mean, it just tapped that Wednesday the 17th on the 4 hour. It literally just tapped that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it's
Fractionally.
presenting a bit of a flag at the moment. So it's got that strong pole, and now it's making a bit of a flag. We'll see whether or not it can have a bit of a deeper retracement and then potentially push higher. Because if you're looking at the 4 hourly, we were quite bullish from about the 24th of last month. So bullish, 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 bullish. Just basically trying to take back that bearish sell-off that we had on the 17th. So we didn't sweep those highs, which is a good thing for selling. It's not a good thing for buying. We'll see if it's going to get a little bit of a deeper pullback. We still have the 50 EMA as well. That can potentially come and be tested. So we have a 4 hourly base. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on this one going a little bit forward.
Yeah,
As we were saying, he is bearish on GU, but he's waiting for a little bit more price action.
yeah, I think right now, yeah, I don't think this is tradable because you've
No.
got like some form of initiation to the upside. Then you've got, like you said, complete mitigation. You've got clear bearish trend, so you're counter trend trading anyway. But you've not got confirmation of downtrend. You've not had a nice enough, tap into any area of significance. Yeah, GU for me is higgledy piggledy. I'm not too keen. What's your thoughts on EU?
EU is a little bit more bearish. I also have a zone down here around 114 flat, basically, which I think we're going to come and test. But it is, from where we are right now, that is about 14 pips away. So it would be more of a scalp. If I go up to the 4 hour, it had relatively the same idea as what GU had, just a little bit more follow through. So so if I go to the 4 hour on GU, if I just go back to that one, we had that low over there that got swept, and then we started to push up, and we've had nothing but bullish movements since then. A strong attempt last week. We came into that absolute wick low over there, here, basically made a double top, and since then has been looking a little bit of a sell-off, looking like it wants to sell off a little bit. But EU has not had remotely that kind of retracement since we've had the sell-off. So the sell-off was all the way up over here, same day, same 17th day. But look at the gap that we have here. EU hasn't had nearly any strong attempt to try and take back that sell that we've had. We've gone above these highs that we had here, which was like consolidative highs effectively. We have a few lows that have become slightly higher lows. But here, when we had this high last week, Thursday, no attempt to push higher and a strong attempt to push lower. So we have a low down here, which aligns with that 1 to 2 days low effectively between the 28th and the 29th, which we can potentially come and test. So I'm looking a little bit more bearish on EU, more bearish than GU, let's rather say. If I were to...
It's starting to shape up a little bit now. It's starting to fall into place. But yeah, no, I fully agree with you.
If I were to pull up a channel like this, we had that low, that as a high, and a retest of the low, and then a wick of the high. It's struggling, so I want to see one of these two areas get tested and then potentially decide what it wants to do. So lower time frame, I'm a little bit more bearish on EU than I am bullish. GU, like you said, is starting to show a little bit more propensity to want to come lower. We have this area over here that was a high point twice and then eventually broke through and pushed higher. So this is a base. This is a 4 hourly base right here. However, in order for us to break to this base, we need to break through this area here that I'd already established was an area that was an established zone. It was reacted upon as a support zone. We broke into it, decision, and then broke lower. And when we came back to it again, we broke through strongly again as well. So to me, it is a decision point area. It's an area of interest. I would like to see us get back down to it and then decide from there. So overall, still higher time frame on the 4 hour, this downward trend, but more of a retracement here on this segment. We'll see whether or not these highs of last week, Thursday, can get swept or not. But for now, it's looking a bit more bearish for me. Gold has also started to look a little bit more bearish. The same thing also. We had that sell-off. We made a few lows. We broke recent structure. So these high swings over here, we've broken. Didn't break the lows. Pushed up higher. Looking to see if we can have a bit of a retracement before continuing higher again.
Yeah, nice.
So gold, we'll see how deep of a pullback we can have. If we're going to have a pullback, it'll probably be to, come on, to about this section down here.
Yeah.
So what is that? That
I don't
is 4,095, 4,085. So maybe 4,100-ish would be a good point to ricochet off if we don't get that movement now where we are. So
yeah.
this, let's do this. This base that we have here. So leg pushing lower, attempt to push higher, pushing lower. So we are at that zone right now. So if we don't break through this base to try and push lower, then we'll probably react off of it trying to push higher. But it's still higher time frame bearish.
Yeah, I'm still bearish on gold right now, especially now that we've broken and closed under that zone that I marked out earlier. We've broken and closed under the 41.51. That has now completely invalidated everything for me, and
Yeah.
that's the sort of initiation that has said to me, well, yeah, we're still bearish. You know, hold tight. We're not going anywhere just yet. So
But if
yeah,
we're bearish, why not try and take a sell?
because there's nothing in my rules now that says that there's a sell forming. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Plus, like I said, I'm absolutely shattered. I'm actually thinking about going for a nap in 10 minutes time.
I mean,
So
fair enough. Fair
yeah,
enough.
it's not optimal trading conditions for me right now. And truth be told, I wouldn't even if we were maybe if this price action was up here and we had this low was already underneath this low here and this low here, then this would have been a nice little area for a sell.
I think I'm gonna take a small trade on EU for a sell.
But yeah, but right now for me, I'm not really seeing anything that I want to be trading yet. Anyway, we'll see how it goes.
It's 12 pips from where we are now to get to that zone, but it is quite bearish on the lower time frame.
It's Vinny, morning profitable traders. Miss y'all.
No.
The weekend was long. Let's make some money this week. High hopes. What you're looking at? Indeed, my friend. Let's make some money. We missed you too, bro.
I'm going to potentially take. This is the. I just clicked on the 5. I'm gonna go here. So this is the hourly candle right now. We have 10 minutes before this hourly candle closes. It is looking relatively bearish from here. If we want to get down to this zone, it's roughly about 12 pips from where price is right now. It's probably going to be even less now. So I'm going to look for a potential sell right now on
Dude, I
EU
love that.
to try and get down to this point. What would it look like for 10? Somewhere over there. And then have it somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to take this on EU.
Yeah, dude, mate, I like that a lot. That's the price action I was talking about. If we saw that in gold, I'd be tempted. Joachim, what is good? Yo, guys, what's good, brother? How you doing, my man? Je online. Morning all. Is that the same Je? No, different spelling. What is good, guys? How are we doing? CC Cat Lady, hello. Wow, William, you are extremely charming today. Why, thank you very much, CC. I strongly disagree, but I appreciate the support anyway. If you are joining us, welcome. Like the stream. Yes, absolutely, guys. Over 100 of you are in right now as well. So if you are just joining or if you haven't already, smash that like button. And if you are new to the channel, welcome to the 5ers family. Make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Click that bell notification as well. Yeah, Azrael, I'm bearish on GU. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Just saying, a bit messy this morning, waiting for it to come to me, no forcing it. Absolutely, my friend. Yes, that is what we like to see. Same as that, my man. I'm not forcing anything. I'm just going to
Yeah,
wait and see what happens.
I'm not too keen on this, to be dead honest with you. I'm gonna wait for a bit more of a pullback.
I will be honest with you, mate. I quite like it.
I'm going to wait for a little bit more of a pullback, and then I will jump in on this. We'll see if we can sweep this little high swing that we have there, and if we don't, then I'll sell down to here. So I'll sell down to 114 flat. I'll sell down to 114 flat.
Usam saying for gold, I'm thinking of a sell entry around 41.45 and a full exit around 41.23. What do you guys think?
Sell 41.45. So at the lows here.
Yeah, so I'm assuming it's a sell on the break below, maybe.
Oh yeah, okay.
So
I mean,
once we put in the confirmation of break and close below, and then 41.23 is TP.
41.23.
Selling. There you go.
23.7. Oh wow, it's a decent sell. Just slightly lower than that point over there.
Where would your stop loss be though, Sam? Because that looks like
Probably above here.
that's minus risk reward, no?
Yeah, I mean, some people like minus risk rewards.
True that, but yeah, that looks minus risk reward for me. I'd have to have a minimum of a 1-to-1, but look, tradie plan. Beer EU waiting to test the 112.74.3 last structure from July
23. Okay, so EU July 23rd. June. Last structure from July 23rd.
Maybe I think Daniel Bartle means June 23rd.
I'm gonna check June.
Otherwise, we're going like just under 12 months ago.
So June 23rd is here.
Yeah, so it's maybe a break below that.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah.
You have support created.
Test. You've had a few as well.
Attempt to break through, push lower, retest as resistance. You have it as a support test. Breakthrough, support, did nothing with it eventually. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Yeah. Robert asking, can you have a look at DXY, please? Yeah, sure. The DXY, as right now, was bullish this morning. So we had last week, Thursday, created a low. We respected that low on Friday and has since been trying to push higher. We've already gone above the high of last week, Friday. So it does look like it wants to potentially start pushing up again. The areas where it tested looked decent. So it basically reacted off of that zone over there. So if I zoom in, you'll see that it was an area of resistance. We came back to it, broke through, retested, and pushed up. Since then, it's hasn't been mitigated up until we reached it here on Thursday. No follow through to continue pushing it lower. So definite potential for us to push higher on DXY. And it's one of the reasons why I'm looking at EU and GU as being a little bit more bearish, is the fact that the DXY has shown a little bit more bullish movements this morning already. And there is a lot of area where it can potentially react off of. So we already have these lows from the Friday the 26th, and then also Tuesday the 30th. So we have the establishment of a low point, a reaction on the Monday from that Friday, Tuesday another reaction. So strong support so far. However, we did not really do much with that support. We were basically stuck in this range here. We eventually broke through here, used it as a retest, so became resistance, pushed lower into another area of support, kind of just stuck here right now, looking like we're trying to break through. It depends on how strong this breakthrough is going to be, if we can potentially come back up to these zones up here, or relative recent swing point, which was last week Thursday, just at around 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock my time. So 10 o'clock GMT, or 12 o'clock GMT, sorry. We can potentially come and test this area over here. And then if we do break above that, then we'll potentially come and test these high points over here. So we had consolidation, slight little bit of consolidation with rollover, but it was also the high point of this consolidation that we had. So potential to come and test this area should we break above and potentially push higher. So a push attempt, retest, continue higher, hopefully sweeping and breaking above those to maybe come and test this. If that is definitely what's happening, then we're looking at quite a bearish GU and EU for the rest of the day, if this happens. However, if we react here and start pushing lower again, then obviously we'll see GU and EU do the inverse and start pushing up again.
Yes, indeed, mate, indeed.
Gold still struggling. We still have this higher base area that we've reacted once.
It's not even
going down.
Previous low. It's just it's tickled the previous low. It's too early for me. I don't think anything's happening right now. I can't decide whether to get in now or whether to wait. There's no confirmation of anything, So right now, honestly, I'm not seeing anything on gold. So on that note, guys, I'm probably going to love you and leave you as the magnificent LJ comes through. And what is good, my man? Speaking of the devil, he shows up.
Yeah, morning, guys. How we doing? Happy Monday to everyone.
Is it a happy Monday? Is it?
Dude, it's just standard Monday.
I don't know.
Literally, this is the most stereotypical trading Monday I've ever seen.
Yeah, Will is like Garfield today.
Yeah, fair. I am like Garfield today. I was this close to showing up in like pajamas and a big dressing gown and a blanket and just like sitting on stream with you guys.
Just sitting here with a cup of coffee and just going.
Not even a coffee, probably like a cup of like cocoa or something. Like I get a hot chocolate going.
Oh, yum.
Yeah.
How we doing, guys?
Cream, some marshmallows, and just be like, morning, guys.
Why are you so tired, Will? Do you have like a big weekend or something?
No, God, no.
He had a big evening.
I watched the English game yesterday, and it was supposed to be 1 a.m. kickoff, so I didn't mind it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna be tired, going to bed, but that's fine. Screw it, why not? Got there, and it was like, oh, it's been pushed back an hour.
Yeah.
So I'm like looking at my brother and my dad, and I'm like, are you pulling the piss? And they're like, oh, it's fine. We just, we'll just have a lay-in. We won't do anything until like 11 a.m. I'm like, yeah, I got stream. I was like, I'm streaming. And I was like, no. I was like, I'm going to bed. And he was like, don't be boring. I was like, yeah, no, fair. So I kind of got peer pressure into watching it. And I stayed up, and then it was like, I don't know, 4:30 going to sleep. Yeah. And then my alarm, I forgot to switch my alarm. I should have changed my alarm to like 8:30, give myself half an hour to wake up. No. I left the alarm on at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So 2 hours later, or an hour and a half later, I woke up to that, switched that off, and then, the idiot that I am, I switched that off. And I forgot to set a new one. So if it wasn't for my partner calling me at 8:30 this morning, I would have just completely slept through and missed you guys. So yeah, it's been a bit of a morning for me. I'm tired.
That's fair. Look, if anyone can relate, I definitely can. So I get it.
Dude, I'm gonna go back to bed for half an hour to an hour, see if I can recoup some more sleep. And then I'm gonna get up, cane some coffee, and crack on with my day. So, yeah, guys, on that note, I am gonna love you and leave you. What is good, Dirk? How you doing, brother?
Not too bad.
Good man.
Got more sleep than you, I think.
Yeah.
I thought yesterday to myself. First of all, I was disappointed because they wouldn't show the Brazil-Norway game on German free TV.
No
So I
way.
was like, I might as well go to bed early than today. And I thought, like, should I put my alarm? Because I really was keen on watching the England match, but luckily I didn't. So I quickly watched the summary this morning, thought, you missed a pretty good match for most parts, but what the heck? I mean, for us living in Europe here, the times are just insane.
Yeah, it would have been what, 3 a.m. for you because you're GMT +2, aren't you?
Yeah, it was supposed to start at 2 a.m., but when I heard about the delay,
delayed.
we're just describing.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
The
they
thing
screw
is-
that. Yeah.
The Australia games have all been terrible times for us in Australia, but like the European matches are
What?
perfect
Being,
times.
being almost 24 hours away? You mean it was bad for you, LJ? Oh, shame, mate. No, you guys obviously being literally on the opposite side of the world of the US.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys.
We get that with everything though, right? You know,
Yeah.
we that F1, so every single sport, it's like, yep. All right, 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 1 a.m., 5 a.m.
yeah.
When are they
whatever.
doing the Australian Grand Prix, mate? When is the Australian Grand Prix going to be?
That was like the first. That was like one of the first Grand Prix, is it?
Yeah, it's the first of the season. That's the
Yeah.
only good time.
Because I was
in the
I
afternoon.
literally that because I tried to watch the Australian Grand Prix when I was in Hong Kong, but obviously I didn't get to watch it because I couldn't navigate the TV because it was all in Cantonese. Yeah, so I was just like, screw it, I can't be
Learning
arsed.
curve.
Yeah,
Learning
but
curve.
that was the only Grand Prix that I was able to watch while I was in Hong Kong because the rest of them were like stupid o'clock in the morning. So I was like, nah.
The one yesterday was quite entertaining, actually.
It
I
was.
only watched the first few laps, but yeah, it seemed, and then I watched the last lap as well, but it finished behind the safety car, so it wasn't that
The
interesting.
safety car won.
Yeah, no,
Congratulations to the safety car.
well done to the Stig. Anyway,
There's a lot of surprises in that.
Yeah,
Sorry, Will.
guys,
You gotta
I'm
do
gonna
it.
Yeah. Don't
make
mess up.
sure, again, you smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. I will see you in about 2 hours' time where hopefully I'm a little bit more recuperated and recovered. Anyway, for now, I'm going to love you and leave you. Peace.
Take care.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Peace, Will.
I am also going to hop out. Not as tired as Will, but I also did not get a brilliant amount of sleep. Not sure why. However, before I go, I wanted your view on NASDAQ before we go.
Okay.
You think that NASDAQ is just doing that good old-fashioned, we're stuck in this ascending/descending triangle, this converging triangle, and we're waiting for the break because it looks, it doesn't look good to be trading NASDAQ. For me.
Yeah,
What do
I
you
think like we're still stuck in that pennant, right? Or triangle, whatever the exact angular degree is that makes it a pennant versus just a triangle versus whatever. Let me just hide some of this garbage on here real quick. Just make it easier. So yeah, we're still stuck in here. We've respected it a number of times. We had that dip through, couldn't close below. We came back up above, and you can see the retrace was right into it. Then we drove up through here. That was into the Friday, consolidated through there, didn't go anywhere. Today, I think we're looking for that next direction. I think this is a layup. Obviously, we still have like ongoing sort of holiday stuff as that liaise, that rollover from July 4th. So I think we're seeing that in things like the Euro, the Aussie. I think these do go higher. So in short, I would say we do start to go higher. However, like I said, I am looking for towards the end of the month that we might actually start to roll off. People are still having these weird freakouts about the whole AI, thing going on, going into that lower liquidity, lower volume, lower trading activity. If you have something like the Kospi just sort of get knocked a bit, obviously everyone's fully invested there. That's a trouble. There's no more players. There's no more marginal money left on the sideline. So then there's a lot of leverage built into that trade, right? Like I think it's like over 50% of the entire Kospi is Micron and SK Hynix or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much. So that's where I think going into this period we could roll over. I don't know that we get it yet, but I do agree. I think this move higher might have faded for the next period. So we might get something into the mid cluster and sort of struggled to make highs, and then kind of just gradually, churn lower, like that.
Usam saying
in that
tomorrow
sense,
might
I
be
would say-
interesting. SpaceX joining NASDAQ 100 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think everyone wants to short it.
It's
So
going
that's
to be
another-
drag here.
yeah. I don't think it's going to be helpful. So I would say any of these lifts up to here. So where I'm looking at right now, obviously we're talking more short time frame today. I'd say look into that, like sort of towards the end of New York on Friday. This cluster just up here. This would be my target zone to look for shorts, probably.
Yeah. No, I'm going to be on the sideline today, I think. I'm going to be on the sideline. Nothing is really springing out at me as like, I really want to participate in this. Gold is a little bit EU and GU is a little bit NASDAQ is very So to me, it's just let's not force anything today.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll see. I've still had tech stuff. You can see like none of my charts are working on personal brokers and stuff. We had internet go out on Thursday after the payroll as well, then multiple times on Friday, then phone carriers went down. I don't know. It's this past week and a half or so, it's just been terrible. So it's been hard for me to even access markets today in general.
Yeah.
Don't trade if the tech is not working. It's always
Yeah, I got
dangerous.
slapped about the end of Thursday after the payroll, which was good because then had it out for like 3 hours.
That one you nailed. By the
Come
way.
on.
It's really it's like, oh wow, he absolutely nailed the narrative on one, and I was like 1 month too late.
Yeah, just a
My
little too late. Yeah.
hypothesis.
All right, LJ and Dirk, I'm going to love and leave you guys. I'm going to jump in. Hello, Bart. I'm going to jump off, and then I'll see you guys in 2 hours or so. Enjoy.
Take care, Richard.
See you, Rich.
And
care.
welcome, Bart.
Bye.
Welcome back.
Yes, great to be here again on a Monday.
Great to see
good
you.
to see you also, guys.
And now
You're
we all
already,
can be relaxed because none of our teams are in the World Cup anymore. So it's
How sad.
business as usual. But
Yeah, it's,
Norway beat
painful.
Brazil, so that was quite something.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. But from Germany, Paraguay.
I
was
mean,
not so good.
I don't want to insult anybody from Paraguay, but what they showed against France was just the worst I've seen in football, like in unsportiness in a while. But really, man, like elbow checks and fists, and I don't know what the referee did there. Who bribed the referee to turn such a blind eye? Really, is that unbelievable? But
Yeah,
the
I mean,
pure-
God, the Australian one was sad though, right?
Yeah,
Dirk?
it was.
I mean,
I still don't understand why he exchanged speech.
why? Yeah, exactly.
Why?
That's what I was gonna say.
He was so good, It's like
He's been mega the entire World Cup.
Yeah.
He's been the top goalkeepers of any team in the entire World Cup.
Yeah.
He's been on fire. He's been on the field for the past little bit. He didn't have like a crazy active game until sort of some of the latter halves, some brilliant saves there. But you're in that, you're switched on, you're warmed up, that kind of thing. You bring off Matty off the bench. He hasn't played a single minute of the World Cup. He's going to be stiff, like trying to get into the motion. Like, it's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Again, they tried to do. I get the game theory of it type thing, right? Where now they don't know which way the goalkeeper's going to lean, that kind of thing. But no, come on. It's overcomplicating it, like trying not to lose rather than trying to win. Same thing we did with the US, right? Same mistake.
Yeah, true.
So, unfortunate, but
Guys, going back to the chart, if you don't mind, I want to put in my 2 cents about the NASDAQ.
yeah, definitely go for it. Because we do have. I've seen quite a few of your guys' chats, your questions, that kind of stuff running through. So I've got a bunch of them highlighted. So we'll knock through each of them.
Don't worry.
Shortly. Don't worry.
Get back to that. Just because we were on the NASDAQ, because I'm currently in a long trade, but that's on the 15-minute chart. So just purely based on support and resistance by nesting limit orders that were filled. So got in a little bit earlier. That is in the future at around 29,850. Have a goal up here a target of slightly over 30,000 for this one. Should resolve today, but we could also see what LJ was just describing, because if I look at the overall picture, it's still the good trade from last week here in the NASDAQ that I did because we closed above the 8 weeks moving average, but you can see like this exhaustive pattern up here. We tried to get over those all-time highs, but we really didn't. So we kind of failed here roundabout. You can see first attempt, or actually 3-4 attempts. Every time it got a little bit weaker, kind of a last trying to push up here, which was last week, Monday. And then we started collapsing again. So looks for me as if we really have to wait a little bit until this pattern resolves. It's also, if I look at, sometimes I like to look at seasonality to kind of get a feeling. Where are we in comparison to the last 2 seasons, still to say? And there's this great feature here in TradingView where you can get this at a glance. So the blue line right now is the current year, 2026. The green line is 2025. The orange line, 2024. And by the looks of it, it seems like we're not going to have such a smooth trajectory as we had in 2025. And we were front-running things a little bit too much to the upside until the beginning of June. So I think what we are seeing right now is a little bit of consolidation. I wouldn't be surprised to see this going on actually until end of June. And then pace might slowly pick up again, or we are going to get also this downdrift like we saw in 2024. So in that case, we would need to wait actually until early mid-August to see things really picking up. And it fits kind of my theory. It's not so matchy this time, but you guys that have been with us for a longer time, you might have heard me, like especially in the beginning of the year, talking about seasonality when it comes to presidential election patterns. I don't have the chart ready anymore, sorry. Where I said, like, normally what we see is like 1 year after the election of a new president, the market starts struggling a little bit. They didn't so much under Donald Trump, so of course we still are having a great year, not only the NASDAQ, also the Standard & Poor's, despite the mini crash we saw earlier. So a couple of weeks ago, but it's still a very, very good year. But I wouldn't be surprised for seasonality to kick in a little bit, because there's still this unresolved dilemma of where are we going with the interest rates. We might have a little bit of a clearer picture from the NFPs that came out on Friday, which were worse than expected. So that's something that, shuffles the hand towards interest rate cuts again. The narrative, at least, how this picture is going to be further influenced with everything that's going on in the World Cup, or if this is just, what LJ was describing last week, like the numbers being cleaned of the effects of a World Cup, where additional bartenders, additional serviced craftsmen were just needed for the World Cup in metropolitan areas of the USA. That is still to be seen. It's quite an interesting situation. July tends to be normally also a little bit of a slow month for stocks, just because everybody's on holiday. And so let's see. I'm a little bit torn at the moment, because I would like to see things immediately go up again. But actually, like from a perspective of sentiment, it would be also great, boring for us as day traders, but great overall for the markets to kind of see a period where things at least continue to go sideways, to get a little bit of steam or to depressurize the engine a little bit, and then to pick up again. Because a velocity, of growing like by 20% in 6 months, that is, of course, unsustainable in stocks. Eventually, you will really hit those fat tails of the normal distribution curve. We did this already earlier this year. So these events that if you believe in normal distribution, you would only see once a lifetime. But in reality, due to fat tails on the markets, you see them every 2 or 3 years. And I kind of have a feeling that, especially not only in gold, but like what we saw on the NASDAQ here, this whole pump move to the upside, that this was one of these events where we reached the fat hills that we are actually not supposed to see very often. And then it's just normal to kind of slowly fade off them, until reality catches up again. But everything is moving so fast, also thanks to the developments in AI.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to see us move off from here. Like we've spoken about seasonality before. I like it. I dislike it here and there.
Yeah.
Obviously, the data set, the sample size, that kind of thing. So it's always a it depends type scenario. What I do like about seasonality, though, is this period where you do have the European summer, that kind of thing coming into it. There is definitely a much more consistent narrative the whole way through each year, right? So as far as that goes, I do like that idea, and hence looking at the chart, I could see if this was another time period in the year, we could actually have a pump off here, right? Just like nice, yeah. But given we go into that slowdown area, I think we sort of consolidate. But like you said, hopefully then, yeah, that does suck for us, but later on, that should actually give potentially a kick. It'll allow things to consolidate, level out, all your general indicator, general measurements like velocity measurements will have, cooled off, and we're built for another pump. Or it could be a dip, obviously.
Yeah,
but
obviously. I mean, if we see candles like this one or this one, it's still nice for us. If we do intraday trading, if we try to do scalping, if we're sitting like on the 15 or 5-minute charts, it's still very worth trading it. Probably actually also from a mathematical standpoint, more measurable because you have less outliers when you look at the overall picture. But of course, it's like for somebody that maybe just started trading a couple of months ago, and you are right now, when we talk about futures, used to something like this, where you kind of have a feeling, I just need to go long. Eventually, my trade is going to play out, no matter what the financing costs, what the swaps are, what the interest rates are for futures, and so on and so forth. Eventually, my trade will pan out, and then it's difficult to adapt to a more sideways period of time. This is why I'm saying this, because it's a typical example of why you have to test your trading strategy in different regimes. What works in a trending regime is not going to work necessarily in a chopping regime. You're not going to find one strategy that will always works, no matter what the regime is.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So just have a strategy for the long term now, for the few months earlier, and have a strategy for the sideways market now.
Yeah.
So I think that's the best to do that. And I also think the few months we're going just sideways, because how longer it takes the sideways market, how bigger the move up is. So also with Bitcoin a few years ago on the 60,000, it's just going sideways, and eventually when it breaks, it gets so high explosion. So I also think it for the US 100 the same. I think we're just going sideways, and eventually if we will break, we will do it good. And I think also the upside, but the next few months there's gonna be very like with the war and with Trump, we don't know what's gonna happen with that. So that's also waiting before we get some more news.
I read something very interesting, by the way, about Donald Trump. It's a bit clickbaity, but nonetheless, like it resonated with me in a bad way at some level. There was an interview with a psychologist. I saw that on Instagram, so you have to take it with a grain of salt, obviously. But that person said, like, well, there's, Donald Trump feels like he is like Julius Caesar or Alexander the Great or Napoleon Bonaparte. So he's one of the great conquerors of the world. This is how he sees himself now. And this is probably why he's so eager, or he bets like eventually he will push the button and launch nukes on the country, because this is, what conquerors do. And he doesn't think anybody's going to retaliate on this. And I don't know, under every other presidency, I would have laughed at something like this. Nobody's going to be that stupid. Even the Chinese say, like, hey, Israel and the USA, if you launch nukes somewhere, be prepared that the whole world is going to hate you for this, and nobody wants to have to do anything economically with you or personally with you anymore. But I don't know, somehow it resonated with you, and I thought like that would be like the pinnacle of everything we can expect from this lunatic person.
I don't know if it would happen.
I don't think it's going to happen, but
I don't think he's that wild because it's the kind of inverse ego thing where he's not willing to go that far. He still wants to maintain. It's the same thing how he wants to be friends with Putin and Xi Jinping and all, like, you know, he's playing these like games back and forth and wants that power, but he also wants to be friends.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think he's like, it's almost when he's like too egotistical that it actually pushes through the other side, that it's not at any cost, where he pulls back. He's like, push it too far. I don't know. I think he's got like a little.
He's like the little dog barking loud, you know, to the big dog, and there's a gate between those dogs, and when the gate opens, he's like, oh.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Sometimes also with the market, I see when it's a little bit too choppy and we're going down too much, then he's gonna make some statement or something that's a little bit better, and the market just getting better. Also with oil, when we're getting so much choppy and everything, and then he say, "Oh yeah, we are in talk with Iran," so and then the market's gonna up again. So it's it's going up and forth.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I think we've got, so there's a bunch of you guys questions, like I was saying before. We've got so much to yap on about today. So,
so the second trade, just because I want to be transparent about what I'm trading today. I'm short in gold currently. That's the gold future. And at a short at 4,176. Kind of starting, I almost reached my take profit on this one here. Not quite though. I think it was like 20 cents or something. Missed it. We'll take profit down at 4,155 for a good, what is that? Good 20 bucks per ounce, or 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio. So let's see how that develops. But let's go now to the questions.
Yeah, I can see it. That's where I'd have a TP as well. So I like that. Dirk.
Wow, that gives me...
Be there plus minus like a couple dollars based on...
Yeah, okay.
Just if we get there or not, you know.
Are you in the future? CFD on that one.
Futures or CFD, like, you know, whatever cross equivalent. Yeah. I've got it mapped up on CFD on TradingView right now. So yeah, it'd be this cluster right here, just below where we are.
Yeah, exactly.
Where you're at. And you got that rising 50 coming through there. So, first of all, so this, I guess, I have doubt. What's his doubt about? LJ, how did you analyze the NFP news? It was amazing. I'm not a fundamental guy. I take holidays for NFP and CPI days. I'm just interested to know. Fair. Did knock NFP out the park. That was pretty good. So if you guys recall when we were covering that, I was saying I think it's going to come in below 100K. I think the market's kind of off guard. I'm seeing everyone talking about the opposite. And that we'll just keep hitting these high numbers, like everything's strengthening. There doesn't seem to be this core consideration of the World Cup and that kind of impact. And we did see, when the numbers did come out, we had that 54K. We also saw downward revisions with a bunch of the prior numbers. And then the biggest drop was in hospitality and leisure. That's what I was saying, where all the jobs were coming from before. We had this print come out, biggest drop since COVID in hospitality and leisure. So that seemed pretty clear what those effects were from. How do I do that? I mean, it's, I don't know, I've got my own running stream of thinking in my head. It's not like I have like some, because macro doesn't work that way. You can't exactly have some kind of like quantitative machine where you just plug in all the numbers and it spits out a result. You know, obviously that wouldn't be of any value because then anyone could do that and it'd be priced out immediately as well. So you have to interpolate that data into where the current market positioning and the sentiment and the rhetoric is, especially with a bunch of these other players. They have longer book positioning. They don't just jump in and out like we do regularly day by day or hour by hour. They also have they have jobs to keep, right? So they're also playing a corporate ladder game, and they got to speak in a certain way and not look too outlandish, because if they get the call wrong, that's going to be detrimental. If they get the call wrong, but they're on the same side as everyone else saying something, then it's just, that was the status quo, right? So there's a bunch of that back and forth, which you can analyze in terms of that sentiment type picture from things like Bloomberg, any of the people from banks, whatever, head economists, head of FX, head of this, that, macro, whatever, and across Twitter as well. And you can see where people are positioned, talking, what's the general vibe going on. Then you take that back to that quantitative standpoint, look at all the data, look at the other elements that are going on. We know seasonality adjustments are always a bit off. And so sometimes when you're seeing an aberration where we've all of a sudden had very, very strong jobs and employment data come out kind of out of nowhere, when previously we were actually looking at things sort of dropping off, they started to level, but then they started to take off, which doesn't really add up. So then it's one of those things where eventually you have to make a judgment call, per se, with that. And that's something you're going to gain over time with experience. I wish I could give a, go do this, go do that. And
Or you don't gain it through experience in my case this time.
It's all right, Dirk. It's all right. It's all right. You can't get them all, But yeah, played out very nicely. So that's in shortest hand without putting together like a 4 or 5 hour lecture going forward with more in-depth components. That's the shorthand.
I think the message here is really also that comes with experience. You cannot. This is really something basically like technical analysis too. It's a bit more of an art than it is of a science, because you cannot measure all the parts. Because the data you have your hands on when it comes to economic numbers is always lagging. The same like simple moving averages are lagging. So you kind of, and this is what you do in economics as well. What a good economist does, he plays like this kind of forward trajectory game of thoughts. You get like, oh, I have this point of data now. This is what's going on in the country. Like LJ probably said, like in a very simple nutshell, there's more complex stuff to it, obviously, going on. Said like, I think the last number was inflated because we had the seasonal effect of new jobs from the FIFA World Cup. And this is going to be out of the data this time. So probably it's going to be lower because what, like you just so beautifully explained, what people in a corporate setting usually do, they fly, with the general opinion because they have a job to defend. It's from my position, of course, easy to say like, oh, I was wrong, whatever, on this bet I lost some money or I didn't do anything, which I didn't in this case, luckily. Simply because I forgot to do it, because in my mind I was still pulled to Friday. Luckily I did this. This was just a coincidence. And but in a corporate setting, you always play the game as an analyst. Well, if I'm very wrong, so if I would be the analyst in a corporate, I was very wrong. I'm in a situation where I need to explain myself to my manager. I don't want to do this, so I'm just going to howl with the rest of the wolf pack, because then I can always say, we were wrong, but. Well, everybody was wrong. Nobody could have seen that. That's the difference. That's why you always should be, careful with all those great earning reports and forecasts and economic forecasts that come out of banks.
Yeah, because technically, like saying that, everyone got it wrong. Your entire point as a trader, as a good trader, being effective, is to go the opposite way when everyone else is wrong. But yes, exactly that. There's that corporate game where they do have to actually just protect their own employment.
Yeah.
True. They're not thinking about just now. They're trying to think about, where's my 5, 10, 15-year career down the line, and more focused on shuffling that ladder up than the immediate calls right now. So, that's sort of how that goes. And yeah, it comes with experience. It's kind of one of those things where you can talk about all the theory about soccer and how to kick a ball and what's the circumference of a ball, and I know you get into biomechanics of a human. If you hit it at this angle or go that, but that's not going to help you playing soccer, right? You can learn all that theory of bloody wind resistance or whatever, it's not going to help you actually kick a soccer ball better, right? There is that tangible experience where you just have to go out and just start playing with the ball in general, and then you build up those natural sort of like inclinations, and especially then using a game where it's real time, you got to make a decision on the fly in, you know, fractions of a second, and you just kind of do it. You're not really fully conscious. It's almost, you know, it becomes like autonomic. The macro setting is kind of like that. Obviously, you got a bit more time, of course, very much more time. But you get those slight like impulses where you're like, that feels off, that feels right, and you lean one way or the other. So it's never a perfect system. But that's exactly where you get the edge from as well, because no one can perfectly put it together.
Just about to say, if it would be perfect, then, you know, we wouldn't be doing what we are doing here.
Yeah.
But do you have any positioning right now you want to share?
Yeah, I was just looking because you guys were in a gold short, so I was just looking at that it's a little bit gonna break the support here. So I just watch it closely. I'm not in a position for short, but I think some people in the chat are, and I think we're gonna break it, but it's just I think we're waiting another 20 minutes and then we know what's gonna happen. I am in one trade. Dirk, you already said earlier you are in an US 100 trade. I did close it today, so first very short to that, because I really like the mean reversions. So if I
which is the way to go right now, I think, in NASDAQ.
Yeah, especially with this market, it's just like a really big red candle, and I can buy in really big red candles and then just up and down, and that's for me what I very like. So what it was like on the Thursday, we made like a really big red candle. I just opened here just on the next day. Then the markets did close earlier, I think on the Friday, so I couldn't get out. So I just wait. We made like a very big green candle and I got out today. So it just were like 1.1%. So I think that's very much.
And you leveraged it by 100.
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah.
And then get an enormous payout. Yeah.
And when you
That
make
would
a
be
social
nice.
media post, this is how I made 100K with one trade. Easy peasy.
Yeah, this is how I took $100 to $1 million.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
10 days.
Join my group now.
Yeah,
Lamborghini.
there are really people
Okay.
doing that. Yeah, that's amazing. That's so weird. And if I'm, let's see, to the 1 hour, I also did enter there long, but I was a bit late because I'm just working on my computers and VPS, so I need to do it a little bit by hand now. And I just, let's see, like Friday opening, I did get a long here, and I'm just a little bit before the last high. I just want to get out of my position, and for now I did like my SL to just break even a little bit higher, also for the cost and the swap cost. And yeah, now I'm just waiting. But what I think we will see is just like a bit like sideways higher price action until it's like the New York Open. So for now it's just waiting. And I also did made one profit, and now for this one I just need to wait. But yeah, if you guys know some good shorts, I'm almost always in a long because I really like that. But you have with the 5ers, you have like you can't just trade one way. So I also need to take more shorts. So I think this week I need to look for like more shorts, because that's just the rule. And
Oh, you
Yeah.
can. I mean, you can trade one way. It's so long as you're not being reckless. Like it's more you're not like stacking and stacking and stacking into the trade,
Building
right?
the long
But
pyramid, so to say.
yeah, which is not what you're doing at all. But you're trading like just whenever there's a good trade set up and you have a general long bias or long preference, completely different. It's when say like the market's dipping and you keep buying and keep buying and keep buying, or when it's going up, you've made profit and you kind of full margin, you made some more profit and you use the profit as new margin to buy new contracts. So that's when it's pretty much equivalent of like full porting essentially, but like staggered full port, you know. So if you're not doing that, you're completely fine. Yeah.
And from what I understood so far, and correct me please if I'm wrong, like for example, your gold EA you said is trading long only, but you account already like in your test that you did for, well, there's going to be phases where we are ranging or where we are in a bear market and I'm simply not trading then. You know, that's a difference to what LJ just described, you know, like pyramidizing or however you want to call it, the heck out of a trade when it goes up. Whenever I have free margin, I'm going to add to the position. Of course, that's not too loud because this is the kind type of strategy. When it works, you know, there's a great payoff, but 19 out of 20 times it's going to bankrupt you. Not necessarily because it doesn't work, but because you might get too greedy, you know, because you have like, oh, continue like this and end of next week there's going to be $1 million in payout for me. But of course, that's not sustainable. So as a serious prop trading company where you're working towards adding a trader to your main portfolio, you don't want to have strategies like this because you know eventually they are going to crash out and you're going to have margin calls with them. But that's
blurting out that one end.
That's the typical behavior we see in those trading tournaments. When you see like somebody up like 500% or 1,000%, most likely this is exactly what they did and they just got lucky.
Yeah. And so it's more like, you know, when there's like a down day on gold or down day on NASDAQ and you keep going long, even though it keeps
my
coming off,
take profit just got hit.
Yeah. That or vice versa, if it's running up and you keep going long beyond the initial trades that you took, right? So where you keep trying to
gold take profit just got hit.
Very nice, Dirk. Very nice.
First one in the house for today.
Sorry, there was gonna try speed run through a couple of these.
Please do. I keep interrupting you.
From about like half an hour ago now, I can see some of these guys might have been waiting. So. First of all, this is a quick one. LJ, what happened to Oz with the rugby letting down the Southern Hemisphere? Mate, that was a really good game though. I can't say let down because played quite well. Ireland just got some really good breaks. I'd say Australia won that game overall, but for the small chances that Ireland had, they took advantage. So basically, Dirk and Bart, assuming you guys don't watch rugby, but it was 33-31. And we, coming out in the first half as well, we were just bang, 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 bang. Then we had a final penalty kick right on full time and just shanked it to the side, which would have put us 1 point over and one, you know, but we didn't get there. But I got to say, full respect, that was a much better quality game from the Wallabies recently. So, okay, quick scrolling through. See what else there was that we haven't sort of covered. LJ, what indicators do I use? Okay, so predominantly, we jump over here. Predominantly, or my go-to, put it this way, is just simple moving averages. So that'll be a 10, which is this gray line through here, 50, which is the blue, 100, which is the red, and a 200, which is the yellow, right? Now, I'll use this stuff for mean reversion as well as, just confirmation of when momentum is starting to consolidate. So like we've seen these big shifts and spikes through here. Yes, that looks like a big movement in price, but you can see we're kind of actually coming into a bit of sideways price action. Like the average price, the 50, the 100, the 200 are now starting to consolidate and line up with each other, cross over. and then you tend to then get that big drop through after that. Now, obviously, this was with payroll and such, but nonetheless. Then they're very good for mean reversion. So once you do have that big push outside of the prior range, very nice mean reversion points. So you go to the 50, 100, and then eventually the 200, and you can scale that across time frames. And as you go, say you start from the lower half, you tend to hit the first section, next section, tap into that on the 5 minute, get a pullback down into the lower bands. You started to press higher. You've now found that as support, that 200. Then you go to the 15, go higher through there, and you'll see that at this point you've climbed above the 50, pulled back into the 100 here, found that as support. Now you've got this next leg with the 50 rising above the 100, and you systematically sort of go up each time frame with that. And then you'll go, say, to the hour, and you rode the 10 moving average up the entire way, broke through the 50 here, came back, pulled back into it, and we've continued back up to the 100. So you kind of systematically play it's like a staircase going back and forth through each time frame, to put that simply. Apart from that, I've got pivot points on here. I do like them as just like a general scaffolding for the market. It kind of gives me a sense of the general ATR for the day, and just mapping up some key levels, and then see where that lines up with prior shoulders overall. As you can see, like I use a bunch of others as well to like dip in, dip out, get more information, more clarity, some kind of confluence if I'm looking for it. But typically that'll be my just like, if I could only use two, it would be those two, just as like a staple. So. Scrolling further down, almost there. Can we check out euro dollar? Yes, we definitely can.
Right, we haven't talked about that one. No.
Yeah, as I'm saying before as well, LJ, Dirk, it would be awesome if we had a bit of a summer rally. No, however, our fundamentals for it weak. What do you guys think? So the thing around the summer rally, what we were talking about is when people go on these summer holidays, you get that lower volume, lower liquidity. So people tend to pull whatever trades that they're in, they tend to pull a bit of that exposure off the books, right? So whatever the popular trades were, they tend to pull back a bit just because people reduce their total notional exposure. So reduce leverage, reduce total exposure in general, and therefore they pull back a touch. It doesn't mean the trend, the prior momentous trades are done. They just go into a bit of a lull, bit of a consolidation period. And then sometimes that can get exacerbated because there is that pulling out. People are looking for some kind of trade. It's thin liquidity. They can move a bit further. Once the summer period comes back, everyone's back in office, they then tend to also rip back up again for that same reason as people redeploy from that. But that's generally what it is. So you often get a reversal of whatever the prior direction was. So just like Dirk was bringing up the seasonality before, we have this kind of run up, then you get like a zigzag, comes off, then comes back up once that European summer is over, typically. So there's always a few catalysts around that which can skew it. We can run a little bit further, and then we see the dip closer to deeper into August rather than end of July. So it's like a 2-3 week variance around it, but we always tend to see that sort of zigzag through that period. I think that's about all that. I think we covered everything else in between for people's questions. As real trades, so with the macro stuff as well, there is one book I can probably recommend as like a starting point. I was trying to look for this.
This is one.
Oops, I started playing it. It doesn't pick it up properly on the camera, but it's a concise guide to macroeconomics by David A. Moss. I'll put that in the chat. This is very like gives you a good base at least to get into the idea of how you think about some of these things, and then to start forming that foundation, then build off there. This is a book that's basically, it's not just like pure economics as well. It's for like managers, executives, that kind of thing. But it's become like the staple book at like Harvard, MIT for macro econ in a slightly more practical measure as well, as far as economics can be. Because very different, like macroeconomics is very different to general economics, like what economists do. It's much more theory. Macro is going to have that more practical element. Typically, someone's in markets, actually trading, actively involved in, I don't know, buying and selling or facilitating something, right? I'll slap it in the comments in a second. But yeah, there you go. Cool. I think that's it. We can shuffle on. I've been talking too much. I tried to speed run.
No, please, please.
I think we're caught up now. So.
Please go on. Enjoy the silence.
That's right. Let me just post this.
Yeah, I was thinking while you were talking also, how to get best into macro. And for me, it always has been, I don't have a background in macroeconomics or anything. It's like all self-built. But what I've always been fond of, and maybe that's why I like to gravitate long-term trading decisions or investing decisions, not really about trading anymore, towards macro, is that it kind of feeds into my process, because I always like to form a hypothesis. And then I kind of play out the game to form my hypothesis to become true. What actually needs to happen on a macroeconomic scale within a country, or if you want to do that for the whole world, But I always like to do that, for example, for the USA, because what happens in the USA usually translates quite well to the markets that matter to us, with exceptions, of course, left and right to that. Like if you're more interested in playing China, you maybe look more at what's going on in Australia. And like these are the deviations I talk about. And then I basically build my hypothesis, and then I kind of look at how often was that true in the past. The last example where I was like spot on, and I actually earned a lot of money from this, was for longer term investment in 2022. When I said, when we had this elevated inflation levels in the USA at over 9%. And back then my hypothesis was, if I look at the history when we were at such elevated levels, the first time we started dipping back, so inflation came in lower, that usually led to the stock markets being at almost the lowest point. So then it's the time, to be anti-cyclical and start investing again. And that was bang on. Back then I did all the investments that paid off, including Bitcoin, over the past 3.5 years. But those, granted, those examples are pretty rare. Those are those fat tail outliers, But it was a good example, because while everybody on mainstream media, including mainstream economists, that are in a corporate setting, that always like, oh, it's so dangerous, inflation, the middle class is going to get eroded. Nobody can buy anything anymore. We are all going to die because nobody can afford food anymore. The reality is different. Markets, as long as there's growth in a market, and that's the underlying theory we have to support for risk on markets. There has to be growth. If there is like over a long period of time, like 10, 20 years, no growth anymore, then we are either in a scenario where the whole system collapses, and we were close to that in 2008, by the way, or we are in a like 1929 stock market crash, the Great Depression kind of scenario, where we then have like 10 to 15 lost years. Not so likely nowadays anymore, because the instruments of controlling monetary policy are better than and more real time than they ever could have been, of course, back then. Not saying that guarantees us to never go into a scenario like this again, but it's less likely in my opinion. Yeah, and from there on, you need to be brave, and also it's a bit about bravery. It's like Bart said, when you're playing mean reversion in this choppy market, you have to be brave because you are buying when the chart tells you basically nobody's buying here at the moment. So you're one of the first ones putting your money where your mouth is, and I think it's the same, maybe on a psychological level, even more difficult if you look at those long-term trends. I remember in 2022, where really like the newspapers were writing like, well, this is the new area, everything is getting more expensive. Start hoarding stuff, start hoarding conserves of food, water in your bathtub, for dangerous times. Pull out your money, just put it underneath your pillow, especially here in Germany, because Germans tend to be very, very, very conservative, especially by nature, and especially even more in settings like this. And yeah, this is like you said, LJ, earlier, everybody's screaming in one direction. And as a trader and investor, you have to know this is where my edge is. It's not guaranteed, because then, of course, we can talk about the timing problem. It's like this effect, like, oh, Bitcoin is trading at 60,000. If I look at the long-term development, well, I should maybe invest now, to have a payoff long-term. No, but I think it's going lower. It's going to 55 or 50,000. And if maybe it is, then you got lucky. But if it isn't, you probably missed on a very good upside there just because you got stingy on the potential downside.
Yeah. And it's a very good point, actually. And yeah, there's the book, by the way. I only read this like a couple of weeks ago, but I was looking for something that was like pretty good. It came across my radar, and apparently people gave it a thumbs up. So I was like, all right, I'll see if it's all right. And yeah, not too bad. It's like a good sort of starting point. Now, exactly like what you're saying, though, Dirk, I think, or it just sort of clicked to me, the main thing of understanding macro is more understanding how other people are thinking and how they analyze it, I feel like. Then you can work within that framework, if that makes sense. Like, yes, you have to understand it yourself, but I think one of the core edge portions is understanding how other people think and are operating. So institutions, big players, how all of this stuff is measured and mapped out, and then you can navigate within that scenario, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's a bit of a game of psychology as well.
Yeah.
Which is trading, it's like, because, there's a high likelihood for every trade that I win, somebody else is losing money. Whereas when I lose money, there's a high likelihood somebody else won my money. It's a null-sum game, there's not like extra money generated on the side that like goes into the pocket of a winner while somebody else is not losing any money. Like on a very shallow level, of course, it's more complex than that. But by itself, it's supposed to be a net zero-sum game. With extra money generated, through what banks are doing by giving out loans and so on, which eventually then also can land on the stock markets or other markets.
Yeah. So to put it in a better way, I guess what I was trying to say is like the point for you first is not to understand it and learn it yourself so that you can execute something on what you've learned. It's more for you to understand the game, to be able to play the game, because you have to know how other people are actually doing it and playing it. You got to understand the rules, and then after that you can start building off your own structure, knowing how they also play after you've analyzed what they're doing, right? So you can jump on a field, kick around a soccer ball, but if you don't know the rules, you just got to get penalized the whole time. So you got to learn the rules first, then jump on the field, test them out a bit. Then as you test them out, you kind of find what works, and then you can actually build your own style, your own flair. Are you jumping up and down doing bicycle kicks, or you got some insane dribbling talent or whatever it is, right? But that's the execution part comes later, is basically what I was trying to say. The first point of the macro stuff is more just understanding, learning the field, learning how things go, and then the execution part is much further down the line. Unlike something like technical analysis, where it might be a bit more immediate, where you kind of line this stuff up, learn the general parameters, and then you can start to execute and test things. Macro stuff definitely takes a bit of a deeper onboarding, I guess, put it that way. I'd say. I don't know what you think, Bart, as well, though. With how much like macro stuff you've incorporated or not. Obviously, sort of being a bit younger, and sort of just getting in depth with all this stuff.
Yeah, also look at it. It's just for me, I don't have so many years in the macros, and I think when you're in your 40s, you have seen a lot of the markets and everything, and
got scars.
So for me, I would say, yeah, I also understand it. I look at it, but I think it's also a bit of experience, and when you have seen like all the different markets and macros, then you know more what to do. So yeah, so for me, I also look at it, but don't too much, because I think I need some more years experience with it, and then I can also call me like an expert in it.
I don't
Yeah,
think
for
you-
now I just
I don't think we would call ourselves experts, right, LJ? We are more on the practical things.
No, Dirk. God tier, obviously. Come on, Dirk. Hall of Fame, all time.
Yeah. Maybe we should call ourselves like one of the rare breeds. Normally macro analysts are not very good traders and investors because they're always late to the game. Maybe that's the difference. We
I
try to see
don't
them
know about
practically.
that. Macro strategists, analysts are, fund-wise have always been the dominant. Like, that's all we have left these days. It's macro and quant, right? And then quant is sort of just...
Yeah, but quant is taking over.
Yeah,
Sometimes
but it's-
within
it's
banks, I have the
farming.
feeling like the whole macro side is just, a nice shell. So the banks can say, hey, we are doing this as well and providing that to our clients. Whether anybody's still reading that,
I would say the macro stuff might have a bit more of a cyclical effect. Definitely. Like quant, you can kind of run that all the time. And then quant in general, as long as you've got it right, you can keep going until you cooked it and you don't realize and you blow up completely, 100%, right? But so it does have a bit more consistency with that.
Yeah.
And
Fair
I
enough.
think the tech, there's some people that have learned to use the tech long before anyone, and also maybe doing some other things. Look at Jane Street. Yeah.
maybe.
But I would still say there's still the two major players. I think macro is still in
I mean,
there.
fair enough. I haven't been able to quantize my macro stuff as well, to like find in a systematic way edge there. There's always this kind of human element still for my decisions long term that come into that. And maybe because my models are not big enough, maybe there's too much competition. There for sure is, because I already see right now, for example, I'm doing like quant stuff on research that is on euro dollar, and it's always fascinating when you think you find an edge, and then you kind of find out, but the edge is like over 2,000 trades, something like 0.5 pips, which still is okay, taking everything into account. It shows you, man, the competition is fierce in that right now, and not only coming from people that call themselves a little bit sophisticated when it comes to quant stuff like myself, but if I see like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm at this level, like a quant firm with 100 million under the belt and 10 PhD scientists in mathematics and physics, what could they do that I cannot do? It's insane.
Yeah.
I have a feeling like, especially on the lower time frames, it's all about now, when it comes to quantitative trading strategy, about optimizing your execution to make sure you get the price that you need according to your research.
I agree. So I think it's those two. I think macro is the only one that can take a bite out of them.
Yeah.
Like if you put the other two where it's quant and it's basically just raw assets under management and you get your fees and just have like a general return type thing. I think macro is the only thing that can potentially take that that punch out. Yeah, I don't know. It's different time. I mean, the market changes every couple of years, which is good. Keeps it interesting. So
Yeah, but it changes much faster now. Really.
yeah,
It's
definitely.
like-
Exactly. I said couple years instead of every decade, right?
yeah, true, yeah. It's more like every couple of months, If I compare like how FX moved when I started in this business, 1998, not 1990, in 1998, so I'm not that old yet, just 49. And back then FX like euro dollar something would move something like 10 pips. If it was 20 pips, you were like, wow, crazy volatility nowadays. Now you're like, did only move 50 pips today. What a boring market,
Same. When I started around 2012, 2013, yeah, you'd often have 120, 130, 40, 50 pip moves. You wouldn't settle there, but that would be the breadth, and that would just be a normal day. And then you pull back like 75 and then up, down, right?
Crazy, no?
So I agree. That was obviously on the back of the GFC, and then after Draghi's do whatever it takes. So there was a lot of churn whilst people were trying to figure out what QE would actually mean going forward, all that kind of stuff. So charts-wise though, given what we were saying, I think today I see a bit further downside for the euro. Sorry, we've been yapping for a bit, so I was just trying to get back to some actual trades. I would see a bit of a further downside for the euro, something like this from where we are now. Obviously, I would have liked to short earlier on. I can't get into any of my personal accounts. Still, I can't execute the actual trades. All my charts are coming like this for FX. It comes up blank. So, prop wise though, sat in here. I got in up through here on this break. So I'm still in this on the euro for shorts. Now that lines up for me with the Dixie coming up to reclaim this 200 moving average right here on the 1 hour. And then I think from that point we may start to drift off, because I would see that the euro, I particularly like the Aussie off here. I think we've got a nice shelf to build back towards high 69 up towards 70 cents from here. It's definitely held up much better than the euro. I'm kind of surprised the euro hasn't held up very well, I must say.
Yeah. I agree, yeah.
Particularly last week, like Christine Lagarde was still talking about staying firm / potential hikes. I don't know if the market hence is then just calling bluff on it, and that's why we're getting this. But you'd think we'd actually have turned a bit higher now. I mean, oil's still below 68, or around 68, I should say. So that means either the euro from here, once we get this kind of a dip, a potential very strong push higher. I'm looking around these 115 zones up through here initially, and then eventually return to 116. I think that's pretty reasonable. Especially if that's the other thing on the NFP. I've seen a bunch of people again coming out saying that after the weak NFP, the further rhetoric across the board has been that, we're just gonna shrug it off. Like, it's an aberration. Yeah, we got this 1 week that was, a bit out of pocket. There seems to be a clear bias to want to see things better. Because there's no acceptance of, when we had these high numbers running through, that they were clearly out of sample per se, significantly arbitrarily higher. We've now got this clear event that's happening right now. Kind of all that hiring has come out of the way. We've seen that massive dip, and then it wants to be blown off as a one-off. So I'm wondering if there has to be some come back to reality type situation. And then I also think that, CPI will come back off from this as well, from that inducement of all this activity. Plus we've got the Strait of Hormuz situation coming around. So hence that would, for me, if people are still saying Kevin Walsh is kind of in between or potentially more hawkish. I think after the last talks we had at Sintra on that panel, I don't know how people are coming away thinking he's a bit more flat to hawkish / independent or whatever. I think he was pretty much saying like, hey, yeah, if you look at the data, look at the numbers. I don't know what data other people are looking at. This kind of looks like ultimately cuts. For me.
I think that's what he means,
know.
that he wants to be a little bit more proactive,
But the
basing
market,
it on the real
everyone's
data.
thinking he's saying the opposite.
Yeah, because the market is like expecting the behavior we are used to from Paul, from Greenspan back then, and the likeliness. But I think I also interpret it in a way like that he's basically saying, we are not going to wait until the data supports our current thesis. When we see the data is moving towards what we think, for example, inflation is doing, then we are going to act on this. I remember the graphic I think you showed last week with the forward swap. What was it for the 1 year inflation rate? And where we have this big divergence between reality and forecast, no? But very quickly, my take on the euro dollar, I think it's quite interesting on the lower time frame right now. If I look at the euro dollar futures, and we had a lot of nesting buy orders executed around 114.25. So that was defended 201 times, 201 events where we had nesting limit buy orders where people were willing, to buy up euro dollar again. So that's really a great area of support. So I think this is a very good possible asymmetric trade. So my plan actually is going forward, should we really go down into this area again, doesn't need to be precisely 114.25, like 35, maybe 15 on the downside, I actually would think about going long there and then betting on
much higher.
Yeah, betting on it could be higher, of course, as well.
Not that blue line.
Yeah. But just slightly below this last peak there, which was on Friday, obviously. On Thursday from the NFPs, which already would be a risk-reward ratio of 7.8. So great possible asymmetric trade, which I would, trade every time, and I also wouldn't be worried if I lose it like 3 or 4 times in a row, because it's still, when it hits, it's going to pay you off massively. So that's really something for me I'm watching right now. We are not that far away from this anymore on a 50-minute chart. So let's see if that plays out. That potentially could be, at least for, maybe this is going to be a swing trade, for 1, 2, 3 days, but that could be a potential payoff. Definitely one of the regions I look for when it comes to spot trading euro dollar.
I agree. I think also gets very interesting into, okay, we're going into this lull period like we're talking about. We've got the Bank of Japan.
I have to answer a call. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay. All right, I'll wait until Dirk comes back for this as well. Now, but that's you probably need to go soon, don't you?
Yeah, I wanted to go, but Dirk was now leaving, so may I just wait before Dirk get back, and when he got back, I'm just leaving. But yeah, it's like always, like your guys are talking every time with each other, so but it's not a problem. But then,
dude, just jump in. Honestly, just jump in.
Yeah.
It depends. Sometimes we have like there's like heaps to talk about, and we want to like knuckle through a bunch of stuff. Other times it's like a bit more of a flat week, bit of a slow, period. So yeah, it depends. But yeah, the time just escapes from you, So sorry about that, man.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Bart doesn't want to stream with us anymore soon.
Yes. We've been taking up all the airtime. Sorry about that.
No, just
give you the
fun every week.
I love streaming with you.
I agree. I was going to say, I agree, Bart.
For your age, you have such a good approach to the market, such an mature approach to the market. You let the numbers decide. You don't show a lot of emotions. You know, you are definitely probably 500% farther than I was at your age.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
possible.
think I've said to Dirk before as well. It reminds me of myself when I was younger, like first starting out. Very different to other people. So I had a few random sort of friends trying to jump into markets or jump into stocks or whatever, and just, you know, it obviously didn't have the full social media explosion back then, but very much more aligned with that, trying to just punch things and get rich quick type stuff, rather than that more, you know, methodical, measured, considered approach to the market, and actually trying to make like more of a profession out of this, rather than just trying to punch, you know, the mouse button into the market.
Yeah, a lot of people are nowadays with like social media just wanting to getting rich. But yeah, that was the difference with me. I did like trading because of social media. So I think just naturally when I'm young, I just was I begun with like buying stocks and see what is under developed and everything. And eventually after 2 years of that, I did start trading. And I'm just more now, I trade different. I'm more like a nerd and like IT, and I do like programming. But I also see that for me is also boring. So most of the time it's so boring. I just lose the fun of trading. So I'm now more slowly trading, also manual, because I can just do nothing for 3-4 weeks and I can still like win a few thousand euros. So that takes the fun. And I think also for all the young people, it's they want like the dopamine and everything fast. So that's why I think in the Netherlands I'm the only young guy who does like fully automation trading. I know a lot of people who does it, but they're all like older. I have a lot of people who I talk to about automation. They're like 50 years old. They have the time of their lives. They're just chilling, and the young friends, they're all just high risk, high reward. So that's the difference.
Yeah, they treat it more like gambling, right?
Yeah.
But it's like I took me a long time to learn this as well, to be honest. Boring and trading is the perfect mixture. If you're bored and you're trading, that means you're probably doing well right now.
Yeah, that's true. But sometimes it's just fun to have.
And when it comes to nerds for the win, really. This is where we shine.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
You got to nerd out.
I love math. I love physics. I love coding.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing as that the acronym, like I've spoken with Rich about before, Dirk, right? Like the nerd type thing. So it's like next exact right decision, but it also just puts you in that framework. It's terrible grammar, but it really makes you try and think about nailing the next exact right decision. Like, what do I exactly, specifically, absolutely have to do here for something to push forward? And then the acronym, like nerd in general, just sets you in that mindset of like locking down, locking in, just going ham on all that data, that processing, really, getting to that kind of area, rather than trying to force things or faff about, So, that's good.
Yeah,
it's good, Bart. Real good.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. And I see a lot of people now. I'm beginning with like funded interviews and everything, and contacting with the traders, and all of them are a little bit of nerds because they don't want on screen, and they say, I don't want anything, I don't talk much. It's like a bit the same. I don't know if it's everywhere in the world, but like the funded traders in the Netherlands are like a bit nerdy, I think, and like math and just chill and on the low and don't want to see too much on the internet.
Yeah.
I think that's normal.
Yeah, I think that's normal. Yeah, I definitely had a bit of a I don't know, had to get used to it, had to get comfortable. First doing that, I was kind of like, oh, dude, this.
Especially if you talk
weird.
to a camera in your room and you don't have the feedback from the audience immediately. Like if you're like the first time in my life, I was like streaming alone and was talking. I was like so insecure because I was used to be somewhere on a podium talking to an audience of 50 up to 1,000 people, but there you get like feedback. You can get like
you get the
reaction,
energy,
energy. But which is I still to this day don't understand this, why I'm at like a bit, I'm a little bit schizophrenic when it comes to this, honestly speaking, because I like to be secluded in my office for 14 hours, totally indulge myself in a coding session, thinking about math and how and I don't want to be interrupted. I don't want to talk about anybody, but at the same time, I also like to be on a stage and like kind of sharing my chain of thought. And if I then get positive feedback, like, oh, what you said just there, that makes a lot of sense. Let's maybe connect or something. I like that too. It's so weird for me still. Like, how can I be social and unsocial at the same time? How can I laugh and hate people?
I'm exactly the same, Dirk. Honestly, like I'll just hermit just in a cave and just no one will hear from me. They're like, is this guy still alive? And then I'll come out with this massive spree of like social stuff and like seeing everyone doing this. Oh, let's go here, blah, blah, blah. Talk to it, and it goes back and forth. So yeah,
that's very confident for me to hear that.
Yeah.
And I'm just in a learning point. These are my the first few months for the camera. So I'm just learning also from you two guys how you're doing it with the camera. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult for me because it's also in English and live. So that makes it more difficult to talk about. But I think, it will come in a month, I think. So just watching you. And eventually I think it will go like natural.
I think you're doing a great job, really.
I was going to say, I think you're doing a great job already. Like, so yeah, you'll settle in very, very quick. Don't worry about that, for sure. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, that's good to hear. But yeah, I think I will hop out then for this week. And we will see what it will bring, the trading. And then I will see you two guys and the chat then next week again on the Monday.
Okay. See you then, man. Leave a round of applause,
see you guys.
A round of likes, a round of comments for Bart, please, guys. If you haven't done so, subscribe to the channel. Round of applause, very nice. And then we're going to see Bart again next week.
Beautiful.
Very beautiful.
Before we jump into it, I might jump over to your screen, Dirk, if I can just jump up for 1 minute.
Can.
Just got to tack to the bathroom, so give me a
Do
sec.
that. All right, guys. That's a very nice comment here. You're doing better than 95% of the people, so you are true 5%. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for that comment. I think that describes Bart very, very well. And good traders tend to be introverts. To some extent. I actually know one trader who's very much an extrovert, but nonetheless very, very successful with it. I mean, it really shows you need to find your pocket, right? You need to believe in yourself and follow through with what you think your pocket of success is. One trade I told you guys earlier, I'm in this NASDAQ long, or the NASDAQ future that is, kind of, hopping along here and there. What you see here in terms of zones, pockets of interest when it comes to nesting orders is not how it was, when I entered the trade. Obviously, we had in this area below here then the nesting orders. Thus, I entered my trades here. So it's one I'm going to wait out. I've been thinking a bit of should I put my stop loss somewhere to break even, but we are in it. Already realized a two risk reward or reward to risk trade here in gold. So we're up for the day. So even if I lose this trade now, it's still going to leave me so far with a little bit of profit when it comes to trading. So, I feel comfortable staying in this. And I read a comment earlier about, being fearful or something. and it's an issue for me too on lower time frames often, that I tend to be fearful, or that I tend to pull my take profit down, or that I pull too early out of a trade. But I think that's, by the end of the day, normal human behavior. If I compare myself now with what was doing there a year ago, I'm now very much more patient. I tend to let my trades run now, because I know, like, statistically, I need, for example, 1.5 or 2R to let math run into my favor. So once I decided on a trade, I just let it run, and nothing wrong with this. Where in the past I typically was like, it almost reached my take profit here on the gold trade. When it's going up again, let's quickly get out of this trade. But from my experience, if I look at my trading behavior, for example, over the last, that is like short-term scalping day trades, the last 100 to 200 trades, I saw actually that the behavior, like, quickly taking profits before my take profit is actually hurting me when it comes to expectancy per trade. So on average, how much can I earn per trade? And I think this is maybe something a lot of you guys out there are also suffering from, that we as traders tend to just see, what happened over the last 2 to 5 trades. And when you see a pattern like, I should have pulled out early, then it would have been a nice profit, or I should have pulled my stop loss to break even, and stuff like this, then the last 5 trades would have been a small win. They wouldn't have lost money. So I'm going to do this in the future. But you have to look at your whole trade history. Is this going to hurt you in the long term? So these last 5 trades where that happened to work out are just an artifact within your data, or is this really something that has some kernel of truth to it? So be careful with this. As humans, by nature, we tend to just focus on what happened last, wherever that originates from. Maybe it is social media that's like Bart said earlier, that is like we are on a permanent hunt for the next dopamine kick. This is definitely something you need to fight as a trader. And it's difficult because the advertisement of the brokers out there are geared towards this dopamine kick. They always try to sell you just need to install a mobile app, and you press buy or sell, and next week you are a millionaire, basically.
Yeah. I would say that's still my biggest something I still do these days.
Yeah, likewise. I've become more professional in not doing that, but I'm still not at 100%. Far from it.
I've always scrapped out. Like I've rarely had that many really big errors in most of my trading. Any of them I've always been like either conscious of, and I've built some other kind of like system into it to mitigate that or whatever. One of the big things though, which I haven't quite figured out how to do that, is or something I keep falling back into, I should say, is taking profits too early. I think we've talked about this before, where as well, hence like sometimes like, yeah, that's good because it can work out, especially in this environment with stuff like Trump, when he's been very active.
Yep.
Sometimes taking that TP early has actually saved a number of trades. So that's why I kind of discounted a little. But oftentimes as well, I'm like, I set up for this trade. I've sat in it for 6, 7, 8 hours. We're now in that final leg. And then I could have just waited an extra hour. And I'll often miss out on like 30, 40% of the total TP on that last leg once it actually sort of starts popping. That's the tough thing. For me, it's also trying to want to get to bed on time as well. This is actually another
totally understand that.
trouble where I go back and forth with that, where like I want to get a different pattern, but the market just doesn't allow me. So
to be fair, if we are in a situation where you see like, oh, Trump is tweeting something, Trump is talking about something, or we have like a Fed press conference or something like this, this of course can like totally flip the narrative of your original trade idea. So I
Yeah.
think, and that's the difficult part. In that case, it's actually fair to get out of a trade. Like, I'll make an example. We have like the press conference of the Fed, and suddenly you are more betting on, Kevin Walsh is going to say something that's hinting towards rate cuts. So I should stay in my euro dollar long position or Aussie dollar long position. But you suddenly notice, like you mentioned earlier, well, probably the majority of trader is going to interpret this like, oh, he wants to further hike rates now. And it's just fair, to get out of this trade, because you are in danger of getting the spike down there, which takes out your stop loss, and then the trade continues into your original direction. That's very, very difficult. So that's why I try to avoid to be in day trading positions around news like this. But it's, of course, not always possible, because you have very often days, that are very news-packed. And if you skip those trades, you also skip on opportunities very often.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's where it's very hard, because I'd rather TP early and miss something than stick in it, just let the trade run, and then see that kind of whipsaw, and then I get taken out, And that for me is more like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Right? I'd rather TP it early, and then... So it still works, mathematically, it still works, but I can definitely see certain points where I'm leaving stuff on the table.
But it's a dangerous tip to give to a beginner trader, because it can be misinterpreted. But like, I always should do that. Take the chips off the table as soon as possible, and then I have like per day, like maybe within the first 3 hours of trading, like 4 small winners in. It feels great, obviously. Gives you a boost, that you're a trader, makes you confident. And then this 5th trade comes, which destroys your first 4 trades, because, it hits your stop loss, and you were sitting on small R's like 0.2 or 0.1 or 0.3. It's very difficult. And especially on the lower time frames, it becomes increasingly difficult, because when you have cost factors coming in as well, like spread, like commission, and so on, which don't factor that much in when we're talking about multiple days of trading or holding a trade, like you said, for 7 or 8 hours. Probably not going to matter so much, the cost factor there, but if you are holding a trade for 30 seconds or 1 minute, it's probably going to eat up like 80% of your profits.
Yeah. And fortunately, on the downside, I am very quick to like hedge if I need to. So within that range volatility, I'll hedge out the trade, take that inverse position, clean up a bit of profit there, and then that technically actually extends my stop way through.
True.
So that's how I tend to do it. And then hence, if I take the TP early, because I've cleaned up that differential within the churn between reaching that point, I've kind of also still sort of hit that level. That's the way I've combated that, because it has a primary weighting on being defensive, on not hitting that downside portion. You are mitigating that upside, but you're cleaning up some upside on that flux on the down end. And then if, say, you're completely wrong, you've hedged something out, that downside is now also protected, right? So that's the way I've...
That is really interesting. I've never done this, honestly speaking, when it comes to spot trading forex. But of course, it's something I do when I trade options, when I, adjust my hedge to what the current delta, for example, is. And you'll be adding every day something. You'll be reducing your positions in the hopes that once the option expires, you still are left with something, because you tend to have your hedge at the worst times in the market, like when we're already very down, you have to short the market or something. That's the downside normally of a hedge. But I've never tried this with, like, to kind of mitigate those choppy phases within a trend, for example. Maybe I should. Do you have an example for it right now?
I was just trying to, I can mock up an example. I was just trying to find a decent chart for it.
By the way, I think NASDAQ looks still like it wants to slowly crawl a little bit higher. And I'm
Let's
not
have a
biased
quick
because
look
I'm
at
not.
NASDAQ as well.
Not at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's so there's two touch points. This cluster here, which my thinking with this today, like I was saying, I think this might be the point just because today, Monday, after July 4th, holiday, that kind of thing, a lot of people aren't back in office on Monday because we do have like sort of a tangential holiday today as well. So this might be the touch point for today. You get some kind of consolidation thing through here. Then tomorrow we pick up, and then this 200 moving average kind of going across there would be my general next point of call. This red line up here goes back to one of the daily candle closes. And then after this, I'll show the example of what I was talking about. So that's right on the daily open through here, and then the big push down.
Sorry, I need to quickly go somewhere too.
That's right. Come back. So this is the Thursday with the NFP where we did initially get that snap up, and we did hit into that. Might be a little bit hard for you guys to see because this is on the daily, but there was another resistance cluster up there. There was also a 200, I think it was a 200 hour moving out. No, it was on the 4 hour, I believe. Yes. Was it? What time frame was I looking? 15. It was a 15 actually, off memory. Yep, there we are. So this was that cluster point on the Thursday I was talking about for that push up through here. This is the sludge box, as I like to call it. And then that's also into the top of this descending trend line that we have here. So you've got a general point of friction up here. Now we then did get that further sell-off in some of the tech stuff, which we had this massive rundown after the payroll for the NASDAQ. That was probably a bit overdone. Obviously on the Friday we recovered much of that, and then we're kind of halfway in between right now overall. So NASDAQ, I would be saying that probably it's not a clean chart. I think some other assets might be a bit better today, unless you can get some kind of pickup through here. We'll see what happens when we come into New York open. But I think this is definitely the next congestion type zone, and then see if we can push up beyond there. I think if we do, we actually break those prior highs, and then you've got a cluster between here and here. So again, this is where you've got a number of like points of various resistance within that section. So it's like a sludge box. That's why I call it. There's no like clean definitive level. You've just got a varied like stack of levels within that area overall. Raf, how we doing? How's it going? Satho, good morning. Good morning, brother. Good morning, mate. Rahul, yeah, NZD. Sorry, dude. I did see you asked about that before. I will definitely smash over to NZD right now. Hello, Raf, like I was saying, Dirk says hello. I'm going to speak for him right now whilst he's not here. What are the thoughts on EU and GU? Do you think longs? We can rip back into that as well. The very short one sentence thing, longs, yes, in my opinion. I think we've got a slight further dip down and then a pick up, but we can knock into that further as well. Thank you for your overall briefing on NASDAQ. No problem, brother. So yeah, this is kind of what I'm seeing on the NASDAQ. I think right now we're pushing up through here. So this secondary push will be after we come into some kind of cluster up through here, potentially, right? So this is a latter state. I just think today's going to be a little bit slow, unless New York starts to kick off. That's all. All right, so a bunch of you guys questions. First of all, I'll just go through the thing that I was talking with you, Dirk, around the hedging thing real quick.
Yeah, thank you that you delayed this because I'm interested in that answer.
Let's go to, yeah, we'll go to 30 minutes probably the easiest to see it. Okay, so this would be where, okay, let's mock this up. Say we had this, this is euro dollar, this is just a random chart structure I found to see if I think this kind of works. Say you take long on that break, you're looking for some kind of push up here, you've got this prior cluster, you know, lower band through there, right? We'll say that's around where your TP wants to be. Now, initially through here, I'd probably have the stop about there. So pushing back into this, the break, and then where you had this wick cluster through here, and you've got the moving averages coming up. Now, that would have got stopped out, but typically what I'll do is then drop the stops all the way down to somewhere down here, where you've got this, it's not perfect, but some of these, this general box through here, right? So between there, if I see us coming down like this, and it started to push below these heads, and normally be around the body closes, not the wicks, then I'll go short right there, and then wait and see where this actually comes out, right? And once I see some kind of reversal candle, I'll then TP on that. So I'd TP about there. So push down through here. We've hit that kind of reversal. I'll then look at cross correlation with like the pound, you know, Aussie dollar, risk on, risk off sentiment with the NASDAQ, dollar index in general, dollar yen. Dollar yen's not quite a great measure these days. But yeah, basically I'll look for that. I'll TP there. So then that gives me a small bit, and normally I'll have that stop just like here, not quite that tight. So it's about a 1-to-1, and I'll normally match the same sizing as this, right? Sometimes I'll go over the sizing, so I'll go an extra 50%. So I'm actually taking almost like a new trade in between, but that depends, because normally I'm just trying to protect rather than pick something up. But then, yeah, I'll take a 1-to-1. So that eliminates this entire portion where the stop was originally there. This now gives me the same stop being equivalent here as it would have been there, right? And so I can actually just keep it here, and it's the same risk reward as having the stop up here where it was originally, because I picked up that profit, say, for the day. So then I consider these like a basket or cluster of trades. And then I'll go up from here. Sometimes this is also where I'll add, depending on the original sizing, of course. But then you might play that a number of times through. Right, this is on a half an hour, but if you put it down to a 5-minute, you can get a number of these structures going up as well. And then so long as you've got high confidence in the overall trend, you can do that quite well. So you've still got these high lows, high highs, and then hence checking the cross correlation. And you've got decent targets up through here. And then you might look at, obviously this is very oversold, or not oversold, but just very sold through the previous trading.
But would you get out of the position then completely? So original position plus hedge, if you see a new lower low, for example, than the last pivot low that you marked. So like a break structure, so to say there.
Yeah, not always. So it would depend. So I know what you're saying. So say this candle kept going down, we kept going like this, and we came down here and maybe even to here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is where I'd see, so long as we get this double bottom, I'd still stay in it. I just keep holding this until I get that confirmation that we are starting to turn back up. And then I'd TP on this, the original short.
I mean, I can see the attractiveness of this because it doesn't really matter. You know, even if you break below this, you're still getting out with the same risk reward that you had before because you hedged, or maybe a slightly worse one. You know, but yeah. But it's of course I can imagine for somebody beginning trading, this is very hard to handle.
It probably would be, yeah. The way I see it is that because I get in here, like it's now hedged out. I have all the time in the world to think as well and just wait
Yeah.
and observe because it's flat, right?
You're not
So
in the
then
position
even
of
if-
making stupid, impulsive decisions then, yeah?
Yeah, so then say we did get to there and this has got a double bottom. I'm going like, maybe this isn't actually going to turn up after all. I'd probably TP here, wait for this to come up a touch, and then either I'd close the long altogether. So essentially that puts me basically flat or like a mild profit, like very small after commissions and stuff. Or I just re-hedge there again and see if there's one final downtick and then we push up. Or because I'm flat, hedged out relatively at flat, if this does then break down, I'll just go whatever. As soon as we break this low, then I'll probably just kill the top and let the short, the new short that I would have put in here, keep running.
Yeah, you're really acting more like an options trader, though, honestly speaking. This is
Yes,
exactly
yeah,
what I do when I
exactly, yeah,
trade
yeah.
options, but not from the
Yeah.
perspective, that I want to win with my spot trades, or in this case outright trades, because I'm going to do
Yeah.
them on the expiry and delivery, delivery, not the expiry of the option, but to kind of defend the amount of money I got from selling this option. I
Yeah.
never thought about trying the same for spot trading. I think it's quite intriguing. Cannot do this like probably like with 10 currencies parallel.
No,
You're going to get
not at once.
confused,
No.
especially when it comes to cross correlation. But when you're concentrating on something like I'm trading the US dollar mainly with Aussie, pound sterling, or euro dollar, why not?
Exactly. So it's kind of thinking like I'm that market maker in between and trying to like trade my own spot gamma in a way. It's kind of like the same
spot
theory, but
gamma,
then
yeah.
reconfigurated into you trading it as a personal individual, somewhat more retail level per se. And typically, yes, in a single currency, and you're doing it manually rather than like automated. And then hence whatever currency or asset I'll pick. Normally it's a currency. Typically works a bit better with currencies because other assets, gold, NASDAQ, they tend to trend a bit more. It just,
Yeah.
you either go or you don't. So it's more of a currency aspect. And then I will pick something like the euro dollar or the Aussie. Hence, those are the main two, depending if I want more of that beta exposure to risk sentiment or a bit more stability with the euro. But sometimes, there's more things popping off in the Eurozone or energy or the dollar in general. The euro will tend to react as the dominant, and then the Aussie will be sort of sidebarred, or it can be inverse. So typically be one of the two that I pick and then run that the way down. And then, eventually you find the kind of direction going through that, and then, this stuff kind of levels itself out. Maybe you got a small profit or a tiny loss, but then you find the ultimate direction all the way down or all the way up. But it allows you to express both of those ideas, have each of those ideas compartmentalized, but also running at the same time, and then find out which one hits. Because sometimes you can have the idea that you want to see in the market, but it doesn't play out till like tomorrow.
Yeah.
Today's thing has been too long, and then you go up.
This
So
is what
this
every
allows you
trader
to-
faces. No, you have the right sense of direction, but your timing is totally off.
Yeah, so that allows me kind of to hit both. So
Interesting.
hopefully that made some sense.
I hope for you guys
Yeah.
out that made sense. I can very much relate to this as somebody who's trading, who is writing options, and because you're always in this pocket of, I need to hedge to some extent, but usually when you hedge, it's the worst possible time. When you, not when you hedge, when you have to hedge. That's when everybody else has to do the same, basically. So very interesting. I might try this actually, maybe on one currency pair first, to kind of get a feel for that. Because I think it offsets in a nice way the timing factor a bit, and you kind of buy yourself a little bit time to see like, oh, is this really a trend that's establishing itself, or are we going to see another leg down? Is this leg going to hold at, and make like a double down, like you just said, a double support? Or is it going to break through this and I need to flip my position maybe then? You can be in the market, but you're not forced to, be at like at fixed take profit and stop loss patterns. Because for sure, for me also, the lower time frames, this is something I face very often. I have a right idea, but I get wicked out of a market, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you'll find Saul. So if you guys that don't know in chat.
Yeah, I noticed him doing this
Saul,
a lot.
the CEO of the 5ers. Yeah, he basically does pretty much the same thing on, he scalps on the 1 minute time frame and does very similar. So he'll layer into positions, but then also punch in shorts when you start pulling back. And then hence he can sort of methodically cancel out the less ideal orders by them being hedged against each other and then eventually find the ultimate direction through that. So
I always found this very elegant when I watched the live streams where he's on. Thought like, oh man, this is like a totally different approach to the markets than I do, but it's working, and he does very well with this. You do very well with this.
I might be terrible at explaining it. I feel like some of my ideas are so chaotic. Trying to translate it into it makes sense to me.
But I think the important thing here is, once again, the same like with any other, especially day trading strategy, you need to be aware what the current market regime and the market structure is. Because otherwise you're going to hedge at the worst possible places.
Yeah. Absolutely. And hence why you do have to do it slightly early, not too late. So if you're too late, sometimes that too late position can be around that bottom, and then you do flat back. And then you got to have the willingness as well as the capacity to actually cut that trade and have confidence that this is going to keep running. Because if you've done it too late and then it doesn't keep running and you get pulled back even further, now you're in a bad position.
And it takes off the. I think it also moves more into the direction of what a quant would do. Take off the binary decision making. It's going up or it's going down to having this pocket. There's a 60% chance it's going up, 40% down. So, within this pocket, I can make my decision. Is it the right time right now maybe to hedge my position and to freeze it, basically? And then when it goes against me, I'm going to take the profit and I'm maybe going to double down even on my long position. Don't do that like with stuff like, I'm going to, on my initial trade, risk like 5% or something like this. Probably is not going to work then.
Yeah. But yeah, correct. That's the idea of thinking, the principle behind the, I don't know, sentiment of thought or whatever you put it as. Yeah, so it's like I always talk about before. I feel like trading in particular is much more of a way of thinking. At least I've always found, and like people that can actually grasp what that means tend to do better. Not just this like you're trying to trade and execute. It's more the abstract pulling of ideas and consolidating that into something useful is how you do it, So
yeah, you're like a rubber band adjusting to tension, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Santhos saying, LJ brother, I have a surprise for you. Now gold will break London's session high, and again it breaks today's low. Please mark my words. I'll explain later. Okay, sure. Let's have a look at gold then. London's session high. Where was London my time? Basically through here, I guess, around the open. I agree we might get a pull up to here. I don't mind that. I long term, I'm actually bullish gold. From now, I think any of these further dips are going to be bought into. I think we've actually probably got a pretty good spot to be buying gold overall. As far as today, I'd say whether we get that pinch up into here form basically like a double top or a slightly lower top on this lower time frame here. And then maybe one more pullback.
Yeah.
I'd like to see something down into here and then drive higher. But
I'd like to see that as well, yeah.
yeah, I think in general though, next port of call is definitely higher. I want to see about 4,300.
Okay. I think, if you allow me to quickly switch to my screen, if you're trading on the lower time frame, like I said, I'm on the future right now, I would be willing to look into this trade again. So should we see something like, because the market is still in a downwards trajectory. So do something like this, maybe even the same trade again. If we get up there, where's the 2R on this trade? That would be here. Perfect. It's exactly at the zero sigma. So exactly at the medium. Should we push up into this pocket of on the future 4175, 4176? Because although this is a flip meaning like this was used to be a zone of support, now it's going to be a zone of resistance. It has been tested 25 times, not tested, there were 25 occurrences where nested, in this case, the limit sell orders were executed. That could be another trade, and you're trading with a trend on this one, and, judging that we made a profit, I made a profit on this one this morning already, why not go into this again? It also kind of feeds into the pocket of what we see often when it comes to the correlation between NASDAQ or NASDAQ futures and gold, that they are inverted correlated right now. Like if we would have talked about this like 8 months ago, we would have said like, oh, well, if NASDAQ goes up, gold goes up. It's positively correlated right now. At the moment, the picture is flipped. Same with Bitcoin. I don't know the exact numbers, honestly speaking, when I look at 15-minute time frame or 5-minute time frames. But just judging on what I see from the order books, order footprints right now, this could be a trade that makes a lot of sense. And you can have a tight stop, because if we go higher from there, the sentiment, so the standard deviation channel you see in the background, this rainbow chart is going to flip from, how to do that, going down to going up. It's like so weird. It's like inverted, with the camera. And then we are at a level that's equalized again. So probably there's a good chance we're going to go higher and attack something here north of 2,000. It's 2,000, 4,210.
Yeah, that's basically where I was looking.
Yeah. So is that a level where you would short? I mean,
I don't think I'd short. It'd be a level where I'd take a pause and reconsider the next day, 2 days, 3 days, whatever price action to see how much impetus we actually get around those levels. Do we look as though we're going to get that push through, that drive? This is also going to matter on the back of, we've got the Fed minutes coming out.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't expect much to come through there. I think everyone's going to be very anchored on it, but I wouldn't expect to see much in there at all. I think it's going to be even Kevin Walsh last week on the panel in Sintra. He kept saying and iterating like, "Well, wait until the next Fed meeting. Wait until the next Fed meeting." And again, I feel like the streets and the general talking heads are going, just ignoring that. It's like he's clearly got something to say at the next meeting.
Yes.
And people don't seem to be recognizing this. It's very weird. It's very weird. Again, I don't know if it's that
maybe
trying to keep your job thing.
He was waiting. We had this Supreme Court decision that Trump has like a lot of more presidential power now, with the exception of a Federal Reserve. And maybe he wants to talk into that pocket, yeah, we are still independent, but in general, we agree with the political direction, that the president should have more power. So we are closely going to align with Donald Trump now.
I think there has been some of that. I think there has been also some of the 250-year event for the
Event that
US
nobody
that Trump's
visited.
been throwing. Yeah, well, they like Trump just wants everyone to have a good time, no disruptions. Like we got the war done. Iran as well. Like they had a proper ceasefire for day of mourning. All this kind of stuff. There's been a full just no garbage going on for at least a little while. There seems to be a general agreement. All right, well, let's hard stop this period, and then we can kick on after, right? Yeah, something like that. I'm still of the opinion that the second phase of this is that rates have to come down, like bond yields in particular. I think the other thing that was talked about previously, but again has been forgotten, that the fact that rates have been so much higher this entire time with the war escalation, but we haven't seen that full kick through with inflation. Plus inflation, you would then see it to start to come off now since the war has been resolved. We didn't see the projected numbers for energy, whether it's oil, whether it's natural gas, whether it's fertilizer, all the other input prices actually stayed pretty tame the whole way. Like we were saying, we did essentially end the war in that 6, 7, 8 week period, like we were talking about, Dirk. The markets definitely considered that. We had more churn around the particulars, but the markets flipped right then. And so we haven't seen that further impact to that pricing. But the market like bonds have priced it as though that's coming through. And I don't think it's coming through. So I think we have to see that rotation from there. And then we still haven't gotten that. So I think there's a bit of an upset coming through.
But I think to be fair, we are seeing right now, when it comes at least to, we are seeing this over the whole yield curve right now. But they are coming down a little bit. We topped out at somewhere
gradually now
for 70. Yeah, we had a jump up here again, but we are down like 5%. If you want to look at this one, we were down in yields almost 7%. So I think the market is kind of pricing in what you were just saying, that we are going into more the, I don't want to say yet, into an era of rate cuts again, but where at least we are normalizing, where we don't actually are in this vicinity or in this pocket where we need to consider the fat tails so much. Like the extreme events. What is going to happen if they put a nuclear bomb there? What is going to happen if they instruct the desalination plants all over Middle East? So these extreme events, I think, are off the table, which usually means things are going to normalize again. Thus, if we look at dollar yen, I am surprised actually that we still see this upwards trajectory.
Yeah, okay. So exactly what you said. So potentially to reinterpret my words, I think there's portions of the market that are pricing that downside factor, like you were saying. I should have more clarified that other portions are not at all, and they're behind the curve. Same with talking heads on the street and that kind of thing. So the other portion of the rates, just to finish up that, rates being higher has already done a portion of the Fed and every other central bank's work for them, being up naturally just pure by the open market itself. So when rates go higher in the open public market, the Fed or any other central bank doesn't have to do as much work because we've already repriced. Yeah. So that's the other thing that I think isn't being discounted. Now going further from that, yes, just like I brought up the divergence here, like if you got the forward inflation swaps, yes, clearly, okay, it's not showing. Okay, normally when it does this, if I close my screen right now, it's going to kick me out of the stream because I've got the other chart up. So I'll finish my talking point. I might have to reset. But yeah, we've got a massive divergence in that. So the forward inflation swaps the market is definitely pricing it significantly lower. Whereas the Fed and other central banks haven't caught up to that. Now, maybe it's just a talking point because they want to keep that sentiment. They're trying to stick that in there, even when they already know that they're good and they're just waiting for the right time to flip. As far as the dollar yen, this is a very interesting point. This also goes back into, I love the skull that you've got on that trade.
It didn't play out. I mean,
Now, this goes into that further talking of the dollar coming off that I think we might see. Obviously, if we go into this lull period with the summer break in Europe, I mean, this is prime time for Japan to actually get involved.
it is.
And
It
see this
absolutely
stick.
is, yeah.
And especially if Kevin Walsh does go back towards the more like, no, if you guys actually read the data and where the market is pricing data, and we're saying we're going off what the market is telling us a lot more than our own internal data, which hence is pricing lower rates, lower yields, you get that double whammy, boom, bang, done. This seems
It's one of the great trades when it. I mean, we've been expecting this for a long time now. Let's be honest. You know, we were talking about something like this last year in July as well. But still, the how to put it in English, you know, it's asymmetrical. You can like gain 7, 10, 15 R to the downside with hedging your bets. You know, and I've been thinking long and hard about this. You know, when. I mean, in hindsight, it was good that I didn't do this because back then, when we did this, I was actually thinking about, okay, this is the place and time right now. I need to add to this position because we are going to see this bam down to 150 or 145. Didn't happen there, obviously, because I think the macro was not aligned yet. I think really the missing ingredient was was Kevin Walsh, you know, and that we need the bond markets to come off finally.
Yeah, exactly. So around that period was when we had we had sort of de-escalation with the Middle East, and then we had re-escalation, and then we had further talking up of inflation being higher because of that this was going to be stickier for longer, and then hence yields, like rates, went back up, the bond market and that kind of thing. So we did get that eventual boil up. I think where we are now, though, the difference this time, because back then as well, we still had Takeichi not wanting to pick up rates or intervene too hard. Like, she specifically said to Bank of Japan, Ministry of Finance, to not jump in too hard, just do what you need to manage things. It's only in the past 6 weeks that she's given the green light, and we had further talks after she spoke. Besant also coming out and saying they're working very close with Japan to get this something done. It was very elusive around the particulars, but I think that's the distinctive change that we've had in the past 6 weeks, that Takeichi is actually on board with the yen strengthening once again, right? And has publicly given the green light. So I think this might be
like a red alert in Japanese terms already.
Yeah. We had the amber, before was the amber, and now I think we're at red. And I got to say, right now, when we're at red, I think people were more red alerted when we're amber than they are now. I think we're actually red and people are more amber.
True.
So I think that's where things could get caught out. But yeah. Welcome back, Rich.
How is it, mate?
Yo. Hello.
Yo. Sadu.
I can't find anything to trade right now.
What?
Not a single thing.
Such a good market.
Dude, have you looked at orange juice recently?
I was thinking of trading potatoes. No, the market, neither gold nor NASDAQ nor any of the majors are currently in a place that I can participate. So these hands will be sat on.
Definite sell on orange juice.
I mean,
Dude, what?
Definite sell on wheat.
Is orange juice only priced... I can only find orange juice priced in Russian rubles on TradingView.
That's because you have the hacked Russian version of TradingView.
What is this?
What do I have here? orange juice from some broker. I don't have a.
You're not actually trading on
here.
TradingView. You're on Trading. We are viewing you.
Yeah, exactly.
Trading, we are viewing you.
Yeah.
Lucky I never trade orange juice.
You should. It's really good.
Don't get me
Really
tempted.
good, Dirk. Have you tried orange juice?
You
great.
know,
It's a lot of vitamins.
we don't have that in Germany. We only have apple juice. Or sauerkraut juice.
Strudel juice.
Oh man, I hate sauerkraut so much. Ugh.
God damn. What?
So you can trade with the futures platform with the 5ers. You can trade corn, soybean meal, soybeans, and wheat.
Wow.
Wheat, okay, fair. I rate that, but
And then don't be surprised if you wait until after the settlement of a future train contract, if like there's a truck pulling up to your house, delivering actually physical goods.
Said wheat.
Yeah, you got to be very careful with that one. Hey, I remember all
Into
the
the world of futures trading.
yeah, dude, all the memes back in like during COVID, when people trying to buy oil. They've got barrels of oil turning up to their house. And the good thing is, as well, was when you saw these photos, because it was sort of pre-AI actually kicking off, you're like, no, this guy actually got like 20 barrels of oil that dropped in his front yard.
Well, lucky most of that stuff for retail traders at least is like cash settlement and not physical.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so good though.
It's like this, like
I'm
Shane is
sure
saying.
I'm-
First you get the sugar, then you get the power, then you get the women.
So I'm guessing everyone's agreeing that the markets are absolutely garbage at the moment.
No, I think they are quite well today.
I think they're quite well as well. Yeah.
Oh really? Okay, fair.
We had
I'm testing an S&P short at the moment.
why would
fri-
you do
a
that?
friend of
Oh
mine-
yeah, I see why you would do that.
Yeah, a friend of mine's developing an indicator, so I said to him that I'd jump on and sort of test it with him. So that's the only thing that's given me an indication at the moment is his indicator. That's the only thing I've actually thought to myself, there's something here. And I thought, oh, okay, you know, I'm seeing nothing on gold, nothing on pound dollar, euro dollar, nothing on NASDAQ. And then this popped up on the S&P. So I thought, okay.
Why not risk 10% on it?
Yeah, why not just full margin, you know? Like, don't be a little bitch.
YOLO. Don't be a bitch, you know. We are here on Wall Street bets.
Exactly.
But other than that, yeah, man, they're boring markets for me. I don't like them. It probably doesn't help that, like I said, yeah. I also tried to have a nap earlier. I jumped into bed. I literally got unchanged, put some pajamas on because I was a little bit chilly. Jumped into bed and I thought, oh, I'm going to nap now. My alarm went off saying I got a trader interview in 10 minutes. I was like, shit. I was like, I forgot. No. So I was like running like a headless chicken. I was like, no, where's my t-shirt gone? So yeah, maybe that's why I'm not seeing much in the markets is because, you know, if I didn't have my head screwed on, I'd probably leave it. That's probably still in bed right now.
Because of hurricane.
King Hurricane to you, Dirk.
It's Sir Hurricane, I'll have you know.
I was going to say sir. It'd be sir. Right?
Has anyone seen
Hello.
the Harlem memes?
The Haaland means?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Haaland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I love Haaland. bro.
Honestly, God, it's so funny. Me and you were just out in the kitchen now, just pissing ourselves laughing at these Harlem memes.
Haaland and Zlatan are probably my favorite. Like, two favorites.
I distrust
It's like
every
fun.
human being on this earth who refers to themselves in the third person.
Yeah, that's so
That is
bad.
such
That's
a
such
sign
a
of
bad thing.
some sort of psychosis or mental problem.
Yeah,
That is very fair. I think Zlatan. I think he's. I think it's a bit of a gaff though. I don't know. Maybe not, but either way, I'm here for the comedy, not to
is a guy?
hold his hand and
Explain it to me like I'm.
be friends.
I don't know. Maybe he never learned how to use words such as I, me, us, we. You don't never know. You are criticizing his education and saying he's got some version of psychosis because he refers to himself in the third person.
Wouldn't that make you uncomfortable if I like say stuff like, "Well, Dirk is trading, is taking along here. Dirk is putting his take profit and his stop loss here."
Do you know what I would be thinking? I would be thinking that you, Dirk, are trying to narrate your own life, like you're the protagonist of it, which you are. You are the protagonist.
I know
of
you're
your
all
own story.
NPCs anyway, but
Yes, that's true. We're all NPCs in Dirk Hartig's life. So
no.
go ahead, refer to yourself as Dirk in the third person whenever you refer to yourself. You're narrating your own life. You may as well just do it.
Once in my life I did a test, which was supposed to be testing how big your ego is. And the test is we can do it actually live here if you guys want. It's you have to imagine you are in a desert. And now you have to imagine there's a glass cube in the desert. And imagine how does this cube look? Is it transparent? Is it reflecting all light, black? How large is it? How are the diameters? Is it spanning across the desert, or is it just taking up a very tiny part of this desert? So how would you imagine this cube?
So
does it have to be a cube?
It has to be a cube, yeah.
Okay, so for me, the first thought I had when you said a cube of glass is I thought of a square meter of glass.
Okay.
So 1 cubic meter of glass, and it is like glass.
Yeah.
So this one is just a little bit dirty, but just regular, transparent, not too shiny, just regular glass.
I think of it probably 6 foot by 6 foot.
Okay.
Meter and just over a meter and a half, roughly, I don't know, my size-ish, and just sitting there, I'd say.
All right. Fair enough. And
I just see a Minecraft.
I'd be like, what is it doing?
Probably a meter by meter. Yeah.
Sorry, come again, Will. What are you imagining in your mind?
A cube of glass, just 1 cubic meter of glass, like a Minecraft block or something.
Nice, yeah. So what I imagined when I first heard about this is very much in line with what Richard and William also would imagine. So a rather normal-sized, proportional kind of reflecting piece of glass, like you would imagine that, lying around the desert. LJ, actually, also very much in line because you measured it to your size, This is
pretty much just under my height. I'd probably go and push it off the hill.
People who show narcissistic tendencies, imagining their cube spanning the whole desert, basically. And reflecting anything, whereas people who are very much reflecting themselves, questioning themselves, being in line with what the outside view of your personality is and what your own view is of personality, are more that they tend to have their cube very small or up to their actually physical size. So we are all within this pocket.
That could have been super interesting.
That could have been exposing you as a total narcissist, yeah.
You know what? That reminds me of.
I'm seeing a 200 meter by 200 meter stained glass.
This reminds me of. Remember the wall project in Saudi Arabia? Yeah. That's what this reminds me of. That is what that is. That is the guy that thought it goes spans several miles.
That is interesting. Quite interesting, yeah.
At one of the last job I had, the second to last job where I was employed, I I kind of, as a joke, did this test with my boss, and he was like, exactly like, it's all over the desert. Nothing is bigger than my cube, you know? It's like, oh, okay,
like,
I'm not going to tell you what it means, actually, supposedly.
And no, it's not a cube, it's a rectangle. It's going to be a rectangle of... But I asked you for a cube. I don't care. I am the protagonist of my own story.
Yeah, I decide what this is going to be.
It's a rhombus of glass.
Now,
that's as
not
expansive as the
scientifically,
glass of the
you know,
desert itself.
like proven or anything. It's just, but I thought it's kind of interesting.
Quite interesting.
It is.
Yeah. It is.
I think any of those things, you can't really scientifically prove any of these things. They're always just like general measurements. Like whenever anyone tries to talk about like a psychological experimental test as being scientific, it's like, dude, it's impossible.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what
are
one.
you sure? Are you sure people who refer to themselves in the third person can also have background music or a theme song playing in their head, I think? Don't you think that is potential?
Well,
Yeah, I mean these general tests. Like, if we know that someone's doing that, then yeah, maybe that's a bit more of a poignant piece of data.
I'd love to have my own theme song. Do you reckon I can speak to the guys behind the scenes in the 5ers, like all the techie guys, and see if they can just like, create me a theme song? Oh my god, yes, guys, I'm doing it for the trader interviews. We're gonna have a theme song. Will Davis now has a theme song. And
Okay, wait.
Do you want
Is
me
it
to do
Will
this for you?
Davis
massive.
interviewing people theme song, or is it Will Davis's theme
No, it's
song
Will
for
Davis's theme song for-
traders
yeah.
interviews?
Yeah, it's Will Davis's theme song for trading interviews.
Well,
It's gotta be
I can,
like WWF The Undertaker then. Bang, bang, and then the organ comes.
Dude, I don't.
I can try mock something up for you.
As a theme song.
Well,
So again, mate.
I can try mock something up. for
Oh,
you.
dude, would you? Yeah. Dude, that'd be so sick. If it's good as well, I swear to God, I'll push it to the guys and I'll tell them to put it into the background for like an intro.
Okay, you know what? I'll tell because I'm pretty. I've already showed you these before ourselves, haven't I?
Yes.
With some of the past songs for like other guys, I was just like mucking around and made it for Yeah, I can try and do that if you give me some prompts of what you sort of want, sort of in it, or what kind of vibe you actually want. Because it depends if I make something that's just an absolute Mickey, right?
I think LJ just proved that he in reality is an AI chat agent because he wants prompts.
He wants prompts. Is ChatGPT. He's like, Will, I can't do it without prompts. You need
Who
a
made
prompt.
that 5ers song in the WhatsApp group? That was it was AI generated.
It was, of course.
It was you, Dirk, right?
It was me, yeah. But it was AI generated. I just
But
pointed
still.
an AI towards our channel, and that it just, did what it did. I don't know why it came up that, our core genre has to be dubstep. But this is what it did.
You can use AI with it's, but if you do it by itself, it goes bananas. Right?
It does.
Yeah.
So you got to like actual manual, like proper music editing.
Should
right?
we release that
construction.
song
Yeah, go ahead, man.
in the Discord? We should go and release it in the Discord and have people vote on whether or not that should be our new theme song.
We can do a couple of them. We'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it, guys.
We should have like a competition for this, actually.
Well, that would be a great idea. Whoever composes the best song gets a free account.
Okay, the question is it going to be ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini? Who's going to be the better at creating a song? Because that's probably what's going to end up happening. We're not
Yeah,
going
of
to have
course it's
actual
going to be.
composers.
Can I be like the judge or something? Because I'm so technologically inept, I couldn't create a song.
But only if you have and what is this show called where you have the shares, and then if you choose the artist, you go like, BAM!
The voice.
And then you're surprised how ugly the artist actually is.
Oh, it's the voice, I think, yeah.
The voice or whatever.
I want you.
Did you
I'm
just say
pretty
you're
sure
surprised
that
how
will get us
ugly-
sued. Pretty sure we're getting sued if we do that. I think
Maybe
that's,
we are.
I think that's part of
Copyright.
the whole thing. Yeah.
All of us are simultaneously right now getting like spam emailed from HR. Please stop talking about this.
No.
Yeah.
Everyone. Okay, we can change it like this. Everyone has to either press buy or sell on a certain like dead asset that isn't moving on the lowest, amount you can, and then that's the yes or no. There you go.
Yeah.
There's no copyright over
Or
that.
you can call it the trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buy or sell. No.
Who's that behind the trade?
Anyway, guys, I have to love you and leave you, to put it into the eloquent words of Richard and Will. And I'm going to see you again. What is today? Monday, no? On Wednesday. And yeah, take care. And let's see if we have a little bit more exciting markets throughout the week. Take care. Bye-bye.
See you
Have a
later.
good one,
Jack.
Dirk.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Good chat today.
Broski.
Ciao, man.
Ciao for now.
Yeah, the markets for me, I'm finding it difficult to find a slot to take my specific style of trading. It's a little too. I mean, if you look at NASDAQ right now, where's anything on NASDAQ right now?
Would you consider going down to 1 minute,
No.
Rich? Given these
No.
days.
Even the 1 minute, dude. Like you're gonna try and tell me you can see something here in the 1 minute? You are full of rubbish.
I mean, LJ, I'm going to be dead honest with you. If I were to go down to the 1 minute, that would be forcing it. So, no. Let's.
I rate that.
No, that would be forcing it. Unless I have like real conviction and it's not yet on the 5 minute going in the direction that I want, or it hasn't shown me any sort of confluence yet, I might go down to the 1 minute and be like, yes, the 1 minute is kind of like showing progressively what I'm looking for in general. But even then, I would be so apprehensive about taking a trade on the 1 minute. It's just it's too easy. It's too easy to fall back on bad habits by looking at time frames that A, you don't trade, and B, is not a part of your setup, and then you kind of force it. I don't know if that kind of like answers it,
No,
but
yeah,
to me
that
it would feel like forcing it, yeah.
Yeah, that resonates. LJ is like, no, don't be a pussy.
Unless
Get down on the 1 minute.
Unless, LJ, you have a really good trade idea on the 1 minute on NAS, and then want me to take that.
I feel like he does. That's why he
In which
suggests. He either does or he really doesn't.
That's a completely different story.
LJ's there like, LJ has a fantastic idea. Dun 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 dun.
It's like the Knight Rider theme
Okay.
that starts playing.
Yeah.
Hang on. So put it this way, I would just say when you have those slower days, it's still not. I'm gonna have to reset. I'm not on this chart right now at all. Okay, let me reset and then I'll come back and
All right.
give it to you.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think it's frozen up. So BRB.
BRB. So while LJ is doing that, I will just kind of like run through on NASDAQ what I mean by what I'm looking for specifically. So, okay, I'm going to just hide all of the indicators and we're just going to look at it cleanly, as cleanly as I can. There's the only indicator that's on here is just the market sessions, and that's purely so I can just see Tokyo high and whatnot without having to go like Tokyo high, anything from 2 o'clock in the morning my time. Okay, there it is. Okay, great. Yeah. So I look for two specific things when I'm looking for trading or looking for a trade on the 5 minute. First and foremost is I want to have a high or a low that was tested and failed, and then we started to have a directional movement in the opposite direction. So in this case, we were selling down to the low, which was over here. We made the low of the day, which was this low down here. Very simple. Where's that tool? We had a recent swing point over here, and we had a recent swing point over here. So those were the two swing points where price tried to push bullishly from this bearish price action and then just continued going lower. All right. So number one, number two. Great. So I have I have the low of the day down here. As we started picking up, or as we started reacting off of it, there was few bullish candles. We swept this recent high point over here. When we then came down, we then eventually made a higher low, and then with volume. So these candles that you see here, this candle, this one over here, that one over there, even this one over here, they were all quite bullish when compared to how we were previously trying to push bullish. When we had these bullish movements here, very little reaction. This one here obviously being a little bit of a different version, but still the idea was that we're starting to get 1, 2, 3, 4 bullish candles in a row and then started pushing up. Great. And we're breaking these recent swings. Awesome. So that to me indicates that we are looking now at a bearish leg, a reattempt at pushing lower and then start pushing up. So we're starting to see a reversal. We're starting to see a trend directional change. Great. So that is what I'm looking for. However, I'm looking for that to happen closer to the time that I am awake, which is down here. And I'm not awake in this point, so I can't participate in this. And then I would want to be in on the first retest effectively off of this zone, and then basically try and capture something like this movement that we have here as an example. It's not, see, this thing is also, it's not exactly the way that I would have wanted it to be. I would probably have wanted to be in on a trade somewhere over here if this was during the London session. Anyway, but the point that I'm trying to make is that since then, we've had these high swings, low swing, high swing, low swing. No new high swing for a while, high swing, then a low swing, and so on and so forth. But if you look at the candles itself, where is the directional bias? Where's like this real directional push? The strong directional push. Because every single time we have a new push like we had here, and it looks like, yeah, this could be a great entry. I could have entered somewhere over there as an example, which would have been a great entry point. Okay, I could have gone my 1 to 4 or whatnot. I would have gotten stopped out in any way, which is okay. That would have been fine. But this was too much of a bullish movement. So I would have wanted to see this movement, a bit more of a pullback to this joint over here in that one leg, and then a continuation up. We didn't get that. We had one leg push, consolidation, an attempt at a push lower, another attempt at a push higher, and every single time there's no follow-up. The follow-up is so weak and subdued that to me, the price movement just looks weak. Really, really, really weak. Then we started with these attempts at pushing price lower, which may have indicated to me, maybe we're going to look at selling off because we were bearish overall. And where did we come into with this move over here? We reached this point here. These lows basically like that. And now we're starting to react strongly. We had one reaction, attempt at least, and then a secondary reaction, and then a volumetric. I would have been like, yeah, this looks like a potential sell-off. So let's try and get in on there. It would have knocked me out anyway. Once again, not the point. The point being that the price action today has been lackluster. There's no follow-up. Every time there's 1 or 2 bullish candles, there's 2 or 3 bearish candles, and so on and so forth. It's not pretty. To me, it's not a pretty tradable direction. Gold, same idea. Gold, we had the sell-off. We had a double low, effectively, in line here and started pushing up. I mean, I could have taken a buy there as an example. Not the point. The moment we started pushing bearishly, we immediately took all of that back. So price action overall to me is just looking not great at all. So to me, I'm just going to sit out and not participate in the market today. It's kind of shit, in my opinion. The price action is kind of shit.
I rate that decision, man. I'll be honest, I'm looking at NAS and I'm like, could it break higher? Could it close higher? But it seems to be coming up, equaling the highs, and then just wicking and starting to, push a little bit more bearish. But I kind of rate that because, like I said, my technical analysis now, my physical input analysis isn't the strongest right now, and I'm not feeling too confident on it. There's a lot of reasons why I'm not going to be trading it. But then also, I'm kind of opposing the idea of my friend's S&P short. So then at the same time, I'm there like, I kind of hope I'm wrong. I kind of hope I'm wrong, because if I'm wrong, I'm like, yeah, sweet, I'm wrong. It doesn't surprise me. My analysis is a little bit iffy today anyway. My head's not quite in it, and it's slow price action. Whereas the S&P, it's a designed indicator that he's testing. I'm like, oh, dude, I hope it works, because it just proves to him that his indicator works. So
is this whom I'm thinking of?
This is who you are thinking of.
It is whom I'm thinking of.
It is who you. Yeah.
I have one of his indicators. I haven't traded with it, but I still have it, and I think I'm the only person that has access to it. To be dead honest.
Yeah. So well, this is the one that we're actually testing now for the Discord. So I'm there like, I hope this works more than my own analysis does, and if it does, that'd be sick. But
so. I have one. I have two of his indicators, but the one he's only shared with one person.
Yeah.
And it's me.
Yeah.
Actually, I think for days like this, I'm going to look at taking, let's say, a new account and only trading that account using that strategy, because it's a great strategy. But the information behind the strategy, I think, is like the real selling point, because it's the database that he uses for all of his specific, like, I don't know how many, like, it must have been like 5 years worth of data that he has.
He's gathered a lot of data on it, to be fair.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I wanted to bring up this comment. Giovanni, buongiorno. Wonderful traders. Richard, I took a look at the Italian account, but it's not populated yet. But okay. Hello to you as well, Giovanni. I mean, no one is there, which is very sad. Well, if you need someone, I could be your man, and I could help expand the subscribers too. You know what, Giovanni? Reach out to me. Send a mail to richard.b@the5ers.com, and I will get you in talks with the right people for the Italian YouTube channel. So you can start off as coming on and as a guest or something like that. But yes, send a mail to this. I'm going to post it right here. Mm-hmm. So just send me a mail at richard.b@the5ers.com, and then
Le Bosch.
There you go. It's the way to do it. Getting in early.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the 5ers is still growing. We're still expanding. And we're always on the lookout for talented traders that can help the company become even bigger. And it's, once again, the email is right there. It's this one. So you can send an email to me at any point in time, and then I will forward your email to the right people to see if they can maybe have a talk with you. We actually had a guy with the 5ers Philippines that reached out to me quite a while ago, and he's now part of the Philippine community, basically.
Dude, that's sick.
Yeah, exactly.
Add that as well. Thanks, Giovanni.
Yeah, definitely do that. Most of the growth here we have is very much organic. So it tends to come from you guys, from the community, from traders, from like us. Like we, the people, end up growing this whole system, which is really nice to see. It's cool, and so, if you guys do feel you have something to add, something to contribute, that kind of stuff in whatever space, there are heaps of portions of the company growing, like Rich said. So you can always drop that line, and something might happen.
Also, I just want to add a real sexy teaser, and what I mean by that is I don't have, not necessarily
Justin Timberlake over here.
I don't have the full capacity to give too much away yet, but all I am saying is there is something coming to the 5ers real soon. Real soon. And it is going to be mega exciting. I'm super excited for it. I'm super passionate about it. And dude, these two guys here are probably going to be one of the first involved in it. I know for a fact. But I've also got Rich is already smiling. He knows exactly what's going on.
All right, well, get me informed. Come on.
Yeah, no, dude.
We're gonna have to, LJ, but the logistics of it all is in question.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just taking the mic.
But it's it's going to be super exciting, and providing you guys, and like we said, you guys as the people, providing you enjoy it and you guys in the community like it, then the more you guys push it, the more you share it, the more you engage with it, the more you interact with it, the bigger and the better that we can make it. That is all I'm saying. So when you see something new and you think, ooh, this looks new, this looks exciting, the more you engage, the more you interact, the more exciting, the bigger, the better it's going to get. That's literally all I can say. But it is, dude, I'm gassed. I'm super excited for this to surface, should we say.
I know exactly what it is, and I cannot wait. I honestly cannot wait.
So, LJ, I do actually need to speak to you as well at some point, but...
Okay, I feel like I already have some tangential.
You probably know,
ideas?
LJ. You probably know what it is, but
I've got theories. Put it that way.
Yeah.
If you don't already know, it wouldn't take long to guess. But it's.
Yeah.
But for the time being, that's on the down low. It's all on a need to know basis, and everybody in chat, you don't need to know just yet. But when it's time, you will need to know. So. Don't have to wait too long, guys. There's 391 of you guys in right now. Thank you very much, everybody that is here. If you guys would be so kind, please drop us a like, and if you are new here, please subscribe. We're trying to find our way just over 400. Nice. We're just trying to find our way to 110. If we have 110,000 subscribers or even 120, we will probably do a giveaway. So that all just depends on whether or not you guys are going to help us get it.
We've got to be super close now. We are 109.2, something like that, last Friday. We got to be mega close now.
I'll go and check the channel.
Absolute legend. But yeah, so guys, if you are new to the community, big welcome to the
away.
family. Make sure that you do. Wait, how long? How many away?
600.
Oh, dude, 600. That is sick, guys. Like I said, share it with absolutely everybody, and I mean your mother, your brother, your sister, your uncle, your next door neighbor, your cat, your dog, your nephew, whoever wants to come in and watch us stream live trading, analysis, banter, all sorts of. Anything from technical analytics to all the way to the fundamental macro stuff with this fantastic
macro monkey.
There's macro monkey down here. Then guys, just we got all sorts of fantastic guests that come through. We got competitions, and we do have a fantastic community in the Discord as well.
LJ.
Yeah, so we'll give you guys a bunch of banter, a bit of entertainment, cover the text, everything like Will was saying, plus a bunch of macro, like we had NFP. Last week when we go through CPI, PMIs, whatever else, you guys can tune in here, check in. I'll run you guys over that. We smashed it last week, so that was a very nice. And then day to day as well, London through to New York. We'll cover the techs, each opening session leading into the next, and we've got a bunch of guests for you guys with all different specialities. So whatever you want, whatever your flavor is, you can come in here and
have a taste.
Drop in.
Yes, LJ, tell me, what did you have in store for me before you had to jump off?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
very interested now to see.
Yeah, okay. Let me share as well. One sec. Okay. Let's go to the 5 first of all, and then I'll swap to my screen. There we go. Okay, so Rich, I know you've got your certain approach and that kind of thing, right? Today's price action has been very up and down, very chop, but we definitely have a direction, correct?
We do.
So I would say, for instance, when okay, so highlight your typical time frames. that
Right
you look
now,
at.
it's the 1 hour, the 15, and the 5.
Right? So, given we have a lower activity, lower volume after the weekend, after the bank holiday as well, and obviously the US being out, this is typically when I would drop down to a lower time frame for the same strat on a higher time frame. And then you can kind of see the same construction. And I know you're like, oh, the 1 minute, right? It brings connotations or whatever from how you typically look at things. But when you do actually break it down and say that, okay, no, we don't have the same volume. So therefore, if you extrapolate this lower time frame volume up to the higher time frame, it's about the same. So you can actually trade in between here. You just have to understand the regime, what is going on. Say it's a market holiday, and in particular, this time we had NFP prior as well. Now, NFP came through negative, so therefore, for certain assets, that was very positive. Then we had the downdraft because we went into the holiday period, into the Friday. Otherwise, we probably would have got a second kick on from that, like we do in a normal NFP. Didn't quite get that. We got a small one, but then it dropped off. Coming into Monday here, same deal, kind of consolidation, and now just wandering around, waiting to find that. So probably tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, we find that actual pickup. But that also means that when you get these kind of days on something like a Monday, like now, you have a very confined channel, and you're unlikely to sort of just snap out above or below that.
So trade the channel.
Yeah, so you can definitely take very much take advantage of that. So you just go bang, bang, and you just go point to point, point to point, point to point, point to point. Right, the whole way through.
Fair enough.
So that's something where even if you go your 1, 2, 3, 4 approach, it might be a bit tighter, but at the same time, nap that out here. Here, you can go inverse through here. Inverse, inverse, inverse. Yes, this feels like we're looking at it like in hindsight, right?
I mean,
But
fair
we
enough.
Have this
but like the
structure,
concept
we have
is
this
the
structure
same.
picked up during Asia, right?
Yeah.
So you can then pull out the rest of this structure going through early Europe, London session, and you could play that the way through. And that at least gives you something to trade through the day. And so the general thing is then understanding that macro backdrop from the prior, in this case, there would be more of an upside tilt in general. Right? So you also play into that, which it tends to then lag. And then we see as the full volume comes back into the market, you'll see that full pickup, and then we run. So
Okay, so I can maybe extrapolate a little bit more as to the decisions that I normally go through. It's just that
definitely.
For myself, it's the idea that if I stay consistent, it's keeping to the same time frame, same trade setup, and so on and so forth, because those were tested. Those are the stuff that I've tested that I'm comfortable with. The moment I go onto the lower time frame, maybe I go into it with the exact same mindset as I do when I go into the 5 minute. So I'm trying to see the same kind of moves on the 1 minute as I do on the 5 minute, which I think, given what is happening right now, kind of like proves to me that there might be a gap in my learning when it comes to trading the 1 minute. Because I'm looking at the 1 minute as if it's the 5 minute, and I'm looking for the same setup as if it's on the 5 minute, and I'm looking for the same level of movement. Let's say still 40 point stop loss, 160 point take profit point on the 1 minute. It's that you need to adapt, but you're adapting the time frame without adapting your thinking around that time frame. And I think that might be the problem with me, is that I'm looking at that 1 minute as if it's the 5 minute, and I don't change anything else. So the idea that what you're saying makes 100% sense. Now the question is, do I have the capacity mentally to to set aside, this is 5 minute, and this is how you look at the 5 minute. Forget about the 5 minute and how you would normally trade it. This is the 1 minute. This is how you would approach the 1 minute. So that's definitely something for me to spend some time and think about. All right, on a day like today, where given the circumstances from the previous week, it is a Monday. Mondays generally earlier sessions. I'm saying earlier sessions, I'm referring more to like London session open into, let's say, 3 or 4 hours into London session. You kind of have this lull. You can still participate in it, but you're going to have to completely change your approach from the 5 minute and not trade it as if it's the 5 minute. So I can spend some time to work on a strategy that would be specific for that day with those specific market conditions so that I could trade on the day. But then at the same time, my brain is like, no, don't do that. What you're doing is you are overexposing yourself on a day that you're forcing yourself to trade. So it's kind of like saying, I have to trade every day. And if I have to trade every day, I have to have a strategy for every single market, every single regime, every single day.
Yeah.
Which
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, which like in my mind right now, I'm trying to weigh up the pros and cons as we're speaking. And I can see the pros for going down to the 1 minute and having that strategy. But then my mind is like, how often does this happen? Is it worth it to have a 1 minute strategy?
Every Monday morning, in my opinion.
Every Monday morning, you know? So I'll think about it. I'll definitely go and put some backdrafted information together and see whether or not there's any efficacy for me to try and do that on a Monday where it's quiet like today. Wouldn't it just be best for me to wait until Tuesday or, you know, whatever you want to say? Yeah.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. I think it's one of those things where you do have to identify that and understand that, yes, this is a certain scenario that this does complement. You're not just doing this willy-nilly type thing. But I think the thing is, as we have, like, I know both of you guys often like to not trade on big news days in particular.
Yeah, in general.
Just because there is news, which the rest of the trading day might have actually been pretty good. But you're anchoring.
Well, I trade lower. Yeah, I trade earlier in the day prior to the news. I just don't trade the news event itself.
Yeah. But anytime you have that psychological anchoring to the news event, it's going to change that skew. And just because today is that day that it happens, often the pricing is coming in 2 or 3 days before. You're actually trading the news event before that without knowing it per se. You're just like, it happens to be today. Right?
Yeah.
So that's where that skew is. And I think you just have to adapt knowing where that is. Otherwise, if you calculate all the days that you tend to sit out or pull back a bunch, right, over the year and calculate how many days you're actually missing, and if you do actually have quality structure, you might be giving up a huge amount on the board, especially over a year, let alone month, week, whatever. Now, there's nothing wrong with trading like 2-3 days a week. You don't have to trade every day, of course.
I mean, if you're going to try and min-max, you're going to definitely want to take advantage of every opportunity that arrives. I think it has to be a fine balance, though, yeah.
In that sense of min-maxing, I've seen often with both of you guys, Rich and Will, where things actually line up for you, but because of that anchoring point of some kind of data, you're choosing to sit out. And now the question is, you have to choose to sit out on that data only if you have a quality, like you're fully informed on what that data is actually going to be or not be.
Yeah.
Does it help you or does it not help you? But instead, it's just arbitrary, I don't know what's going on because I don't follow that. So I'm just going to sit out by default. Right? Which is obviously not
I would say that's a portion of it. That's a portion of it. The other portion would be that I generally trade high stakes accounts that you can't trade big news events. So That's one, and the other one is I have predefined volatility and volume that I'm willing to trade, and I know that with news events, it's gonna have that like.
But not always, right?
Yes,
that's what I was saying. Like, hence it's
true,
a
yeah.
predetermined. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad for me. It's just a blanket default. There's news. I don't like it. I'm out. Type thing.
Yeah, fair. I see.
And so what I was trying to highlight that the prior 2 days before in trading, you might have been exposed to that news event in the run up and the pre-positioning to it already, and you're not taking that into account 100%, and more focusing on the actual day of release rather than the pre-run. So this is definitely more technical, more in-depth, advanced thinking around things. But it's just something I thought I'd highlight. Especially
I mean,
Rich. I thought you'd be like, okay, this is more in-depth, like poker strategy type elements.
It is. It definitely is. But it's like the idea of it. It's like when you're talking about anchoring points, and it's like, okay, I can definitely see where there's like a lack on my side of willingness to participate in certain events. And that there's this blanketing where I would say, look, I don't like trading this, but I have the reasons why. And it's generally because when I've backtested it, poor results. In terms of like why I've chosen my specific stop losses and take profits and those things. Yourself and Will would be a little bit more discretionary, maybe in terms of your approaches and your take profits and stop losses, where I'm a little bit more mechanical. So knowing that news events adds this level of volatility that has proven in the past to provide negative results for me. If I adjusted my approach and not have static take profit and stop loss points, I could participate in a news event with a little bit more gumption and say, you know what, fair enough, I'm going to have my stop loss all the way down over here and then see what it does from there. But I tried that in the past and I was super uncomfortable with it. So
that's fair.
In that regard, I'm like, okay, I understand this is like knowing when you're supposed to do exploitative play and when you're supposed to do GTO from a poker standpoint. So in that regard, I'll choose to rather do exploitative now, knowing that it is a bunch of newbie poker players versus, okay, this is like the highest of stakes, I'll just go GTO from here, you know? It's just that difference.
Yeah, and so that was the point of highlighting that, like, there are those further levels that you can start to tack onto and start to tackle, but you don't have to, right?
Yeah.
That was kind of the point I was getting into. Like, it's there, and when you're comfortable actually getting into that, then go into it. But if you're not quite there, don't mess up everything you're doing and potentially ruin yourself just because you want to push certain levels. So I think that's one thing with trading where people don't really think about that, where you push too hard sometimes, where you want to like kind of overlearn, over commit. With most like skills or something else you have to learn, like all you do is commit like time element. And you maybe go over your skis and you spend 10 hours on something and you're like, I spent 10 hours on that and I still don't really understand it. And it's some high level math or poker math or something else. And you're like, damn, this is going to take me some time. Normally in trading, you're doing that plus also applying that in the real market and you can lose money in real time. So that's the difference where if you got something good and it's working, stick with it. But of course, be aware of these other portions of the market that you can start to level up, because that will gradually increase your current position as well. But level into it, like very gently,
gradual. Dip your toe in the water first before you just jump on the deep end of the pool. Just like kind of dip your toes in and then we were informed that our numbers have increased because X has joined us. It seems as though the X platform is running at the moment. We've got 320 viewers in from the X platform. So if you're in on X, not congratulations, welcome on finding us here on the 5ers. So hope you enjoy. your stay.
Yeah. I was just looking on the YouTube and I thought, oh, we've only got 170. I was like, where are we getting these numbers from? I went over to the X and we have got 321 of you guys watching right now. So absolute legends, my man. If you are watching on X, we do really appreciate you smashing that like button and repost. Repost the stream if you haven't already. Again, we really do appreciate you guys sharing the stream. So yeah, make sure you like it, repost it, and come comment. Feel free to come comment, and because we can see your comments, they do pop up onto our stream as well. So don't think that interaction is just for the YouTube stream. Make sure you get involved. Also, yeah, like I said, we're 5 away from 500 live viewers right now, which is really cool.
Yeah, really appreciative of you all. Thank you very much. And if you're watching live on X, join us here on YouTube as well. And
come
vice versa. If you're on YouTube, go and have a look at the X platform as well.
Yes, indeed. We're getting a break above the high on the NASDAQ now, which is really interesting. Just going to see if we can get a close on that. We've also had a break and close lower below the previous low now on the S&P, which is cool because I am forward testing this trade on the S&P, which you guys are aware about. But we seem to be getting a pretty nifty mitigation against it. So Nas is looking nice. In fact, Nas is looking really nice. I'm gonna forward test a buy. Like I said, I'm not trading this.
Yeah.
My head's not quite in it today. I'm a little bit tired, as you guys know. So I think I'm gonna forward test the idea if we do get a nice close above.
I think this is that pre-market wake up now. We're getting closer to New York Open now. This is that pre-New York like pre-session trading, basically. So. Say again, Will?
We literally just hit 500. We've got 502 live viewers right now. So big shout out to you all. Absolutely beautiful. All of those that are watching on the YouTube, like and subscribe. All of those watching on the X, make sure that you repost, like it, and come follow us on X. Why not? Yeah, big shout out to you all.
Please do. So talking about like pre New York session open, basically, so pre New York session trading, roughly around 12 GMT, you'll start seeing a little bit of volume increase on gold and on the indices as well. So something to take into consideration now, that this can be that preamble to the New York session's direction, or it could be that fake out direction where we're trying to push a little bit up. So we're technically positioning sells. So we're trying to push up a little bit higher so that we can get a better sell position in for the New York Open to start pushing price lower. I don't know. We've been bullish the whole day, but it's a meander. It's such a slow upward tick that I would have thought that potentially we're going to try and push lower after such a move. Like you can imagine, Tokyo session was very, very bearish. We had a attempt at a bullish push. So if you're looking at the amount of time that we were in that bearish drop down during the Tokyo session versus the amount of time that we were in on this bullish movement, the volume itself came in during the Tokyo session, where right now the attempt is not really there. So I don't know if we're going to have this break higher. I'm thinking more of a break lower.
Yeah,
It's building up.
If you head over to the S&P real quick on the 5 minute. Check out that drop. That is.
I will say, with what Will's talking about, I agree that this level on the S&P is actually probably going to determine the NASDAQ as well.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's a little bit like, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I'm really like this.
Yeah, we've had like a rotation from tech, which is why S&P's held up a bit better when we've seen the big drawdowns on the NASDAQ. But if the S&P can't actually start to corral higher, and you have NASDAQ being a bit languishing, start to move lower. That is my overall towards the end of the month. I think we do gradually go lower, like I was saying before.
Dip lower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, is it this week or next week that kicks off?
Is that the question? Is it this week or
Yeah.
next week?
Yep.
Gold
Yep.
tried to push a little bit bullish, lost all of its momentum, in my opinion. Just meandering a little bit. So 5 minute, once again, we had this nice attempt at a sell-off. We did break lower than the previous session's low, at least with some gumption. And then we just lost all of that downward momentum. And now we've come into this little bit of sideways action on gold. So I'm waiting patiently for New York session to open up, because I think that's where we're definitely going to get spikes and then the directional move for the rest of the day. EU ended up going in our direction that we had this morning. When before we left, it was somewhere around here where I said, look, I want us to have a bit of a retracement and then continue lower. We did have that, but then eventually that basically got taken back up again to these highs over here. Just missed it a little bit. Just missed those highs again there. Made a low. We've made a higher low swing, so there is a potential that this is now going to start picking up. Especially considering that this high point here needs to be this strong sell off here. And
Your hang on 2 seconds, Rich. Your mic's gone a little bit funny.
Bep, 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 bep.
Oh, no, you're back. Yeah, you're all good. Maybe it was me. I don't know.
No, it could be me. My earphones didn't work this morning either. So I was just like,
Dude, don't you just love technology? Do you? Brilliant.
yeah. So I had to restart my interface and whatnot, my audio interface, and then once it restarted, it was like back to normal.
Yeah, oh, nice. Happy days. Well, that was a nice little pause. Everyone just decided to go. What was this? A minute silence. In remembrance for the S&P.
In remembrance. There we go.
In remembrance.
Indeed. The S&P, oh, hello. We got a little bit of volume in it now to the upside, bit of a pullback, but it was looking nice for some selling off. We seem to be getting a bit of a pullback now. I like that it's broken and closed under this previous low here. That's nice. I like that it's had the consolidation here. That's nice. It's now broken out. Oh, hello. Bit of volume coming in, clearly. Bit of volatility. Yeah, I like the S&P right now. I will be honest. This is looking relatively nice. I'm just trying to think, like, where would the potential points of reversal be, or the potential points of continuation, depending on your trend.
We had that channel from the Tokyo low basically to the London high, which was broken now and effectively retested. So a whole channel. So if it's going to potentially set up to start pushing lower, maybe from here. So that whole channel that you had there, basically.
Yeah. Let's get my...
Are you in a buy, LJ?
For what?
On the S&P, because I can see your chart and you've got like a...
No, this is on the Aussie.
Oh, on the Aussie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah. So not quite the S&P, but I think this is pretty good. I think overall on indices on FX we are going higher. This is a trade from last week. I think Euro also runs higher. I think the dollar starts to turn around. Now, I will say this is definitely not the consensus trade right now. I'm going to say, put myself out there just like last week with the NFP and say, I think this is where we're going. So I think dollar comes off We didn't get this push higher. Whether we got this final push, if I go outside the 1 minute right now. This would have been today's final push for today, and then straight off. So we've seemed to have stopped out a little bit early, and not quite getting that. Let's delete all this. So I think from here, the dollar actually goes down, and we keep going down for the next couple of weeks from here. Now, this is very counter consensus, like I was saying, to the broader market, definitely most of Wall Street, banks, all that kind of stuff, if you listen to Bloomberg, that kind of thing. But I'm very happy with this trade. Feels very reminiscent of last year with the Trump tariffs, with gold, that kind of stuff, where we hit those kind of peaks, turn around, everyone is still talking about further up and up, but we've got this shift right here. So that's my base metric. So same thing with euro dollar from here. I think we eventually go up towards 115.30 and then 116 after that.
Oh, in euro,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna have
The
to
intermediary high is about 114.80 between that. So it's 1, 2, 3 from there.
Yeah, nice. Right, sorry, LJ, I'm just going to have to interrupt you real quick because I've just realised the time. I got to shoot off. I'm going to go have some lunch and then crack on with the final stages of one of the things that I'm working on in the background. So that's coming to an end. But in the meantime, guys, thank you very much. Make sure that you stick around, ask these two gentlemen some awesome questions. We got some other hosts coming through shortly. Again, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel if you are new here. And if you are watching over on the Twitter live, there is over 370 odd of you now, which is amazing. Make sure that you get involved in the live chat. Make sure that you do click that like button, share the live stream, and come follow us over on Twitter, or on X, sorry. Anyway, for now, I'm going to love you and leave you. Peace!
Cheers, Sir William. And then there were two, the macro monkey and the stream monkey.
Two.
Two monkeys.
I think it says stream manager there.
No. It's you
gotta change
don't
that
have your
to
glasses
monkey?
on. It says
Think,
stream monkey.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's the M and then it's monkey. It's a stream monkey.
Do I have to change mine to wait? So is this how you spell monkey?
yes. ANAGER. Unky.
Did I spell it right?
Yes. 100%. Macro monkey. LJ, the macro monkey.
Oh, we're definitely going back to monkey. I like macro monkey. It's fun.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're gonna keep that. Nice.
I see. Sorry, you wanted to say?
No, that's right. No, I was talking while thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I will say
thinking out loud.
Yeah. With this 1 minute type thing on the NASDAQ, we have completed those moves I was talking about. So it might be something to look into. It won't be all the time, so it's not something you have to be too chronic on. But sometimes these days can actually be much better than prior days, weeks, because it's very consistent. It's ding, 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 right? The whole way through. So if you nail that, pretty good. Back testing it is very hard.
Yeah, it is.
To programmatically do it. If you're going to backtest manually, where you enter and exit yourself, you'll get better confirmation. But yeah.
What is your week looking like, LJ? How busy are you this week?
Oh, cooked busy, mate, this week, actually. Yeah, not great. Thursday, Friday, I expected to have a much, bit of a catch-up week and have a bunch going on pretty smooth. Internet out again and again, that kind of thing.
Struggling with that myself.
Got backlogged with a bunch of stuff. Saturday, I did watch the soccer for Australia in the morning, then had to get up, went to see a friend's band play, or not band,
Nice.
Whatever you want to call it.
Boy band, group.
Group band, whatever, same deal. Went to a housewarming after that, then watched the Australia-Ireland game after that.
Oh, I
was
watched the
actually pretty
South
good.
England one.
I didn't get to watch that because apparently my streaming service has now swapped it up that you can't watch the foreign games, only local games.
Oh, okay.
I was pretty ticked off because I tried to watch the South Africa game.
Yeah, it was a
work.
slaughter, mate. It was a slaughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
What was the actual end score?
dude, it was 7 tries to 3 in favor of South Africa.
That's pretty good. Because did you watch the Australia game at all? I know you were busy on the weekend.
No,
Like, you had
that
other
one
stuff.
would have been way too late for
Yeah.
me. So the end score was 45-21.
Okay, that's pretty good. Well done. That's a win.
I mean, you know what is that that saying? Like we expected nothing different. You know, it's that thing. It's just like it was the
Yeah,
expected
I know you guys are on top of the world right now. All right, pipe down.
What do you mean right now? We've
Come
been
on.
on top of the world for years.
No. Hush. Maybe a little bit, but hey.
FX Darth Vader saying, I think today is a no trade in London session. Wait for New York. Let's wait and watch. I 100% agree with you. For me, I'll just wait.
From here to New York, I do agree, to be fair. I think at this point we haven't had major moves. We did get the moves of NASDAQ, at least near term, very low key. Apart from that, like FX hasn't been moving pretty much at all. Euro-dollar's been in this like no real directions, kind of up, kind of down, kind of just wafting about. Same with the Aussie right here. I do have this Aussie trade. We've come up, we've come down, we've come up, we've come down. If you look this is on the 1 minute. If we go to the 5, same deal. You can see it. There's no clear. It's just churning in this structure right here overall. So not really helpful. Pound definitely has had more runners per se.
Yeah.
But still consolidated within a certain bracket as well. So I think we're waiting for this. I must say, I think the upside is exposed. Same
You think
with
so?
the euro and the Aussie. Yep. I think we
Okay.
got dollar downside.
All right. I was in the opposite direction to that this morning, in the sense that I
Yeah.
thought that we were going to at least try and pull a little bit deeper and then pick up on EU and GU, but we did not get that on GU. GU failed to go to where I anticipate. I thought GU was going to come down to 133.20. That's what I thought. And then EU,
Down through, yeah.
I thought we were going to go to 114 flat. And we just didn't get that. Well, on EU, not yet, because it does look like EU might have a little bit more of a say, but GU definitely didn't want to come close to that point. There was a question here from Darth Vader asking, hey, Rich and LJ, which is your favorite song, when you are in a trade? So first and foremost, do you listen to music while you're trading?
Normally, yes. Dude, all day, I'm listening to music all day, every day. When I wake up, and I get up, I start my day, I have a bit of pre-workout, bit of protein, my electrolytes, that kind of stuff. Immediately put it on the Bluetooth speaker, start playing some music, get into the vibe, start going through all my data, that kind of thing. The only time I don't have music, honestly, is when we're on stream.
On the stream,
right now,
yeah.
which I hate. Actually, I gotta say I hate because it's so natural to me. I would love if we could like have that. It's hard to have it in the background because you can't hear people, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I gotta say, definitely A1. Yes, I have like a trading sort of playlist, which is very. Maybe we can share. Only thing is, I use Apple Music, so it's easier to share on Spotify. But I could make a Spotify playlist to be the equivalent. We can do some.
I have a
traders
YouTube.
playlist.
Yeah, I have a YouTube playlist that's my daily music that I place. But we can't play any of that music on the live stream because we would get copyright struck so quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
It's different on Twitch, not the same on YouTube. So, yeah.
no, I mean still on Twitch they'll claim like Sony or whatever would claim your revenue from Twitch.
Yeah, for the after. It's
So you
It's
won't
a
get like copyright strikes,
rorted
but
system.
they would just go and say, look, you used our music without our go ahead, and we're claiming all of your revenue that you made on the day, that kind of like thing. So it's nasty business. But at least this stream does not get monetized, so it doesn't really impact us on a financial level, let's put it like that. But what it does do, however, is it makes so that when your YouTube channel gets displayed or suggested to other people, the algorithm itself is going to not enjoy you getting copyright strikes. So it's going to be less likely that your channel will be recommended to other people because they view it as this person is, using other people's content to make their content. It's a whole thing. So yeah,
Reduces the exposure.
Exposure, yes. What music do you listen to? Like what genre of music, or is it like anything goes?
Okay, that's fair. I think the main core trading, like it depends when I've got a slightly different mood, but it will be rap. Definitely, it's always rap. And I go a mix between modern rap and sort of 80s, 90s, old school type rap.
Okay.
And then I go a slight dash of like a cross between like house, tech, trance.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. A little bit more trance music.
It's more of it's very selective, right? Because obviously the rap stuff is very more upbeat, and it's very it's all very curated. Put it that way.
There's intention
great
behind
song.
every song.
Yeah, one of the greatest songs, and I remember this. I was playing this when I actually made my biggest profit ever trading, which was Big Fish. Right? If you guys know this song, I was playing that, and I crossed like a 6-figure trade at the time, and I was just in the zone, in the vibe. Great, amazing.
I predominantly listen to rock and metal music. So, obviously, LJ, you've seen me play bass. You've heard some of the songs that I listen to. When I trade, I listen to music. Not super loudly, but just it's kind of like that. The music can both calm you down, but it can also excite you as well. So. Yeah. It depends on what I'm looking for on the day specifically. If I want to be in a calm mood, let's say I had a very exciting morning, then I will try and have the music be a little bit more calming. So I'll play softer rock, let's put it like this. All right. However, if I want to get into the beat, then yes, I think it was Usam said I listen to speed or thrash metal. Listens to speed or thrash metal. I would rather say maybe a bit more like speed metal. you know, I'll if I want to get it like really upbeat, I'll maybe listen to some Dragon Force or something to that feel, just to kind of like get in the mood and just start headbanging a little bit. But in general, it's more metal and rock for me. So most of the people in chat is not going to enjoy my music, but that's okay. I enjoy my music, and yeah.
I would say I'd then go to rock, just like you, Rich. Like as the breakup, so it'd be like more like AC/DC, Black Sabbath, that kind of thing, but not so much like heavy stuff like you will often go to, right? So
a way heavier, more like
AC/DC, Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin.
Those
Pink
are all like
Floyd,
soft rock to me.
like, exactly.
Like soft
Which,
rock,
a bit of Papa Roach in there, that kind of stuff. That would be more rock. Queens of the Stone Age, that kind of thing.
Oh, dude, I love Queens of Stone Age. Love them.
Yeah.
Once again, like, but that's like more. I view it as like psychedelic rock as well. It's you can't focus on that. You want to like hop around and you kind of want to do something. So I can't focus when I'm listening to those.
Yeah.
Especially if it has a very specific drum beat as well. Then I'm constantly sitting here and tapping my feet and tapping the table, and I'm not focusing on the chart.
It's too fast, too hard. Yeah. The deepest I'd probably go is like Rammstein. Right, that's probably.
I mean,
it, as far as that.
I don't.
Whilst I'm like working and trying to like do stuff.
Yeah.
And trying to be engaged.
I can't listen to. Do you know who Electric Callboy is?
No.
So they're a German metal / synth electronic / house they're like synth metal. They're like electronic metal, basically. And they have all of these dance tracks that they metalify, let's put it like that. So you have 7-string guitars, like very chudgy, chuck, music and whatnot. But it is so fun to listen to them. So I can't be in front of the chart and listen to that at the same time. It's impossible, because I want to jump around and I actually want to pick up my bass and I want to play along to it. So it completely distracts me. It's just completely, it distracts me entirely. And you can't take it seriously either, because it's the most non-serious metal. They're not singing about the typical rock and metal stuff, like valor and honor and all that kind of like stuff. They're singing about going to the gym, or an elevator that goes up and down. It's just like typical silly stuff. Anyway, gold is selling off right now. We've got that 20 minutes past 2 time that. Who was it that said that? I think it was Quibus. Quibus saying 12:22 GMT, which is 2:20 GMT. Right now, we're getting a bit of a move on gold. Exactly. So, moving nicely.
Agreed. That's fair. I still want to see this slight pickup a bit higher before I'd be willing to short confidently.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for the New York Open. I'm going to wait for New York Open to decide whether or not I want to get in on either gold or NASDAQ. I think S&P also, like Will was saying, maybe there's a potential that this is going to be a short-term run to the upside and then an absolute sink-off on S&P. I don't know. We've respected that channel so nicely. Yeah.
Yeah, it has.
But you never know
a
on the
number
day.
of times, right?
Yeah. I think my chart's frozen. There we go.
We want to go to your chart?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to... There we go. So I wanted to just zoom out a little bit on the 5 minute, and then it was like doing this. It was like lagging. My internet has not been great today at all. So... all right, let's remove that. Let's do that, and then let's just try and build that same idea. So basically, it was from this segment, I think, that LJ was referring to. Maybe this or that. No, actually, I think if I look at this, there is a potential to push higher. I don't think we're going to push lower from here. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. If we're gonna push lower, it's probably not going to sweep past this point here. I think we can potentially see this segment here as the potential lows if we're gonna pull back lower. So what's that? 7,485. So what is that? About 30 points lower? Yeah, give or take 30 points lower. We'll probably sell off a little bit to get to this point over here. There's also another, it's actually this area here is the better point. Yeah, maybe. Not sure. Anyway, we've got a few people in right now. Lazio, hello, Richard and LJ. LJ just accidentally stepped on his router, so he switched his PC off. Rajesh is saying market is too slow right now. We're waiting for New York. We're waiting for the New York session to open up. Last week we had a bank holiday on Friday. Mondays, even without the bank holidays on the previous week, already can be a little bit more of a let's wait and see what the rest of the week is going to give us. Add a bank holiday to that, and then you just see price action be a little bit sideways. Not completely sideways. There is still a little bit of directional movement. However, it's been up, then down, then up and down. So we don't really have continued directional movements. We have a little bit of a channel, a weak channel. So if I go, where's my mouse now? If I go to NASDAQ as an example, this is on the hourly. You can see the slowed price action. This is very slowed. It's the same as what we had over there. It's still upward ticking, but very slow. And then when you start getting volume and whatnot, start getting momentous movements, it's to the downside. Obviously, this was a news event that caused that, but slowing down ever so slightly to me on the hourly on NASDAQ, very, very slowed. So I don't know if this is going to be one of those where we have a slowed portion and then eventually start selling off, maybe trying to sweep those lows. But as of right now, very, very slow for me.
I'm back.
Yo. Usam saying, rich, old school, heavy metal, thrash, and hard rock for me. Oh, yeah. Like proper Finnish metal, Swedish melodic death metal, that kind of like stuff. Yes, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I grew up on that. That's what I grew up on. So that and metalcore. I was a very big metalcore fan. And then obviously alternative metal. I was a very big fan of that as well. Yeah. Very much my genre.
Depends what you're listening to whilst trading as well. Because I'll go deeper on other things when we're not trading, right? Mm. But when you're trading, I'm like, okay, I need like a channel per se, you know.
Once again, music has this tendency of like taking you away from reality. At least that's my experience. It's that escapism as well. So if I want to stay centered and watch the screen, I can't be listening to that escapism kind of music. Not too deeply at least. So I try to have it in the background. Like I know there's a lot of people that do the lo-fi beats and stuff like that for concentration, and I have found that having ambient noises helps more for concentration than listening to, for argument's sake, lo-fi or whatnot. But that's because everybody has different like brain structures and whatnot. So you used to have this like ambient noise of like a library. So where you have like, I don't know, like somebody like paging through a book, and then you can hear that paging, or you hear like the in the background, you know, someone clearing their throat and stuff like that. It kind of like puts you into that I'm in a room for learning, or I'm in a room for study, and then it helps with that. But if I'm listening to the wrong kind of music, it's like, no, it's not learning time, it's party time. We're rocking right now. So, Void saying try atmospheric funk. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Lazio saying, I've been refining my strategy lately because I've been reading the market like someone that is lost. Interesting.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that there's a fair few people that are struggling with that exact same thing right now, where they feel kind of undecided on what the market's supposed to be doing. Lazio, tell me a little bit more about, A, what are you refining within your strategy? And then secondly, why do you feel like you're reading the market as if you are lost? What about the information is not really sitting right with you? Is it because, A, you're trying to predict the market and it's not going against you, or it's not going in your favor? Like your predictions are more wrong than they are right? In which case, okay. Or do you feel like you're disassociated with the market in general? Like you don't know where you want to see what? Like, is it a trade by trade basis? Is it the whole market as a whole? Tell us a little bit more. Go into a little bit more details for us, please.
Indeed. There you go.
The5ers YouTube. That's your like day-to-day.
It's where you go to sleep with. You're like, time to nod off. Oh, 5ers YouTube in the background. Oh,
It's lulling me to sleep.
Yep.
Gold having a little bit more of a sell-off right now. Let me just switch that market session on again so you can see where we're sitting. Little bit of flat consolidation across this little segment here. I got a little bit of volume right now, exactly at that point that Quibus was referring to, that 20 minutes past 12 GMT pre-New York Open on gold. There may be an attempt to try and sweep the lows of the day, maybe even a little bit lower, but we are about 1 hour away from the New York Open. So if you are to enter, maybe be a little bit cautious pre-New York. I mean, we don't have like high impact news today. So
I would say if you wanted to get long, this would be my point to get long. To be honest.
So you would much rather us just tap that area and then start pushing up?
Yeah, probably. So now that we're here, right? I look for some further push higher overall. So when Dirk was around, this is what we were looking at. A potential slight kick higher, then a dip down, a slight lump, and then either we crack lower and come into this base support and then push higher. This would probably be like more of a tomorrow type situation.
4-1.
Or we come up through here and then push beyond, right? So this could be extrapolated to next couple days, right?
Yeah.
Now, where we are, since we've had that short extension and then the drop, as long as we hold here, I don't mind buys, to be honest.
We're currently, what is that, 100 moving average? Or is that the 200, the yellow
200.
one?
200.
200.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like how volumetric that attempt was going into the 200. I would much rather want to see it slow down and then like kind of like lull in that area and then have a deep wick and then a continuation up. Almost as if to say, we tried to push lower, too much buyers pushing price up. That kind of like idea.
I just deleted the gold position on here. God damn it. Alright, hang on.
Just control X
let me
until...
find it again.
Yeah, just control X until you're done.
Yeah, it doesn't work for listed products.
Oh, unlisted.
Hang on.
Because it's supposed to put your drawing back again if you've accidentally deleted it.
Yeah, no, I deleted it off the watch list.
Oh, you deleted this on the right.
Yeah, just by a hair. I was trying to click the other gold chart that doesn't have everything up.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. On the lower time frame, on the 15 minutes on gold, we're respecting this 50 EMA right now. On the 5 minute, we should be just below it as well. Just a little bit of a dip. Little bit of consolidation in this section. Just price struggling to decide across this time frame where it wanted to go, or at least it was content where it was. Now, bear in mind that that whole consolidation section was about 8 points. So $8 of price movement on gold. Not the biggest of ranges, but yeah. Lazio saying, I just feel disconnected as a whole lately. Not sure, because I can see the trend and potentially where we are going, and then I find myself entering too early and get stopped out, then watch the market move and trade in the trade ideas direction. Why did you decide to jump in early? Let's ask that from that example. If you see the move building up, what do you use as confluence decisions to take the trade? And if you do get knocked out as well, is that according to your plan and whatnot? Why didn't you?
Tight?
Yeah, was your stop too tight?
Because you could get in early, but have like a 150, 200 pip stop. You're not going to get cut out, and then it will run. So you might be a bit too tight within that preconditioning as well.
Yeah. Like, I can give you an example. Let's say hypothetically with EU, I decided I wanted to take a sell because I believed that we were definitely going to carry on going down. And I decided that this break that we're having here, the break of the Tokyo low with this candle, I was going to decide to get in. That could have been a bit too early. I should have potentially waited for price to do its break and then retest and then maybe potentially continue lower. And then instead of getting in over there, I could have gotten in over there as an example. Now, depending on how tight my stop loss would have been, I could have had a trade here with my stop loss above this recent swing point over here, or even that recent swing point over there as an example. But let's say hypothetically I decided, that's too much, I want to have it there, I would have gotten stopped out. But that exact same move, if I had done it from here, I would not maybe have needed to have my stop loss that size. I could have had it just above the most recent swing point as an example. And both trades still went in the same direction. One was like a preemptive, I can see it's going in that direction, but maybe I should wait for the retest as an example, or I should maybe wait for the London session to first have 15 minutes to go past before I decide to take an entry. What confluences do you add to make that decision, Lazio? FOMO, I guess. I mean, fair.
Yeah.
We all experience FOMO. The question is now, if you're experiencing FOMO and you're seeing the move play out, not in your favor, the initial trade. So you entered on the trade, it knocks you out. What gives you pause to not want to get in again? Do you think that because you hit stop loss that your trade idea is now null and void? So your original idea was to take a sell, you were just a bit too preemptive, you a little bit too quick. If you waited maybe a few more minutes and then decided to get in, would the result have been different? Would you have chosen the same swing points? Would you have chosen the same place to take a stop loss and stuff like that? The question just being, you had FOMO and then the trade was based on FOMO.
Yeah.
Whereas the follow-up trade was maybe the one that you actually needed to be in. Now you need to ask yourself a question, why did I not get in on that one? As an example. You see, this is what I really like about our community. Is like, even if we, as the hosts, are explaining something, there's something that people in chat also give advice for. And I love that. I think this is awesome. So Exo Skeptical is saying, Lazio, watch for the daily candle to move in your direction first, at least to 1/4 of the total expansion you are experiencing or expecting out of it. This way you can probably catch the market in the expansion phase, reducing the possibility of it hitting you out. It was the same phase before. Then just try retrace entries and keep it slightly bigger stop loss. So even as we're like asking questions, there's like people giving some like advice of their, their viewpoint, which I think is great. And I don't think you get this anywhere else. I don't think you get this on any other stream. So I think it's cool.
I agree. I think it's good. Like everyone's here to like help each other, that kind of stuff. As are we. You guys can pump this stuff all day, every day. We can extrapolate that and try and help you, of course. I think it's more of just an entry criteria, right? Like a timing type situation. Now, you always hear from rhetoric in the general sphere of trading/investing that timing doesn't matter. Don't try and time the market. That comes much more from the investing spectre, which you can say, yes, kind of true, but not true, because all the best gains are made from actually timing things correctly, undoubtedly. Now, the thing is that professionals will be doing that. What you hear in media, don't do that, because they want you to transact, right? They're running a business as well. So they don't want you to be waiting 6 months, 9 months to actually put in a large portion of your capital. They want you to constantly buy in the way through. So there's a split between the marketing, the sales type aspect, and what is actually best for your trading or investing. So the same thing, whereas that is more investing oriented, it will go the same thing for your trading. You do have to try and find those best entries. Not just jump in with the general direction at whatever level. You have to find those like a break, pullback, extension. You get in on that pullback, looking for extension. If you got in a bit higher, you might get stopped out. If you jump in after getting stopped out, now you're already down, then you're gonna change your sizing. You jump in after the break or you get in late because you already got stopped out. Now it starts running, it goes above the previous high, and you're a bit concerned. You do get a push higher, then it does snap back there again, because that is what's typical. You now want to keep the stops quite tight. You get taken out, and the whole way through, you're actually correct in the direction, but your positioning, you've gone stopped out, stopped out, stopped out, even though you're trying to go long the whole time. So you are correct, but you got knocked out, right? Because you're playing too tight with that.
Yeah, I think that is a perfect analogy of FOMO. You jump in because you want to front run. You're seeing something is happening, but you want to front run it. And then you at the same time want to capture the best trade. But because it's basically, hypothetically, let's say hypothetically, you're trading gold on the hourly and you're seeing this, right now, this movement. And you're like, I want to sell. So what are you going to do? You're going to go and you're going to put your sell in right there. You're not waiting for for it to close because you want to get in on it right now. But to you, this is like, no, I'm aiming for over there. I don't want to 1 to 1.5. I want to risk 1% so that this can make 5%. Where does my stop loss need to be for that? So you do that, and then you come all the way down here, and you're like, all right, that's the trade. You might be correct about the direction, but your entry in this point is way at the bottom here. It might be almost at the end of the move, or it might be an impulsive move or something. And then all price needs to do is just...
Or even just go all the way up to that wick that you have, right? The other box, the higher box, right? You go lower high, then come off.
Yeah,
right?
But what I mean is like if you're trying to capture these kind of moves, you're entering on a impulsive movement relative to how non-impulsive the rest of the move was from the day. So you're on a break effectively. You're breaking in a direction, you're taking that trade, but you want to gather the most of that trade as you can, and you want it to be well worth your time. So you'll enter on something like this. fair enough. Everybody wants to get that 1 to 1.5 trades, that kind of like stuff. But now imagine this exact same entry, but you wait for price to retrace a little bit and then show the propensity of like, okay, look, we're flattening out here, and then we start pushing lower. And then you can maybe get in on a move that's over there, as an example, and then have your stop be a little bit larger, because now you have your take profit be a little bit larger, so that you can get to that same 1 to 1.5 as an example. And even then, maybe your stop loss is now above that swing point. Where if you're down here and you entered as an example over there, and your swing point stop loss is all the way up over there, you're going to get that 1 to 1.1 kind of trades, which is still a great trade, but the timing did matter here in this case. So 100% agree with what LJ is saying, 100%. LJ, I think you just muted yourself.
Did I? My bad.
Yeah,
I
you
did. Sorry.
You accidentally did.
So I'm saying, LJ, do you take breakout trades, or do you wait for the breakout trades to retrace recent lows first? So I will say I take basically a combination of both. So when we do get the breakout, normally I'll take like a partial to go up. So I'm in the trade. I'm exposed to that upside. But it'll depend on the tangential information, what's going on. If it's like off like news or something, and I have high conviction on that, then I'll go full commitment into that trade. Otherwise, I'll look for a partial, look for that to break. Normally, you do then get that pullback, and then I'll put in the rest of the trade in itself, and potentially sometimes extra on top of that on the pullback, right? So I want to be exposed in general in case we do run, because sometimes you get that run and you don't look back. So if we just get that, then I didn't get the full profit, but I got part of it. If we get that push, we get that pullback, as long as I'm still confident, then I'll put in the rest of the total of the trade, and then we see it go higher from there. So normally I do a partial. It's not a binary one or the other. I like to level into it in general. So.
Ease into it.
Victor!
Go Aussies!
Yeah, we kind of got knocked out, but hey.
Go Aussies, what? Go home, Aussies. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, go home. I think they actually touched ground today. They're already home now.
Aussies.
It's so sad, so sad. I don't know what they're doing. Honestly, we should have just had Patrick Beach take the shootout. I gotta say, I think we actually would have made it through if we had that.
How crazy of a result would that have been?
It would have been good, to be honest. I think definitely soccer is gaining more traction in Australia, put it that way, over the past while. It's always been like a languishing sport here. We have a number of other sports we're very, very good at. And we tend to like the more physical sports in general over here. Got more, I don't know, respect for it, put it that way.
I mean, if somebody would
soccer's
give you a
definitely picking up.
slide
People now
tackle-
seeing the like skill, the technical skill, and they're like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So if somebody were to come and slight tackle you as an Aussie, you won't be like writhing in pain, holding your ankle that wasn't touched. But what you would do is you would like probably stand up, beat the living crap out of the other person, and then continue playing, and just say, "Well, Australia." You know, that's how we do.
Yeah, dude. Like I said before, like I played futsal, which is not quite soccer, but indoor soccer. I played that for Queensland here, and the same deal. Yeah, whenever we had some of this scrap, it was much more akin to ice hockey than soccer. Like people scrap and shove and push and like all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's quite funny. But yeah, another strange thing actually with ice hockey is definitely picked up here in Australia. Weirdly, recently. So we'll see how we go there as well.
Do they
Mainly
play it
'cause
in summer?
Yeah, we've got certain buildings which you can play year round. But it's because of a couple of the Netflix / TV shows or whatever around ice hockey stuff, which has brought a inflood of predominantly female spectators coming to watch these games. But it's injecting them with more cash, right? With ticket sales, that kind of thing. And now it's definitely picked up. So there's more talks that we might actually have a handle in future ice hockey games from here. I mean, dude, my partner's gone to the past 3 or 4 of them as well, and it's fully sold out. These are completely sold out. You can't. There's people waiting outside to try and get in. They can't.
All right.
It's ridiculous.
And it's a female thing, I guess.
It's female driven from that that standpoint.
Perspective
Yes.
point.
Yeah.
But it's
There's,
male.
2
It's male ice hockey players, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
So
the whole
there's
driver,
2
right?
Yeah. There's 2 what are the 2 TV shows? There's I think one's on Netflix, one's on something else.
I mean, all you have to do is just watch the NHL. That's all you need to do, and then be like,
Anyway.
this is cool.
Yeah, they've now gone around the fact that a couple guys
Oh, Maple
beating
Leafs.
the shit out of each other in front of you is cool. Normally oh no, that's weird. You guys stop. Now they're oh, I watched this show and yeah, no, that's cool. No.
But they allow you to scrap, but then you both get sent off. So it's just
it's fine.
it's the enforcer, the enforcer position within ice hockey. Let's beat the living crap out of each other. Okay, we're done. Okay, both of us off of the field. Yay! Everybody enjoys maple syrup with their waffles and whatnot. Done and dusted.
Yeah. I played ice hockey for a very short period, but dude, it was fun. But I had rugby commitments, so. But I gotta say, dude, that's a baller sport.
Ice hockey.
That is definitely high skill. Yeah, high skill,
Very
and it's rough and tumble, or it has everything going for it. So I gotta say, respect.
Look, I
Massive
think
respect.
any sport is high skill, because it doesn't matter where you are on that skill point or on that ladder. There's going to be somebody above you that's got better ball skills, better agility, all of that kind of stuff, better handling, better field positioning, all of those things, knowing where they are, when they need to be where they are. So it is definitely, I think all sports are skill based, all of them. I don't think just a random person from the street can just rock up and be quote unquote Olympic level or quote unquote championship level. I just think that is just, it's something that you have to hone and you have to grow and you have to become better. And that's just sport in general.
I agree. Maybe except for curling.
Dude, even curling, it's difficult. It's a difficult sport. You have to constantly be there, low down,
did that my
and
first
then
time, dude.
sweeping.
I qualified for the Olympics my first time I tried out.
For curling?
I did this out of a piss take. There was a couple of us that all tried for this exact reason. And dude, we got straight in. So
Yeah, but that's because Australia had no representation. That's why.
funny enough, we actually have more representation for that than other snow sports in general.
Yeah, I mean, indoor.
Because the other ones actually take skill.
I don't expect
So it's
Australia
actually
to be,
this is
be
the
chosen
easy
for
inlet.
skiing or snowboarding. I don't generally see Australia, being the front runner of that. But then again, Jamaica, bobsledding. So I mean,
I was going to say snowboarding. We actually do very well. Snowboarding is actually the outlier. We do very well because we have a lot of skateboarding, and then hence the translation into that for that same reason.
Makes a lot of sense. Surfing as well, right?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
surfing. Chronic. I mean, surfing is very obvious, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
very
but
obvious.
surfing, boarding, and then you do the leap into.
Yeah, into it. Yeah, I see what you're saying,
Yeah.
Victor. You go 1 to 2 to 3. Yeah, definitely.
What about
Now
breakdancing?
that-
I gotta say, like Australia does, we do very well. Okay, don't. We can.
Oh,
we can
it's
forget-
LJ Raygun Lockie over here. Is gonna do some breakdancing for us.
Some kangaroo dancing.
Everyone in this country hates this woman. Okay, everyone. It is.
She was freestyling,
It's
bro.
so-
Don't like harp on her because she was freestyling.
It's so black and white.
It's a freedom of speech. I mean, it's a way of expression.
Yeah, you can't
There's
hate on
nothing
that.
wrong with it. Yeah.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, LJ? Hating on somebody expressing themselves. What are you, a hater?
I think for freedom of speech, we need to constrict that freedom of whatever that was, because that was not it. It was just-
Hereby banned forever.
I think it wasn't the dancing itself that was the problem. It was the what do they call that? The Olympian Committee that basically did the decisions in her coming to the Olympics.
Yeah, it was that. Yeah, she's a bit of a nepo baby type thing, and then also after, well, when she came back, there was a bunch of comedians that made comedic shows about her.
Yeah, about her showing. Yeah.
Yeah, and she tried to sue them all.
Yeah.
So everyone was just like,
For
dude.
defamation. For defamation.
So she scored 0 on, not just at the Olympics, she scored 0 on every single other type of framework as just a general societal individual in Australia. Right? That is un-Australian. Like, you got
That's like the most
make a joke, a bit of a spiel about you. She's like, gonna sue you. This, sue you. She's just like bad faith, especially in Australia. Like, the thing is, like, if you
LJ, I'm
something...
going to have to stop you there right now. I'm out of fear that the 5ers is going to get sued by her if you carry on talking about her. So let's move on from her. I don't want
the point is, like, the general thesis in Australia is you don't act away, you chill out, it's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Just cop it on the chin and move on. Just like we're going to move on right now. So,
Victor, I want to just throw this out there. You in your Spanish jersey, are you excited? Are you excited for the potential of the round of 16 becoming Spain's next level to upgrade to the level of 8?
Excitement is a gross understatement. It
Grossly
doesn't come to
underestimated.
scratch the surface of it. Excitement? Are you kidding me? I'm boiling here. I'm on fire. I'm waiting impatiently for that start of the game to start. On that note, LJ, are you still watching the games? I mean, I know now your team is no longer is knocked out. How open are you to switch teams? I mean, we have, I have another jersey of these. I can FedEx them to you.
Do you think it'll arrive by tonight?
I think well, maybe not tonight, but I don't think FedEx has a Mach 5 cargo ship, but but maybe for the next one, thinking, trusting that we are going to be in the next one. How open are you, LJ, to migrate to not a better team? No, not a better team, just a different team.
What do you mean, not a better team?
I'm talking to LJ. I mean, this is tailor-made for LJ. I need to keep, I need to be sensitive and not stop in his toes. Not a better team, just a different team.
He's trying to be gentle.
LJ.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's trying to be gentle. I understand. It's,
look,
soft guy.
Australia's been knocked out. Tim Payne is also gone, New Zealand. So I am lacking a personal team to support right now.
There you go.
I could be
1 +
potentially
1.
persuaded. Like you said, I might need to be bribed a little bit. Like, I don't know if...
What do you mean? There's a supply and
Bribed?
demand issue here. There's a supply and demand issue, LJ. Like, you don't need to be bribed. You have a demand for a team to support, and yet there's no supply of teams for you to support. And
Also,
Victor
there's
is supplying you with a team to support.
Let's
could
do
be-
this transaction.
Any team, Rich.
Let's
You-
supply
you're
your
wrong.
demand.
Wrong. There's a demand for one singular team, and I
Exactly.
have the total supply of picking any team to my favor. So actually...
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's a supply and demand issue here. You
so
don't need
that
to be
means I have
bribed.
Control. Right? There's one team that has been demanded. Right?
Which one is that? Which one?
I
Are you,
have
which team is in
supply.
demand?
Well, this is Victor's team, or if you're gonna try and bribe me, Rich, yourself, of whatever team you're picking.
Oh, I'm going with Spain.
There you go. There you go. Join the
So
bandwagon.
then I've got another...
LJ,
okay,
The
everyone
market
watch.
makers
okay,
have
I've got
decided.
14 to your 1-1, right here.
Yeah.
Right? If we
The,
go into
the
the next
market
round of
makers have
16.
decided Spain. Spain is the one to go for. Money on Spain. Come on.
Okay, Victor, give me your proposition. Let's put it this way.
How about this? Being a fan of the greatest team of this World Cup, being part of the winning team, knowing that your team will be, bringing the cup home. Home being Madrid, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Home. That's the best kind of offer any fan can have. Knowing that a priori they are on the winning team. That's all what it matters, right? Why are people supporting a team? It's to be on the winning team. That's the goal. So that's the ultimate offer here.
Victor is poaching fans.
So the offer is just being on the winning team.
You're not too impressed.
So I gotta basically saying like... So my options are, if I don't pick the winning team, I lose. If I pick the winning team and you don't win, I also lose. Correct?
Well, that is
So I've got
correct.
like
Yes.
33%, if we're doing very raw calculations, which are not realistic, but on that measurement. Yeah?
If you don't have any estimate of the probabilities of each, yes, it's 3 options with no knowledge of any probability. You would assume it's 1 to 3 or 1 out of 3, but that's the whole distinction when you choose a winning team. All these all of that becomes irrelevant. You just you go with the flow. You're in the winning team. You are in Valhalla. You are just joining the dream team. I mean, there isn't anything more beautiful than that.
Wait, Victor, you're saying Valhalla. You'll be in Valhalla. You can't be in Valhalla if you are choosing Spain. You want Norway for that.
Yeah, I was about to say.
If you want Valhalla, you go with Norway.
Well,
Otherwise,
true. Maybe not the best choice of word, but you got
So I got to pick Haaland right now. Like, oh,
Holland.
yeah, I mean, wouldn't that
Why
be
Haaland?
Cinderella story?
because
Well,
Norway.
it would be more like Hunchback of Notre Dame story.
I guess so. Although actually, just saying about this, I've been, trying to convince you, hardly able to, but trying to convince you to move over, LJ. Actually, in all honesty, I think France has the best chance. If
France,
you
you
watch the
reckon?
games, yeah, I think France has the best chance. Even though I'm supporting Spain, and I hope they get far. But to be honest, I think France has the better chance.
So you want me to back Mbappe?
If you follow the my logic, the consistency, then you would go for Mbappe. Yes, I would say so. Yes, if you watch the games, they are head and shoulder above in terms of quality above just about any other team.
I mean, they deservedly beat Sweden, but they struggled against Paraguay.
Yeah.
Not the blowout we thought it might be. Morocco absolutely destroyed Canada.
That was big, to be fair.
Yeah, that was proper. So, I mean, I don't think that this is a foregone conclusion, to be honest.
Well,
Morocco is putting up a fight.
Yes,
I don't think
there
they're going
are.
to go down without one.
no,
Yeah.
I'm sure they will. They're a good team. They have a very good team. But I mean, they can always. There's a probability they can win from France for sure, but it's not in their favor. I don't think
Very
not,
much so, yeah.
Yeah, I
They're
don't
not the
think it's-
favorites going in.
No, not only the favorite, but I mean, their chances are smaller, or are less than France's chances of winning. I think France has so much more talent and skill. Although Morocco has been a very, very good team. We need to admit that.
Yeah, I mean, Netherlands, I felt like had a good team and they were playing well, and maybe this win that they had over Netherlands was more the fact that Netherlands made mistakes rather than Morocco being great, but it could be that Morocco kind of like forced mistakes. It could be the pressure, whatnot. They still beat them, even though it was with the penalty shootout at the end. When Netherlands needed to deliver, they couldn't, and Morocco took that opportunity. But the Canada game, they absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah.
I will say,
Well,
I think France will win. Big
Yeah,
time. I will say that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they have the best chances, I would say, right now.
Yeah.
In the match you mentioned, Netherlands against Morocco.
Can we just Belgium needs to delete the US. I just want the US out. I'm sick of this
because they
US preference.
knocked
right? The same
out
thing.
Australia.
Yeah, well, we were talking mad about the the referee and that kind of stuff, and it was like, match fixing, and then now we've had the overturning of the red card.
Never
situation.
happened before.
No, last time was 1964. It has happened,
Oh, okay.
but it was 1964.
Yep.
That long
That
ago.
it was overturned. Okay. I thought it was
Yeah.
it never happened before. But even so, I mean, did you guys see the actual fault?
Nope.
That was a
The actual
was
goal.
that's a red card in whatever world anyone lives.
Yeah,
That's a
exactly.
red
Yeah,
card.
In
That's a
any day
red
of the
card.
week. Yeah,
Both
look.
sides. There's no way you cannot give a red card with that fault.
Correct.
And-
This
and
is
there's
why.
So
Mate,
we're
you've
saying
got this
USA is trying to make sure that their best player is available for this very crucial match against Belgium tomorrow. Well,
Correct.
Sure.
It's later
no other
today.
conclusion.
Later today. All right, so I want to do this. Let's forget about France and Morocco. Let's look at US, Belgium, Portugal, and Spain. What is your predictions? For everybody else, you can go here to the predictions website for within the Fivers, and you can go and predict who you think is going to win. It goes with a match by match basis. So the next one is going to be Argentina, and then the one after that will be the Portugal-Spain one, and the one after that would be a US versus Belgium.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? US-Belgium?
Dude, I gotta go Belgium. I don't care with whatever, market manipulation is going on right now with Trump and that kind of stuff. I know stocks keep going up. He's like, okay, we got this, we got that. It's the weekend. Now we got some activity. Then the stock market goes up. He's doing the same thing with the World Cup, right? There's definitely some manipulation right here. Don't like it. So I have to go for Belgium. I'm against this. Get the USA out of here, all right? Done, dusted. See you later.
I have a slight.
Terrible.
I have a slight hint that has much more to do than just this game. I somehow feel, I sense like there's some grudge held here. I'm not too sure.
I mean, who would know?
What
I mean,
grudge?
LJ is such an enigma.
When did that come
His
from?
emotions never on his sleeves, mate. It's always like close to heart. Like,
I gotta say, I think USA does definitely have the advantage to get up for this reason. I'm not calling it, but I'm saying like this is definitely a bit off the cuff. All right.
Okay, so you're saying Belgium winning?
I want Belgium to win. I have a feeling USA will somehow win.
All right.
Why?
though they
Why?
couldn't
Why
win.
do you think that's the because of the being the host country? You know, the supporting, being the home team.
Is it that referee factor?
Or do you think
Yes.
Trump will be having his invisible
Yes.
hands behind the decisions of the referee or the arbiter?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, all of it. All of
Okay.
it, yes.
Victor, what is your prediction? USA versus Belgium.
The US has
I-
had a very abstract way all the way through. You know, it's a bit sus. Fair enough, but
I think Belgium has the better chance. I think they have the better chance. They have the better quality. But the complication mentioned by LJ are very visible and very relevant. I mean, being the host team has, you know, is typically has an advantage. And this, I'm not too sure if this referee thing is going to be a recurring theme for the USA. If there's any of it, I mean, you can see it in the game. Sometimes you will see that the referee will let the game go on. You can count them. I mean, everyone can count them. You know, longer than needed. You know, doesn't give the penalties when it is supposed to, and gives the penalty when it's not really that sure to be the case. So there's that can change the game. I mean, that can mold or shape the game a lot. But I think Belgium has the better team. So if everything else is as fair as possible, Belgium should be winning.
agreed.
All right. Okay, moving on from USA and Belgium. Portugal versus Spain. I'm not going to ask Victor his opinion. He's wearing his opinion. LJ, what do you think?
Spain.
Agreed. It's going to be Spain. Yeah.
That one's easy. Yep, cool. Done.
Anyway, moving on.
You get Ronaldo.
Argentina
See you
versus
later.
Egypt. It's
Sayonara.
Argentina.
Yeah,
I
Argentina.
mean, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
I love this from Evelyn saying Belgium 2, USA 1. Yes. And then
I hope
the
so.
final match being, well, not the final one, but like the final one to talk about now, being Switzerland versus Colombia. What are we looking at here? Closest match? Whitewash? What are we doing?
I think it will be very close.
I think so too.
Colombia. Overall,
Colombia
though.
for LJ? Victor?
Overall.
I think
very
it's
close, but
Colombia has been playing quite well, I think. I mean, they have a good team, but they've been playing above their level, I think, and they're getting better. Not above their level, but they're getting better. They're impressing, I think. I'm a bit impressed by Colombia, and I think they should have the upper hand here. They have been very aggressive. They've been very dangerous. That, you know, Colombia historically, they played well, but they failed to, you know, finalize the making the points, making the goals, and they're doing that now. I think from what I've seen,
Yeah.
they're effective in scoring. I think Colombia should win. Biba Colombia.
All right, so everybody in chat, give us your predictions as well. Why not? Let's talk about it. Who do you think is going to be the win? Who's going to make it out of this round of 16? Is it Argentina or Egypt? Is it Switzerland or Colombia? Is it Portugal and Spain? Or is it the USA
hang on though.
versus Belgium?
we didn't cover England, Mexico.
Yeah, we missed one.
Sorry, England, Norway. My bad.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's done. We're talking about the round of 16. They made it out of it.
Yeah, no, but the next period, England, Norway. What do you think going on from there?
That's a tough one.
All right. It is
Yeah,
a
sorry,
tough one.
I was trying to draw you back to that to say, right?
I think it's a tough one because I
that's-
love
This is
the
probably
story.
the closest match that we'll have. I think they are
I
very.
love the story of Norway where they are and how they got here and all of that stuff. I love that. I'm not against England beating them. If they made it to here, they beat Mexico, they beat DRC, good teams. I'm not against England beating them whatsoever, but I would like Norway to win.
They're the underdog for sure, and they have played against Brazil, although Brazil didn't play that well. I mean, for Brazil, that wasn't a great performance. They should be slightly ashamed, I think, not because they played that bad, but I mean, it's Brazil, right? They have a certain level to uphold, and they didn't. And, they disappointed a lot of, Brazil's probably the favorite team world, period. Around the world. Yeah. And they really disappoint. They should be reconsidering a lot of choices they've made in the last couple of months, I guess. But I think Norway has the momentum for sure.
Yeah. The underdog momentum.
Yeah, the underdog momentum against England. England has the legacy behind it, right? It is a football nation, and it has Kane, who
No. It's not coming home. It's not coming home.
You're correct, LJ. Australia
is not coming home.
It's not coming home to Australia. You're correct.
So I think
give us like 50 years, Rich. We'll see.
Don't worry, it's not coming to South Africa either. I understand where we are in the picking order. I understand this.
Yeah. But yeah, for England, I think England might actually have it just over Norway right here. I would prefer. So who I'd actually be rooting for is Norway, right?
Norway
overall,
all the way.
I'm gonna say. That would be my personal preference. Who I see it like realistically, quantitatively, that kind of stuff. I do see England taking it overall. But I would massively prefer Norway to go through.
This has been the year of upsets, hasn't it?
It has.
Where teams that, if you look at their standing versus whom they lost to, their standing, the differences between them, this has been one of the years that has had the most upsets in general. The Netherlands, Morocco one being one of them, Germany, Paraguay being another one.
Yep.
Coming all the way down, I think which one was it as well? There was another one. Obviously, Argentina beating Cape Verde, but if you consider the size of Argentina versus the size of Cape Verde has 500,000 people, and Argentina has millions and millions and millions of people. I mean,
same thing for Australia, Egypt. Everyone thought we'd actually take it.
But
so
Egypt is higher up on the rankings than Australia is, so it wasn't really an upset. If you look at just standings in of itself.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. But I think the consensus was definitely
Brazil, Norway.
What would happen? Yeah.
If you just look at standings, massive upset. So definitely the year of upset. So I'm not going to put it out of the realm of possibility for Norway beating England. I agree with Victor. They have that tailwind. Yeah, they have that tailwind. That they're the underdogs. Yeah. They were supposed to, in theory, lose to Brazil. They beat Brazil. Like you said, probably one of the favorites of all time going through. They had, I wouldn't say smooth sailing, but they had the expected outcome almost every single match. I'm gonna say Norway, purely out of the idea of I want to believe in the Cinderella story, the underdog, the upset year. I want to believe in that. That's
fair.
All right. Shall we get back to trading, because we are very, very close now to the New York Open. We have about 12 minutes or so, then it's New York Open. Victor, what have you got in store for us on your end? What are you
Yes.
looking at? Because it looked like you were busy setting something up before we got into this long tangent of football.
And actually, before we continue to the chart, let's switch back. Let's rewind a little bit because you said something. We were just about to say something about the big, deceptions about the big nations. I mean, football nations like Germany and Holland,
upsets, yeah.
Brazil upsets. In the case of the Netherlands, I wasn't completely surprised with the results. I mean, in the penalty shootout, because the Netherlands has a sort of a love-hate relationship with penalty shootouts. They are known to lose their games with penalties. I mean, it's something they know about it. The other teams know about. That's not something. Somehow, they're not good at it, and they cannot. It's like a curse. They lose
choke
it a lot
when it comes to that.
Yeah, I don't know what's exactly, if it's literally a choke or not, but they definitely their performance chokes.
It is a bottleneck for them for sure.
Yeah, it's for sure a bottleneck, and I fear that if we got there, they would choke again. It happen again, and it's not very surprising. They're supposed to have reached higher, further down in the championship, but that's how it goes. But coming back to the charts, let's take a look. I have a couple of things to talk about the markets. Thank you for showing my screen, Rich.
Victor, I am going to
Go
just
ahead.
take a quick 2-minute break. I just need to go to the restroom. I will be back in just a few minutes, but please do carry on.
Too many details, too much details, Rich. Not necessary. Just take the break. Just kidding. Let's looking at the EU. What we have here is the market kind of in the middle, and I'll talk about it, right? So we had on the monthly time frame, we haven't reached anything. We bounced. We're still in that phase where we broke the bullish structures we had on the monthly. We closed firmly lower, not at all surprising. And there's nothing clear from the left. There are a couple of weekly, and we'll definitely have some reaction. Actually, we already have the first reaction from them, but they're not great as levels, they're, for one, they're too wide, they're on top of each other. That's not good to identify the actual level that's going to be used with high precision or probability. And the next level we have is on the monthly, which is way lower, which is about 400 pips or so lower. So we don't have anything else to guide ourselves, but we are on the monthly. It only tells us that we have a follow-through movement from the broken structure we had from before. So if you go to the weekly, we have previously, not very long ago, we reached the target being the reversal levels, or the reversal pattern we had before, which is the left shoulder had the neckline. To do it very quickly, not very precise, but this is basically the reversal. That point has to be a little lower, but you got the point. And we actually, completed that pattern. Typically, when you have these patterns, there's a couple of things that can happen, right? Not too surprising, right? One thing is you can see price after closing below actually have a little relief rally. Not necessarily that it will go in the opposite direction, but before it continue, that's one thing. Or you can see price hover around these levels before it continues. And then eventually, because that's the reversal pattern, right? The whole idea for a reversal pattern is that it indicates the direction that we're likely going to continue in that same direction. But it is on the weekly, so it's not something, you have to time it correctly either way. It's not something that will decide the direction of today's price action necessarily. Actually, it probably is in the opposite direction if you look at it from the lower time frame. So we had the completion of the reversal pattern, and on the daily time frame, if we look well, what we are seeing is that the market is coming back, right? We have this level, and let's mark it with the daily line. We had this level, And you can clearly see how that the market now, after have close on the weekly below the level that it needed to close below, which is this, on the daily time frame, it has already switched for bullish order flow. How do we see that? You can see there is a bullish order block being created. Not only that, actually today you can see that the market seems it's not closed yet. So you can actually have a firm conclusion on it, but you can see that the market closed, reacted upon the same level. The same level that, which level? The level that we just talked about, right? That's the goal. And it seems like on the daily, at least so far now, day isn't over, but it looks like we are reacting, we are holding that level, and that's a good thing, I mean, for the buyer. So it looks like we are likely to be going in this direction for some time, maybe a couple of bars at least, before eventually, who knows, we will be going lower again. But we'll have to wait for the market to actually switch back to bearish. But it looks like the market is doing a nice, switch for bullish. If you go to the 4 hourly, we do have a we do have a reversal pattern, but that isn't done yet. So we still have plenty of time for the market in this time frame. So the H4 to actually break it, then come back to look for something, and then continue a little bit higher. Likely, we're not sure if that's but that's one of the, I think, reasonable expectation for price to continue, especially as you can see how neatly the market is reacting to that level, right? That level, we have seen that before, but it's actually the anchoring relevance is because it's from the left. That's one thing I want to talk about or point out. Whenever we hold this line, as long as we're holding it, we are likely to be going to retest this and eventually going through to the next level, which would be, you can already see it there to the left. And the opposite is also true for if we don't hold it, right? That could be the acceleration, the catalyst, or the push we could be needing for, continuing with the primary trend, which is still down. On the H4, so, but there's no quasi here that we can use. There's no reversal pattern here. So that could mean two things. Either we are still in a process of, this reversal isn't matured enough, meaning we will still have to take out this high and then come back, as I mentioned before, or simply there's not going to be a reversal on the H4, not through quasis. So it means that it will be sort of not necessarily a V shape, but not an elaborate move up, meaning it's not going to be coming back and use the neckline that it typically uses on the quasis. So what are we left with? We have one big structure here, which is the daily order block. I think that could be the best indication for today's direction we're going to go. I expect we as we came back into this level, I expect, it's reasonable to expect that price will start building again that level, maybe not below the area, but somewhere like that, and switch back, reverse in the opposite direction, meaning going higher. That's on EU, and on the 4 hourly. So I'm actually waiting for that 4 hour to switch back. You can see here as well that there isn't a quasi, right? So if you use either this high or that one, it doesn't really matter. But whichever you use, the market made a higher high. So it's that's not a quasi. So this isn't a head right here. This isn't a head. That's not a left shoulder. That means that this whole thing isn't a certified or approved by a quasi or an actual quasi that is valid. And we already mentioned that this isn't either. So that tells me that there's just a couple of options. Either the market is not going to come back, or it's not mature yet. Not mature yet, that means that later on, after taking this high, it will probably come back to give these entries that we're looking for. And you can see on the charts that on the lower time frames, there is a couple of quasis entry order block on the H2 and the H1. But since we don't have the H4 ready yet, I cannot use them. So either it takes out this high before it comes back to these levels, or else I'm simply not going to participate, right? I'm very selective so if this just continues to go lower, these are not levels that I want to be using, because the H4 needs to switch back first, and so far it hasn't. So I'm not going to be using these levels, although they are still on the charts, because maybe they will get used in the future. But I'm mostly interested in the daily order block that we're coming back to. So I'm waiting for the H4, and you can see it hasn't happened yet. And if anything, you can see to the left, I've still left it there, but only for the viewers to see that there is still bearishness from it, which is, you can see that we close below the level only by a tiny difference right here, as we can see here. But it is valid to me. That's still a bearish sign to me. So I need that to be switched. How does it get switched? In 3.5 hours. So that means that today, the chances of me getting into a trade is on my main strategy is not very high. So I need this to close above the previous open, which would be this level. I mean, mark it with a yellow line. That's the level that the H4 needs to close before I can start getting in on a trade. Doesn't mean I'm not going to trade this. I've already traded a couple of took a couple of trades today. The only thing is they're all scalps short into this level that we already reached. So now I'm waiting for the market to give me enough reasons to start looking for that, either that reversal or that we break this level and indicate that we can short from here to lower level. To the left, there isn't anything stopping price for going lower. So it's likely, it's still within the realms of possibility, but I don't see, we're in the middle basically, right? We had a huge move up, and in between
there
isn't
New York
a lot.
Open.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump's
right now?
talking right now as well.
Yeah.
Just by the way. Yeah.
Okay. He is indeed talking. I see that as well. Yep. So we're in the middle, and I expect, because of the daily demand zone, that eventually we're going to be going higher. At least that's what market is telling us, because of this reaction we had on that level, this level, that level. So what are we left with? We can start building the case for a long, and that gives us this level to be retested. It's not a quasi yet on the hourly, but we can use it as a fresh order block. So in about 28 minutes, we can start looking for possible reactions as we get back in, go to lower time frames and get the possible longs from these levels, putting your stop below the level and then targeting the next swing high. Let's measure how much that is. That's about 29. Actually, I think there's, it's a great level to be targeting, but because of the range, the expected range of today, you can easily target something higher. Maybe that daily, at the end of the day, that daily level we have above, or something nearer to that level, meaning these highs, eventually that one as well. All right, so basically there isn't a lot to do to me, for me, because of the H4, but on the 1 hour, we can start building that case. And this is, of course, already gone. Let's move it away, but leave it there so you can understand that it's a bearish sign. So that's what I'm looking for on EU. There was a very beautiful actually trade on NQ. For those who are interested, we talked about this, and actually this was a nice trade. Just following the rules. That's it. I'm not too. Typically, I want to catch these moves at the beginning of the sessions, but sometimes they get in on hours that I normally am not too interested in trading. But if it fits the bill, if it follows if it checks all the boxes, there's no reason for me not to take them. And I'll go through the idea. We had a quasi right here, right? on the H4. Let me mark it. So that's the head, the left shoulder. And so that brings us to this being the H4 order block. And if you go to the H1, we had right here the fresh order block that was created, and price came back to retest it. That's all I need. I need an H4 and an H1 being, you know, overlapping, giving me the area. This is the area right here that I would be looking for that entry. Very simple, actually. Once you know the drill, the rules, and you know, as you guys know how I trade, that's the, let me not move that around, but that's the quasi on the, it was on the 2 minute right there. That price came back and triggered the entry. Nothing too fancy. That's the area. This is the head. Let me mark it. Basically, that's the left shoulder. That's the head. It takes it out and comes back to retest it. Beautiful, beautiful retest. And, you know, got in, moved the opposite direction, and then just targeting the next logical level, which is, it was on the 4 hour. Targeting from the 4 hour to the 4 hour above, and it gives you that a TP, which got hit. You know, I mean, easy peasy. Wish all my trades were this easy. But anyways, that was a beautiful trade, I think. I mean, I like when the setup works, you know, smoothly, hits it, and then moves away very, very, very clearly.
Beautiful.
A thing of beauty. So that's NQ, and are you guys expecting any fireworks from Trump's speech today?
No, not particularly.
We have the service PMI
Not
coming
from Trump.
in.
No.
Yeah, we have in about 25 minutes. We have the ISM Service PMI coming out. That could be a market driver. Other than that, I don't think there's a lot of you know, action to be expected.
I'm going short now. I think I'm short.
You're going short?
What on NAS?
Yeah, I'm already in. Yep. On futures at 29.
The 1 minute makes sense.
7, and then 29886.
Hold on. 29886. That's your entry short?
Yeah, and then 29917 right now.
Wow. You're actually quite a bit in profit then.
Yeah. I don't think we're going higher.
What do you think of gold?
Like this is back exactly into the this basket that I highlighted before when we were talking about, right? We've tapped it a couple times now and we're pushing below. Snapped outside, and I think we do actually have a general downside preference. Right, so that was the basket highlighted. Gold. Gold, I gotta say, I'm kind of indiscriminate on. I'd rather see a further push beyond these prior highs, some kind of market measure up towards there before shorting. That or a purchase on the dips, which we're not there yet. So, but I also don't like shorting this right now, per se. So I'd rather wait to see if we actually get down here, then you enter long, or you wait and see if we get a break of these recent highs, then you go long after that. Current positioning at spot, don't like it.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree right now.
NASDAQ, I prefer. I think this is pretty clear right here, right? With what I had mapped out.
How do you intend on
It's pretty right.
managing the trade?
Well, now I want to see a break of these lows. If not, I've already taken half just here once we hit this. So I've got half the position in still. Now, if we get that break, I'd like to see some kind of further attempt of a push down towards this lower basket within that triangle that we mapped out. I don't think we'll actually get all the way there. I think we'll have like a halfway stop in between, potentially. So if we get any kind of drawback down through here, take it, this might itself be that drawback point. So I may end up culling this, already profit with half of the position. So the other half, sorry, that's the wrong marker. The other half, if we do start to pull back up, I've got one sat in through here and then one through here. So right at these two crux points, which are a little bit hard to see with everything else. But outside of that, potentially, if we don't hold that too much, I might consider longs as well. But I'd prefer that on a further dip from here. You know?
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that, but market structure is still favoring a short, I think. So I'm not too sure. You know, I'll have enough indication for going long NAS. There is a level that I'm interested in on you know, on NQ futures levels will be 29,787 starting, and for about you know,
where we are right now.
Yeah, well, actually it starts there, but it goes down for about what 100 points. So it's one area, and I can see myself. You know, there's an H4 order block. Actually, maybe I can switch to mine so people can see what I'm talking about. That's okay with you, LJ?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, on the daily, we do have a bullish order block that was on top of another one. So there is that. So is that bullish order flow building up? So on the daily, I think, you know, this is a great area to be looking for that long again, because I think that's, you know, based on the order block, that's likely to happen. And there is a fresh H4 order block that was just created. We actually retested it. So I wouldn't be entering right here, but if I would be interested, will be something right here, or maybe even after it takes liquidity from that swing low, as long as the H4 eventually holds. So that will be my invalidation line as well. Comes back, maybe I should let me switch back to lower time frame. So basically what I'm saying is, whenever we go take out the low and we reverse from that level, maybe on a lower time frame, do something like this, sweep that low, that's where I would be interested in going in the direction of the daily. But if you look at the H4, this looks very, very market structure looks very you know, clean for another leg down, and not just, you know, the order block we just touched, but I mean below that and going lower. So I'm you know, I can see myself going long here, but I'll hold that conviction very lightly, because the market structure is still looking very convincingly like it doesn't, like, this is too little to change that. So yeah, I can, maybe we can go to the 1 hour. There isn't a reaction. There isn't a quasi there, so I'm not able to take the trade yet. I'll have to wait for a couple of more bars on the hourly. So that means a couple of hours to go by before I can take anything. And this isn't a low as well from the quasi perspective, because the neckline will be all the way up here, and it hasn't been broken yet. So it's not very convincing, but trades from this level, from the H4, are, I can see myself taking them, but you know, it really has to have good follow-through movement. Otherwise, you know, I'll get out of them very quickly. Meaning, going long from here into the next level, and that's it. Not gonna hold it unless it really convincingly starts building hourly structures that I can hold on to. That's NQ.
I'm not
LJ.
entirely convinced with NQ right now.
Yeah,
I don't like this for my strategy, so I can't trade this.
Yeah,
And,
it's a bit
and,
janky.
I mean, it's if from the opening range, I would feel much more comfortable trading along from the close to the invalidation line, and just putting my stop there and just hold it for the rest of the day, and just absorb the risk that it doesn't switch back over, switching back bullish, because the upside would be favorable, right? It's an asymmetrical trade, but right here it's kind of in the middle, and so it can do this easily without really telling you anything. You'd be stopped out. So I mean, you're not going to be putting your stop all the way down here from if you get from current level. So it's not interesting for me where it is right now. I'll have to wait for price to do one thing or the other. I mean, take this low or break out, maybe have an opening range, break out, and then come back to pick me perhaps that level.
Yeah.
Because then it's already clear it wants to go up, but just is coming down to picking up some more trades before it goes up. That would make those are the two scenarios that would make sense to me right now. Someone said GU is looking long. Let's take a look at that. Let's see who it was. I think it was Rafael Betancourt. Let's take a look.
Pre-New York, yeah. But New York open so far has been nothing but bearish on GU.
I think overall we're long.
Yeah, I agree.
Over the next couple weeks, which is very counter market right now, that is not the consensus trade, which is also why I like it.
NASDAQ is pushing higher.
Yeah, I think dollar down, everything else up. So
this one has been taken out. It's not. It's not. Has been validated.
NASDAQ is going.
Shall we go back to NASDAQ very quickly?
No, it's just.
I have a delayed. Hold on, I'll take out the. I have the delay chart, of course. Hold on. Forgot to put it.
Oh,
back.
you're on the futures one. Oh.
Yeah, but hold on. I'll make it. I'll take off the delay. I was looking on my chart
run up
on
the R2 before that. So.
Let me switch to one of your. I'll put it on LJ's screen. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the current 5-minute push. Going down to the 1 minute. We had that New York open low, New York open high, failure to sweep the low, failure to sweep that high, made a higher low, and then now a attempt at a break, but immediately on the 1 minute already pulling back ever so slightly. So
Connected.
Not entirely sure how strong this upward tick was going to be. Obviously I don't trade the 1 minute, but on the 5 minute we're currently sitting in this little bit of a wick above section. Gold I think is selling off right now as well. Yeah, on the 5 minute. Had the open, real struggle to continue higher, selling off, sweeping the low of the open candle as well. There's a potential that gold is going to continue pushing lower now. It's really struggling.
I agree. Look, I think the rest, like majority of this week's direction is going to come in tomorrow, not today, right? This is the preamble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got the Fed minutes, that kind of stuff. I don't expect anything from that, but the market's kind of looking for it. Same way through with NFP last week, where everyone's like, oh, NFP is going to come out this way. And I don't know, we still have this weird thing of Kevin Walsh saying, I'm not going to tell you anything. But the market's still like, oh, can you tell us what's going on?
Not a fan of this.
What's happening? Like, right? I think we're still in that in between of coming to that reality right now. So yeah, I think we'll get more flux from tomorrow into Friday rather than today per se.
Yeah, today has been like, even if I wanted to trade this attempt at pushing higher here, this is not remotely what I am looking for. So I'm happy that I didn't participate in this, even if there was on the lower time frame some movements. I'm not gonna go and delve on the 1 minute looking for a trade when the 5 minute to me is not showing any directional bias, strong directional bias at least.
I think
what I will say,
it's really good swing trade day today.
Yeah,
if you try
like
front run,
yeah,
the forward outcomes.
Yeah, not too much of a fan whatsoever.
But yeah, sorry. Go on, Rich.
No. I was done.
What else can I see here?
All right. On NQ, it broke the 15-minute opening range. Shall I switch to mine?
Yeah, you can if you want to.
Yeah.
Right. So as we were talking, it needs to convincingly break this level. I mean, if you look at it on the H4, this is the area that will need breaking to break that market structure, right, on the hourlies. But that's if you wait until market actually get there, you're probably late. So what I would like to do is this is the area. If I'm going to go long, I want to liquidity either to sweep this one, or the market breaks from the opening range. This is the 15-minute range. My lines are not too horizontal, but you get the point. I got the lines already there. It breaks out of this 15-minute range, which is these two lines, these two blue lines, and then comes back to retest something. Maybe this level, which is the open of the previous open candle, which is at 860 more or less. And if you go to the lower time frames, maybe on the 5, I think there wasn't anything on the 5. Well, there was this 183, but I think on the 1, we can see I'm much more interested in price coming back to retest something it left behind. It's only a 1 minute area, but that would make sense to me. Price, if it does not go to take that to sweep the liquidity below, giving me the preferred entry, then the other one would be for it to break and come back into the opening range on the 15-minute, and may or may not hit these 1 minute. But after, let me check on the 3. Yeah, the 3 wouldn't help much. So I think I'll just stick to the 1. Wait for the market to actually come close or hit these level, and then start creating the levels that I would be interesting, or not the level, the patterns that I'm interested in getting in. Getting very close to this level, preferably actually take them out, not invalidate them, but reach them, and then switch back, and I'll be entering something like that would make sense to me. Putting my stop below the, that swing low, and then holding this for as long as possible. Maybe even for the rest of the day, but as long as the momentum is holding in that direction. I think that's those are the two things that I would like to be trading, and everything based on this H4 level, right? So either the level itself being swept, or the reversal being on top of the level, on top of the area for the market to switch back to bullish. That's what I would be interesting, but I would wait. I will still wait for the market to actually. We also have news coming out in 6 minutes.
Yeah,
you want to wait. You want to wait that to get the first few minutes to see how it comes out before you get in, And if it leaves me behind, that's fine. I don't mind that. But I don't want to get in and it totally blows me away, foolishly. Because I just want to get into the trade, into the market.
Yeah, you don't want to like force it preemptively. I did want to say this, however, guys, we are getting a little bit closer now to the end of the stream. After the stream is over, you will all be directed to the Futures YouTube stream. So please don't be alarmed if all of a sudden you see Dave and Samir and everybody over there. It's pre-planned. The moment the stream is over, you'll go over to the Futures platform, and then you can go and enjoy.
Yeah. So more New York coverage for you guys across the board right there. I will say right now, what we're getting with the NASDAQ, we did hit that top band of that triangle that we were talking about, and roughly an equal double top with those prior highs. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. Like you were saying, we do have the news coming out, Victor. I would expect that to be better rather than worse overall. So therefore, yes, we could get that pop through it. Whether it holds is another question, right? It's very difficult. We're on the either side right now. In a certain range. So anytime we do get those pops with good data coming through, we tend to pop through that, but then pull back. So I have to argue, I would see a pop through is probably something to be sold into rather than seeing that continuation overall. So yeah, that's probably what I'm seeing right now. Yeah.
On NASDAQ, we did touch the daily high so far.
Yeah.
Right now, haven't broken through anything just yet. So you might be correct with that news. Might just give it that just a little bit of a pop. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. There was someone who asked in the chat in Portuguese. I think that's Portuguese. Well, it says there Portuguese, so must be. We have a host. We have a host whose name is Pedro, and we also have a Portuguese channel where you can go to and ask your questions in Portuguese. Unfortunately, none of us here have that wonderful skill of speaking Portuguese, so it's only English you're gonna get from us. But the 5ers, we do have Portuguese-speaking host and a channel, so check it on YouTube, and you will
link
be
in the
able
description box below.
Exactly, and you can get all your questions answered. I mean, Pedro is a great trader, and will be able to explain to you all these nuances that you're looking to get explained. All right, the market is.
Pedro will be here on the stream with myself tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
yeah. So
let's take a look at the market on EU. Is been clearing that level that we talked about very, very weakly. I mean, even this tells you enough, right? This is the bullish daily structure that it's supposed to be able to claim and hold. And on the 1 minute, it clearly tells us it wasn't able to. It wasn't able to really break it. I mean, just a pipette or so above it, and got sold off very, very quickly. That tells you, that was already the first indication that we're likely to be going lower, and we are. And below this level, to me, all bets are off for anything bullish. We only have an H1 structure, which current price action is not supportive of respecting. We're already squeezing it. It doesn't look. It has a lot of, not make-upping, but a lot of repairing to do if we're gonna be switching back bullish from here. But it looks very, very weak. I would. My personal stance on this is I'm gonna be waiting for the H4 to actually tell us something, and it's not telling me anything here. It's not forming anything. And the hourly, it looks very weak. So if anything, I'm gonna be waiting for more data for the market before I do anything. It doesn't make sense for me to, when the market isn't, the market structure is bullish in the sense that we are making higher highs, and presumably we're going to be making a higher low as well. But where do you get in? We do have a level here, but I mean that's not enough for me to base my setup. So I need current price action to actually tell us, all right, we have turnaround, and we're going to be coming back for the retest to continue. If that doesn't happen, then it's better just to sit on my hands and just be an observer instead of a participant. And we are 30 seconds from the end of our stream. Today we have a Discord session on Discord, where else? We're at Coffee with Traders. Come in, join us, and let's have a good time. Good vibing in there. Bring your coffee, tea, Coca-Cola,
tequila, wine.
Well, even tequila. I mean, why not? Wind down with us with your wine while we have coffee. Or bring your decaf coffee. I mean, if it's that time of the day, you're not allowed to, to take the caffeine hit, then do it without the caffeine. I mean, why not? But in any case, join us. That's the invitation for anyone watching and interested. We're going to be talking about risk. Huge topic, but specifically on risk. Last time we talked about the holy grail in trading. Got some good conversations going down there. So join us and enjoy what the 5ers offers to its traders, to the family, to the community.
I might just go and join that if it's going to be the holy grail. Why not? The fountain of youth.
Eternal life.
Eternal life. Yes, gentlemen. With that, we are at the end of today's stream. I want to say thank you to Victor and LJ for being with us today. Really appreciate your insights and really appreciate your conversations. We've had a bunch of really good questions today, and I think today's market overall for me was a little bit frustrating. I think it showed in my face and in my demeanor that I was frustrated with the market. Those days happen. I just want to say that to everybody. Not every day in trading is going to be all sunshine and daisy. Some days you're going to have a little bit of a crosswind that's forcing you a bit backwards. But that is all part of the journey, and we're here for all of it. Victor and LJ, is there anything that you guys would like to say before we switch off?
I would say, go Spain.
There we go. Go Spain.
Well, RIP to Australia. Apart from that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. That's about it. So look forward to that, and good luck. See you guys in the Discord as well for Victor's Discord right here. So
That's
awesome. So if you guys haven't already, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe. To all of the ex-viewers, thank you very much for joining us today as well. The YouTube is now going to direct over to the Futures platform. Go and enjoy the time with Dave and Samir there, and then we'll see every one of you tomorrow bright and early for another Tuesday edition of the 5ers live stream. Cheers.
Dude.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.